I don't pay nobody, man. Listen, I do know this though. I'm with all the smoke. I don't care who it is. It could be any different platform. Hold on, Renegade. How about you bounce back?
Oh man,
too.
Here we
Renegade,
go,
how about
man,
you
come on. I was saying, hey, we can get it. You already know what's happening, but you know what's happening if we take that challenge, man. Come on, man. Come on, don't do that, bro. Don't do it to yourself, man. You got two battles lined up. You did already lined up a third. Don't be. Come on, man. Pick easy work, man. Don't come over here with that shit, man. I'll get you right now, man. Right now. Come on, man.
What's easy work though?
What's happening? What's happening?
It could be a different time though. Listen,
no. I said I get you right now. That's what I said.
Listen. First of all, hold on. First of all, we gotta find a topic for one. I'm not talking about.
Pick it.
Hold on.
Pick it.
Listen.
Come on, man. You done go, right? Come on, man. You done did it already, man. It's over with. Shit over with. Don't back down. Do not back down.
Hold on.
And it's going on your record. It's going on your record. All right. Okay, this is what. No, man. You done did it already, man. You did it. I ain't do nothing. You did it, man. Come on, man. Hey, look at who the hell he done picked up on the challenge now, man. He done picked it up right now. He picked it up right now. I don't want to hear that later shit. I need a topic that you want to get smacked on.
Listen, hold on. I called. You're not listening. I did that. I called you up to help you get your stock up.
Okay, what about my stock, man? I'm waiting on you right now.
I will debate you, but you haven't been on a debate before. Have you been on a debate before?
Nobody call Renegade naming this shit right over here, man. Talking about these mega facts, man. What are you talking about, man? You did it, now you're ducking that smoke, man. I need you right now. What do you want? Tell me what you want.
I'm saying, so if you could, man, would you just do it now?
Come on, man. You got 6 minutes, don't you? Ain't nothing but 6. You've been ducking for about 12. Nobody get called out less than Renegade, nigga, with these mega facts, and nigga, that's facts.
Head to head, you can't compete with me. It's no debate, you too fake, and it's too real with me. What's the topic? I'll block it, I keep that shield with me. Ammo loaded, I'm cocking, I got that steel with me. What you talking is nonsense, blow off your conscience. I'm a living sickness, Magic Johnson. By that action, no Bronson, I'm a King LeBron. And the whole league is fuck your feelings, who you thought it would be. Catch me in the streets, internet thugs just typing on keys. And the fans from Ticket TV, sign that permission slip, please. That Max Ether gon' heat you, make you fall to your knees. No way out, this the firm, come near the stove, you gon' burn. Been waiting patient, now it's my turn. What Kevin say, today you gon' learn. True to the king, what's happening? You got the sauce, keep doing your thing. TKO, I'm from round in the ring, I'm a god to you millions, but stay in your lane. Work it out, I cannot promise no favors. The panel is live, sports talk, sit down at the table. This the family, understand me, don't get it twisted. You won't miss it, we on a mission. Fuck your feelings, antisocial, what's the business say? We talk it, we live it, hold on, let's get it, hold on, let's get it, ayy. No more strikes in the zebra, this for my people, gon' bring out the ether, ayy. FYF, they know we too lit, they know we too lit. FYF, they can't do it like this, they can't do it like this. Fuck your feelings, it is what it is, it is what it is. We the realest, let's get turned in this bitch, let's get turned in this bitch. FYF, let's get turned in this bitch.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Appreciate you guys being here for another show. Should have a good show today, man. We got some epic. We got 2 debates scheduled for today. And I hope all the contestants is finally going to be able to show up. Mingo Jester had to bail out at the last minute. From what I'm hearing, he didn't have his research together. He wasn't prepared to go. Hopefully he's ready to go today. Salute to Chris, man, D the man. Mahari Nation. Mahari says, get ready for the Ticket TV MJ trolls to lose their minds. Yeah, we got to talk about that too, because that's another aspect of it. So today, we got a couple topics to address. All right, we got a couple topics to address. Mr. Winter says, salute, man. Salute to Mr. Winters for pulling up. Already we got some people saying, didn't LeBron get swept? I don't know what is y'all talking about LeBron for. Man, we got young Africa here. We just need to make sure. I think today we just need to make sure that all the contestants is here, whether it's Mr. Winters, True the King. I know Renegade's gonna be here. Because we got some epic debates lined up today, man. Salute to Dante Williams, man. King Daya says, let me call FYF debate Kobe versus LeBron. What are we debating? I mean, what are we debating? Who's better? I mean, who had the better career? I mean, what are we really debating? If you want to do that debate, just let me know. Sturdy said Renegade is going to show up. I already know Renegade's going to be here. We know Renegade's going to be here. All right. We just need all the contestants, all the debate participants to be here by 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Trudy King says, I don't have all day. That's fine. So, Trudy King, do you plan on just ducking and sliding out like Renegade said? Said you was going to try to slither up out of this? Try to find some, if he ain't here at exactly 5 p.m. We got Mr. Winter says Rich Paul got his toy surgery working overtime for the holidays to slander MJ. What's the slander? So are you calling Isiah Thomas one of Rich Paul's toys or something? So look, before we get into the debate, y'all, I wanted to touch on this Isiah Thomas topic right here. And I'm gonna bring some people on to touch on it. So I want you guys to think back to about a year ago when I did a video. And I stated that Michael Jordan will be forgotten. And I said Michael Jordan is going to be forgotten because of the lies and the myths and the fake narratives that people are just going to stop believing. And on top of the fact that people were pushing the 6-0, giving Jordan all the credit for the 6-0, but no other players on that team are able to walk around and tout the 6-0 as that it's also a part of their resume, which is a very odd logic because we give Kobe his 5 championships and we don't take 3 away because he was under Shaquille O'Neal. When you talk about a player like Scottie Pippen, he's never afforded the 6-0 to his resume. because he played under Michael Jordan. But I want y'all to take a look at what Isiah Thomas said. And we got to give this, and there's a question I want to follow this up by. Isiah Thomas said, y'all want him to win. Y'all changed all the rules so he can win. It says Isiah Thomas claims the NBA changed its rules to help Michael Jordan succeed. Right? It says Isiah Thomas claims the NBA changed the rules for Michael Jordan's benefit. Right? We know the Pistons and Bulls had one of the greatest rivalries. That is a fact. That's undeniable right there. And the one thing we know for certain is that the Pistons dominated the Bulls early in Jordan's career. Right? From 1988 to 1990, the Pistons had beat the Bulls in the playoffs for 3 straight years. And this is despite some of the greatest performances we've seen by Michael Jordan. Right? Multiple 45-point performances. It's just, it didn't matter. They couldn't get past the Pistons. All right. So is there any credence or credibility to the things that Isiah Thomas says? Is there any credence or credibility to the things that he says? Because a lot of people try to discredit him. Right? Thomas claims the NBA changed the rules for Michael Jordan. Right? This is what Isiah Thomas said on the Pivot podcast, and he discussed his rivalry with Jordan, including the rule changes. He says, y'all want him to win. Y'all change the rules so he can win. He says, wait a minute now. These are the facts. He says, I go down the lane. I get my ass beat. He says, you see the pictures of Michael Cooper scratching and tearing Larry Bird's jersey off. You see McHale slamming Kurt Rambis to the floor. He says, you see Dr. J, fighting Bird. He says, everybody's getting hit, but when Michael Jordan gets hit, we decide to change all the rules so that he can go in and dunk. I want y'all to take that into consideration. He talked about how physical the game was. He alluded to the Sixers being physical with Dr. J and Larry Bird. How the Celtics were extremely physical versus the Lakers. How the Lakers were physical right back with Kurt Rambis. How the Pistons were a physical team. Correct? But yet when Michael Jordan gets touched up a little bit, now all of these rules got to get changed. He further went on to say, y'all, so the bad boys, okay, we won't let you dunk. Okay. So, and look, this is one of the narratives that JDRs like to push, how physical the era was. I think that's now become a fake narrative because we know now that Jordan hated the physicality. He begged the league to remove that type of physicality. He says, so the bad boys, okay, we won't let you dunk. He says, you just gotta go take your 2 free throws. All right. He said, did it make me mad? He says, no, it made me want to beat you more. So he talked about how when he got hard fouled, because we saw that hard foul that Karl Malone gave him, he said that just motivated him more to beat you. He didn't want to go crying to the league. All right. Thomas, further in this whole entire segment, let loose his belief that the NBA did change the rules for marketing purposes. This is an NBA player who played during that time. He says that he believes the league changed its rules for marketing purposes, and he says the Pistons would have beaten the Bulls had he not have been injured and the rules had not been changed. He says even after all these years, he says a rivalry between Jordan and Thomas remains. And I want to ask you guys, before we get started with our debates, is there any level of credibility to the things that he's saying? And again, I want you guys to remove your emotional connection to Michael Jordan. I want you to remove your connection with the understanding that everybody knows there's still some type of internal rivalry / beef going on with these two. I want y'all to just take what he said at face value. When he talked about the physicality between multiple teams, yet when it happened to Jordan, Jordan was the one that went and implored the NBA to go change rules. Water says, Hey, Lamont, even Magic jokingly hinted at the fact that you can't touch. I know I played that video on my channel. I actually played it as a short. They talked about Magic even alluded to the fact that you couldn't touch Jordan. And it's very odd. And, like I said, when I talk about these fake narratives, that's why I put that poll in the chat. When you talk about these fake narratives, people talk about the physicality of the 90s. But didn't the NBA make a concerted effort to remove all of that physicality? The hand checking of the 90s. We just played a video on the last stream that showed that you couldn't hand check in the 90s. Refs would specifically say out their mouth. Commentators would specifically say out their mouth, another hand check foul, a hand check foul on this player, a hand check foul on that player. This is throughout the 90s. So why push the myth of this defensive physicality? Why push all of these myths when all of that stuff was removed from the game? I don't understand it. I don't understand why push so many false narratives about a player that's so great. If he's so great, then I think what he did should stand alone. When we talk about even the comeback from when he came back from when he went to go play baseball, or potentially the secret suspension. He says, of course they protected MJ. He was and is Mr. Basketball. All right. But that means they sold you on it. Check it out. That means they sold you on the nostalgia. That's all that means. That means they just simply sold you on the nostalgia. I have no problem with that. Tackable Pine says 1-9 without Scottie Pippen. That's a fact. He says, ask Isaiah if Pippen is top 10. No, we already know that he doesn't feel Pippen is top 10. And I'm not saying, when I say give Pippen credit for the 6-0, I'm not saying elevate Scottie Pippen to top 10 all time. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if you're going to give Jordan a 6-0 to the degree that that's probably the primary talking point that you use to elevate him over most players, most great players, then you have to give Scottie Pippen that same level of notoriety for the 6-0 as well, because that 6-0 does not happen without Scottie Pippen. They says King David flat out lies every live stream. What am I lying about? Khalil Burton says Jordan will be great in any era. He just wouldn't go. I agree, Khalil. I agree. But the one thing that we know for certain, Khalil Burton, is that winning changes your perception. That is the one thing we know for certain. Like if you take a player like Dominique Wilkins, who numbers wise put up some of the most phenomenal scoring numbers that we've seen, but because he didn't have that winning attached to his name, he as great as he was left out of the first top 50. The perception around him was he was just a great scorer that couldn't defend. And I always tell people, if he would have got drafted to the Lakers, we would have a different perception of him. So would Jordan have been great in any era? Yes. He would have been a great player. But would he still have the same perception without the winning? That is the difference right there. The perception of him will be a lot different. And so when you talk about how the rules were changed multiple times. So when you look throughout the 90s, there were multiple rules changed to favor players, especially Jordan. So the flagrant foul rules, right, that are going to be more forgiving on Michael Jordan as he drove to the basket. You talk about pushing the three-point line in. When the three-point line was pushed in, we saw Jordan's three-point percentage skyrocket. This is vastly different from rule changes that we've seen in the past, where the 2-3 zone was solely implemented to stop dominant forces like Shaquille O'Neal, implemented to slow Shaq down. Rule changes with regards to blocks, the 3-second violations, all these things implemented to slow down players like the Bill Russells and the Wilt Chamberlains. The no dunking from the free throw line so Wilt Chamberlain couldn't continuously get easy bucket after easy bucket. Multiple rule changes to slow down great players. Yet again, in the 90s, we see the weirdest shift of rules that favor the player, Michael Jordan. He says, Lamont, talk about the rule changes in the NBA. NBA changed in 2000s. I did. They implemented the zone. They added defensive 3 seconds. What other rule changes are there? They pushed and they ended up pushing the 3-point line back out because it was too close, which makes the game more difficult. What other rule changes? We just had last year, there was an emphasis in the refs not calling some of those fouls when players try to stick their arms out, rip through. If the defender's in good defending position, we saw players like James Harden, it became much harder for him to score. We saw James Harden, without being able to bait refs into bad calls, we saw James Harden struggle with that adjustment because refs weren't giving him that foul. When guys would be in good defensive guarding position, he would use his body and his arms just sweeping into them, and the refs would call foul. I mean, what other rules are we talking about? He says, in this NBA, dudes travel all the time. All right, well, I really hope. It is what you want to call it. When the games get sped up to this degree, it's much harder to call travels because players are faster than ever before. On top of the fact that the NBA travel is different from college or high school. So in the NBA, players are afforded 2.5 steps, which makes the game a little bit more difficult to call, as opposed to college and high school, where it's easier to call because players have 2 steps and there's no other ifs, ands, or buts about it. 2 steps and 2 steps only. In the NBA, you get 2.5 steps. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that players in the 90s didn't utilize the full 2.5 steps. It is harder. It ain't harder calling travel. It is harder. When you now have players actually utilizing the 2.5 steps, because if you remember Pagan, the moves that we're seeing today were also being done by a player by the name of Penny Hardaway. He was one of the first players that actually started to utilize the full 2.5 steps. And when he did, he was extremely unguardable. When we look at a player like Grant Hill, who was actually able to utilize the 2 steps and the jump stop or the half step, he was completely unguardable. Unguardable. So when you see what these players, and these were players who were not just unguardable, they were extremely gifted and athletic. So they were extremely fast on top of that. So let's not act like it's not as clear cut as you guys want it to be. I think the refs are doing a much better job of making the calls when necessary. And they're doing the best that they can. This year, they've made a concerted effort on taking out the carry. Guys have been carrying the ball too much. And we see them making that call. But I want to ask you guys, from the 2000s on up, when has the NBA implemented a rule that will favor players? That's solely targeted to favor one specific player, right? Because all these jump stops and dribble combination, side step back to the 3-point line, these don't favor LeBron because LeBron James is not doing all that. LeBron James is not doing these side hop step backs to the 3-point line. That's the Steph Currys and the Trae Young. That's all these other players. That's not favoring the best player in the game. I just want to ask you guys, and then, like I said, when we talk about what Isiah Thomas said, the NBA implemented rules, made a marketing move, made a business decision to implement rules that would favor Michael Jordan. King David says LeBron played in this era, 6 losses in the finals. That's fine. 6 losses in the finals. King David, that's just 6 additional playoff losses. Jordan has 9 losses in the playoffs. Jordan's lost in the playoffs 9 times, King David. It's unfortunate that Jordan couldn't get to the finals, every year, but he's lost in the playoffs 9 times. It's very unfortunate that, he would get there and he wasn't good enough to get his team to the finals. I'm sorry that Jordan couldn't get his team to the finals. Unfortunately for Jordan. I'm sorry he wasn't good enough. I'm sorry he wasn't the leader that the Bulls needed early on to get that team to the finals, even without a Scottie Pippen. I'm sorry that when he came back from his secret suspension, I'm sorry that he wasn't locked in, ready to go, and he choked against the Orlando Magic. I'm sorry that they didn't make the finals that year. But the unfortunate reality is that when you go to 6 losses in the finals, all you're doing is telling us how great LeBron James is, because that means he only loses after getting his team to the finals. Jordan's lost multiple times before even sniffing the finals. Wild Wild West. It's not 6-0 versus 4-6. That's not true. That's not 6-0. Because you're comparing Jordan's 6-0, which is not just 6-0. Jordan's made the playoffs more than 6 times. So Wild Wild West, what happened all those other times he lost in the playoffs? I want you to explain it. King David says, give me the number, FYO. All right, King David. Just for you, King David. Just for you, King David, I will drop the link. All right. I will drop the link for King David, y'all. Because in King David, you need to understand these are everything that you're about to say is all age-old stuff that we've heard time and time again. King David, I'm putting it in here. Here's the link for King David, y'all. He said he wants the link. Well, let's see if he pops up. Look, y'all. I want y'all to understand. I have Jordan as the GOAT. Jordan's not the GOAT because he's 6-0 in the finals. I have Jordan as the GOAT. He is not the GOAT because he's 6-0 in the finals. Because there are other players with similar numbers and accomplishments who have a better finals record. See, y'all look at me crazy when I say John Havlicek. But John Havlicek's numbers and statistical outputs are very similar to Michael Jordan's. He's 8-0 in the finals. What's stopping him from being the GOAT? All right, I think this is him. I don't know who it is. This is Wild Wild West. Is you King David in the chat, man?
Come on.
Hold on. Are you King David in the chat?
You already know who I am in the chat.
All right, so you're not King David in the chat.
You just said my name.
Okay, so I asked for King David to click the link.
All right. Well, I'll gladly go back to the chat, my friend.
Well, what do you have to say? Look, it's clear that King David's not going to click the link. You can speak for him.
No, I'm not speaking for King David. I'm speaking for Wild Wild West. Now,
Okay,
if you want King David,
I'll
go out. I'll go out and let you have King David.
He hasn't clicked the link yet, so you're good.
Okay. Thank you for having me on the panel. I appreciate it, my partner. Now, let's get into it. So originally, we started off with the so I guess you're retracting or you're changing your statement about Scottie Pippen being top 10?
I never had Scottie Pippen top 10.
Well, during our discussions prior, you said Scottie Pippen was top 10. Were you just saying that because of Jordan being 6-0 in the finals? You said we got to put.
I said if you're putting if Jordan's greatness is hinged on being 6-0 in the finals, then you have to give Scottie Pippen that same credit because he is clear that he was just as important to them going 6-0 as Michael Jordan was, because we see Michael Jordan's playoff record. We actually see Michael Jordan's entire record in the NBA prior to having Scottie Pippen. prior to Scottie Pippen having a Bulls uniform on, Michael Jordan had a losing record in the NBA. That all changed. Scottie Pippen is drafted. Now, some people might try to say it took him a while to come into his own. Yeah, it might have took him a season or two, but just like you guys say about Kobe, they probably didn't like to play rookies right out the gate. So let's give him the same argument and logic that you give Kobe. Let's just go with that logic that they don't play him right out the gate because he's a rookie and he has to pay his dues.
So are you comparing Pippen to Kobe? You comparing Kobe?
Hold on.
No, I'm asking a question.
When I bring up Kobe, I'm bringing up another excuse that you guys use. So what I'm saying is when we talk about Kobe, when people try to get on Kobe early in his career, people say they didn't like to play the youngsters early, and that's why he had to sit the bench. So we have to give Pippen that same excuse. Maybe coaches didn't want to play the youngsters
Kobe came out of high school. Pippen didn't.
It didn't matter. Pippen was a water boy in college.
Kobe came in the league at 18. Pippen wasn't 18.
No, I'm gonna let you talk. We're not gonna have a shouting match over some things that are already factually proven. I'm gonna make my point.
Nobody's shouting. I'm talking.
I know, but we're not gonna be over talking each other. I'm gonna talk, and when I'm finished, I'm gonna allow you to talk. So what I'm saying is with Scottie Pippen, if you're gonna run around touting 6-0 for Jordan as the end all be all, and every time we talk about LeBron James, you're saying 6-0, 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. Well, here's the problem with that. You have to now give Scottie Pippen that same credit for 6-0. You give him that same credit for 6-0. So I'm saying if you do that, if you don't have Scottie, if you're giving Jordan all that credit for 6-0 and you don't have Scottie Pippen in your top 10 right with them, then you're an absolute hypocrite. Because that means the 6-0, you're only saying it because it's the only thing that you can find that Jordan did better than LeBron. And prior to Jordan's 6-0 in the finals, no one really cared about being undefeated in the finals. There was no such thing as being 6-0 in the finals. It was about either winning championships or not winning championships. Saying Jordan has a better finals record than LeBron is a extreme reach because it's about the playoffs. Jordan has lost a whole bunch in the playoffs. When he got to the finals, he won, yes. But he's lost a ton of times before even getting to the finals. How is losing before the finals better than what LeBron James has done? He's gotten his team to the finals more. He's lost more in the finals because every year he's getting his team to the finals. All these years he's getting his team to the finals and they're losing in the finals as opposed to losing in the first or second round like Jordan's teams. So again, when we take all of this into consideration, because this is not a Jordan-LeBron debate. I don't want it to be a Jordan-LeBron debate. You try to bring up narratives. I just brought up a situation where if you're going to run around and push 6-0, make sure you have Pippen in your top 10. If you don't, then stop saying 6-0 because it's not that important. If you're pushing 6-0, make sure you have John Havlicek in your top 10. If you're pushing 6-0, Bill Russell better be in your top 3. If you're going to push these weird championship narratives, every player that's undefeated in the finals needs to be somewhere in your top 10 to 15. If you don't do that, then 6-0 is not truly important to you. That's all I'm saying. And this is coming from somebody that has Jordan as the GOAT. And it's not because he's 6-0. It's not. So 6-0, I'm telling you what, West, 6-0 is making your argument for Jordan being the GOAT. 6-0 is making your argument for Jordan weak because you are dwindling the GOAT conversation down to just Jordan and LeBron as if nobody else is in the conversation. Because you cannot use 6-0 logic with Bill Russell. You cannot really use the 6-0 logic with Kareem. The 6-0 logic truly only works with LeBron James. And so if you're only putting LeBron and Jordan in that conversation, that means at worst, LeBron should be number 2 on your list, which really ain't that bad. Because you can't use 6-0 logic with a ton of other players. That's all I'm saying. It's just bad logic. I don't know why we started talking about 6-0 in the chat. I don't know why we started bringing up LeBron in the chat. But it's a very bad logic to use 6-0, and this is coming from somebody that has Jordan as the GOAT. But you can go ahead. I don't know.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I just don't know what angle you're trying to go. All right, let me go. Let me get these guys.
Okay, good. All right, good. Finally. Now I'm glad you brought these guys on because I know you don't want me to go too long.
Just get to your
I'm
point.
gonna chop that up.
Because we got there's nothing to chop
now
up.
you're gonna interrupt me. First you didn't let me talk, now you're gonna interrupt
Bro,
me.
just get to
All
your
right.
point.
Are you going to
We got other topics.
talk,
we got other
bro?
fish to fry. Get to your point.
All right.
I'm
Thank
so
you.
done
I
with the
appreciate
Jordan
you, sir.
LeBron conversation. We talk about it too much. Just get to whatever you got to say about Jordan and LeBron. Just get it out your system, my guy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Like I was saying, the 6-0 is the most obvious. That's why that's always brought up. We ain't gonna bring up the scoring title.
It's the low hanging fruit.
Now
it's
you're
weakest.
gonna interrupt me again.
It's
You
the
don't want me to
weakest.
talk.
Okay.
You said you're
6-0
gonna
is
let
the
me
most
talk.
obvious. What did you
So
mean?
when I start talking, you interrupt me again. Like I said, man, that's the most obvious. That's why everybody points that out. Everybody ain't crazy, and you right. Now to put Pippen in the top 10, that's just ridiculous. Ain't nobody got to put him in the top 10 just because you say so.
He's 6-0 in the finals. Why?
So you're gonna keep cutting me off. Like you said, you ain't gonna let me talk.
Hold on, y'all. Everybody on the panel. He just said 6-0 was the most obvious. Pippen is 6-0 in the finals. That's the most obvious. How is it not obvious with Scottie Pippen? That's crazy, the stuff y'all be saying. Y'all be saying stupid stuff. It's the most obvious. Pippen is 6-0 in the finals. That's obvious. Quit saying 6-0 with Jordan. That's not why he's the GOAT. There's other players with better finals records. Like I said, John Havlicek, if you put his numbers side by side with Jordan, they're very equivalent. Josh says, stop interrupting. Josh, you come up here and I want to interrupt you. Josh, you do a lot of mouth and chatty stuff in the chat and you've never clicked the link. You keep telling me I'm interrupting people. I'm interrupting because Jordan LeBron's not even the topic of this show. And you got stupid idiots in the chat like Mr. Winters and people running around talking about 6-0 Jordan and LeBron, and we're not even talking about Jordan and LeBron. This shit's getting old. He is not. First of all, Wild West, you just said we say 6-0 with Jordan because it's obvious. Ain't it obvious with Pippen? It should be even more obvious with Pippen because Jordan didn't win shit in the NBA without Pippen, regular season or playoffs. How is it not obvious with Pippen? I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all just be saying stupid stuff. Like if you're gonna 6-0 makes your whole argument weak because you're gonna start introducing people into your top 10 that should not belong because 6-0 is team. Jordan proved that. I truly wish, man, I wish I could go back in time and have the Chicago Bulls keep Olin Polynice and allow Pippen to get drafted to whatever team was going to draft him. I just truly wish Michael Jordan would have had Olin Polynice instead of Scottie Pippen.
Don't bring up bad memories. Don't say that.
I'm just saying, I truly wish they would not have traded that motherfucker for Scottie Pippen because y'all make it seem like Jordan could have won championships with any damn body.
Hey.
I just don't understand. Like if y'all saying Jordan was going to do this anyway, if Jordan could have just won all these championships, so that y'all telling me he would have went 6-0 with Olin Polynice? Jay says you do the same thing, but Jay, if you come up, Jay, I'm cutting him off, and Josh, I'm cutting him off because that's not even the topic of the show today. We keep talking about Jordan, LeBron shit, and that's not even the topic. I'm cutting people off who want to bring up non-irrelevant stuff that we've already debunked time and time again. He says stupid stuff like 6-0 is obvious, but when it comes to Pippen, 6-0 ain't obvious. You can't say stupid stuff like that in a conversation that we're not even having. Sportshood, all I got to say, y'all, is just hit the link. He didn't say anything that made sense. He says the same things over and over that Jordan fans say that will ultimate. This is the reason why, y'all. Is y'all trying to act like that statement that I said is not true? When I say Jordan will get forgotten, it's already in the works. I want y'all to go online and look at how many people are watching Jordan highlights for the first time. It's so many kids watching it. Let me really look at these highlights to see if he's good. They're buying the shoes, don't even know who he is. They're buying the products, don't even care who he is. He's only known now by this up and coming generation. He's only known now by the young generation because of his fashion and the impact he has on fashion. They don't care about what he did on the court, and they don't care about the 6-0. The youngsters now are saying that Steph Curry and LeBron are the GOATs.
Not true.
That is true.
That is not true.
That is true. I deal with youngsters.
Lamar,
I deal with 18, 19, 17-year-olds. I can bring my whole team on right now.
Get into a
None of them
LeBron Jordan debate.
I literally just hold on,
Elder. Hold on, Elder. At least let Elder niggas get their takes first.
Telling me what
Elder. Hold on, Elder. At least let Elder niggas get their takes first.
I'll let y'all. I literally just talked to a 5-year-old.
No, you didn't. No one else talked.
We talked to a 5-year-old.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm not gonna give my take. I'm not saying I'm giving my take. I'm responding.
I can bring real people.
That's a lie.
I can bring real people on.
Hold on, bro. I can call this.
I'm not gonna say a random 5-year-old.
I literally talked to a 5-year-old and asked him why does he like Michael Jordan yesterday. And he didn't bring up his. He did, and he didn't bring up his shoes.
What did he say? A 5-year-old.
He said he loved the way he played. He said, "I love how he hang in the air." That's what he said.
Crazy, bro.
A 5-year-old.
You were sick individual. You were sick individual with a line like that.
Hold on, Lamar. Hold on, Lamar. Let's stay on topic.
We don't even understand the game at 5.
Let's stay on topic. Hold on. Let's stay on topic. Yo, hold on. Lamar, to address the topic of the video, what Isiah Thomas said was just factual. Like, and it's not, and what people do, they take it as if it's a detriment to Jordan's legacy, which is not. It's just people don't know how to properly assess Jordan and his impact on the game. It's okay. Other players have got what the NBA was going through from the transition, really ever since the early 90s, was a decline in offense. And pace of the game. And due to that, there was even though Jordan was the highlight of the basketball and of the 90s, still the overall product was going down. So what Jerry Colangelo, what Jerry West, and 3 other important guys from the commission board did was, okay, find ways how we can speed up the pace as well as make the game more easily digestible for the casual viewer. Such as rules like the flagrant 2 foul ejection rule. That's part of it. Such as turning the 10-second to 8-second. That's part of it. Such as prolonging the zone until the mid-2000s. That's part of it. It's not a detriment to Jordan because his individual greatness. And here's the thing I hate the most. Even if you do your research about what Isiah Thomas said, majority of shit he said was correct. It was correct. And I don't, and to be honest with you, like what people do, they resort to middle school tactics. Oh, he can't be factual because he played against Jordan. He can't be factual because they had beef. What does that do with this man's credibility as a basketball expert? Last thing before I pass it off, bro. Tom Brady is considered the GOAT by most people as a quarterback, even though he had direct influence over the tuck rule. That does not change his production nor its impact on the game. So pointing out a fact that the NBA changed rules to adhere to stars like Jordan and overall consumption of the game, the visual aspect of the game, is not hating, it's not dislike, it's not venom, it's just facts.
I agree with you, but Isiah Thomas didn't tell the whole story. Did the NBA, as a Jordan fan,
didn't tell the whole story, but you are.
As a Jordan fan, Isiah Thomas is correct. He is right. The NBA changed the rules for Jordan to make it easier for him for the highlight dunks, this, that, and the third. They didn't change the rules for Isiah when he was getting clobbered coming into the lane or nobody else. But when Jordan got there, he complained. Yes, they changed the rules for Jordan. Now, is that the reason Jordan won? No, that's not the reason why Jordan beat the Bad Boy Pistons. They won because not only did Scottie Pippen reach his prime, but the Bulls overall defense was significantly better. In 1990, they were not even a top 10 defense in the league. In 91, when Pippen reached his prime, and became
they were hurt. The Pistons were hurt, man.
Can I finish?
And why can't he finish, bro? Why you keep cutting him off? Let him talk. You didn't cut off. Hold on, Lamont. You didn't cut off.
The topic of the show. And
he's talking about the topic. What are you talking about?
He stayed on the topic, nigga.
He ain't even win half the time that 30 went. What you talking about?
Easily summarize it.
Man,
they won because the Pistons started to get hurt and
do it, be legit, nigga. If you're gonna do it, be legit. Don't cut some people off and don't cut other people off. He ain't went half the time.
Damn, this nigga still trying, bro. God damn.
He disagree with you. That's the problem.
It's not about disagreeing because we do agree on a lot of things.
And you already cut him off.
But I agree. But Lamont, I agree with what Isiah Thomas said.
If you gonna do this shit, nigga, be fair.
Hold on, finish your take.
Quit cutting off niggas that disagree.
I can't.
If that's the case, don't let them come in here.
Y'all try to do all this stuff to boost Jordan.
Listen, Lamont. I agree. I agreed with Isiah Thomas said. Chill. Listen. I started off by saying, because I want to pass this along to everybody else in the panel so they can give their takes. I agree wholeheartedly, 110% what Isiah Thomas said. They changed the rules for Michael Jordan. That is fact.
Shut up, Fred.
Now, when it comes to the Bulls, beating the bad boy Pistons, you want to say that they was hurt. Nobody at that time in real time made an excuse for people being hurt. Nobody in Chicago said Scottie Pippen was hurt. He had a migraine in Game 7. That's why we couldn't win. No, we crucified Scottie Pippen for having a migraine and being soft and not helping Jordan. So we're not going to make an excuse 30 years later and say, oh, my wrist. No, the reason the Bulls won is because in 1990, we weren't a top 10 defense. In 91, when Scottie Pippen reached his prime and became a first-team all-defensive player for the first time, we're talking about Scottie Pippen, first defensive team, and he's got 10 of them bitches. That was the first one. We became a top 5 defense. We beat the bad boys at their own game and swept them. Not because of rule changes, it's because the team significantly got better.
MacDuff, what you just said. Hold on, let me tell you what you just said, MacDuff.
They didn't try to boost
MacDuff just said this right here. He says when Scottie Pippen entered his prime, that's basically when they beat the Pistons. You basically summarized why Pippen needs to get credit for the 6-0.
Correct. Go ahead, somebody else.
So thank you. Again,
you're welcome.
Wild Wild West.
I'm not debating
Wild West
Jordan. I'm not debating Jordan.
My point. If you're gonna run around saying 6-0 for Jordan, you have to give Pippen the same credit because, as MacDuff just explained, when Pippen hit his prime, that's when they started beating teams because they were a much better defensive team. Did he not just say that? I just summarized.
That doesn't mean that you automatically put Pippen put him in the top 10 like you said.
I didn't say put him in the top 10 for it.
You said that earlier. That if we're going to 6, hold on. You said if they're going the 6-0 route. You said hold on. You said if you're going the 6-0 route, now Pippen has to be in your top 10. That's not legit. Pippen, he doesn't. That's a retarded take. That is a retarded take.
Elder, you breaking up.
Hold on.
Elder, you breaking up.
I'm not breaking up. No,
he's not breaking up. That's
I'm not breaking up at all.
No, he was. What's up?
And we have a basketball conversation without immature ass, troll ass niggas tonight. Is that possible? That we can actually have a basketball conversation? Damn. Now here's the thing.
It's not filled with narratives.
Lamont, you said earlier that if you fill up, hold on, Lamont. You said earlier that Pippen automatically has to go in people's top 10 just because we use a 6-0 argument. That's false because Pippen's not on Jordan's level. He don't have the accolades. He don't have the achievements that Jordan has. Now these other dudes, I don't have a problem with people saying that these Boston guys are in that realm. I don't have a problem with that. That's their opinion. Now I may not personally respect their era.
What did the accolades matter if he's 6-0?
Accolades matter because it gets
LeBron has a shit ton more accolades than Jordan. Accolades don't matter when we're talking there.
First off, that's not true. That's a lie. What you just said is a lie. He don't have a crap ton more accolades than Jordan. That's a lie. Jordan has more accolades than him. So stop it. He may have some records Jordan don't have, but Jordan got records he don't
All
got.
falls into the same records, accolades.
No, it doesn't. See, what you
Elder,
guys
you can't dictate what the GOAT conversation is.
No, it doesn't.
You trying to?
dictate it.
Hold
It
on.
all
You're
matters.
trying to. Hold on.
Come
You're
on,
trying
no,
to.
you're trying to
Hold on.
eliminate
When
things.
you say, hold on.
You
When
can't
you
dictate
say,
what
hold
the GOAT
on,
conversation is.
Lamont, you trying to
LeBron
though.
is usurped
You're
Jordan
trying
in
to.
accomplishments and accolades.
Lamont,
That's a
you
fact.
are trying to dictate the
No,
GOAT
I'm just
conversation.
saying you got to
When
stop
you
lying.
tell a person, no,
You
nigga.
dictate the whole
When you,
path.
hold
Why
on,
does
bro. When
everybody
you
try
tell
to
a,
do
hold
that?
on.
Everybody
When
tries
you,
to negate
Lamont,
the facts.
you're trying to do it.
Nobody
When
was going to
you tell
really
a
usurp
person,
LeBron James in
Lamont,
accolades
when you
and
tell a
accomplishments.
person they
You
have to
will
put
not find
somebody
another
somewhere
person.
because they use a specific argument, you're trying
Elder,
to dictate
Elder,
it.
but what I'm saying is you're trying to now find
Pippen is
find
not on
you got,
Jordan's
what
level.
you're trying to do
He's
is when I
not
say
on the elite
accolades,
of the
now you're
elite
trying
levels,
to eliminate
bro. He ain't
accomplishments out of
there.
that.
I'm not trying to
So we
eliminate
can't
it.
account accomplishments.
How am I?
LeBron
Hold on. How am I trying to eliminate accomplishments?
Because
I
you
didn't
just
say
said
that.
it.
I did not
Okay,
just
so
say
who
that.
has more accomplishments and accolades combined, Jordan or LeBron?
I have to go look. They buried it. They're close. Jordan probably have them just as much.
It's LeBron.
I think
LeBron got
just.
LeBron got
But
more.
again,
Sorry, guys.
my thing is this. Hold on.
It's
My
slightly
thing is
LeBron.
this.
It's okay.
Stats
Pippen,
and facts on this
hold
channel.
on, fellas. Hold on. Pippen is not even in the category because he has nothing close to LeBron or Jordan.
But none of
He's
that
not
matters.
Hold on.
Got 10
Yes,
all
it does matter.
You got 10
If
all
we're
defensive
talking
teams.
the GOAT conversation, he's not on that level. You want to argue Kareem?
I'm just
You know
trying to
why
debate.
he's there?
None of that matters.
Hold
Jordan
on.
number
Time
3 all
out.
time
If
in
you are, hold
skill.
on. If you're arguing Kareem, guess why he's in the conversation? Because his chips, accolades, and accomplishments all match the other guys you're arguing. Pippen ain't on that level, so he don't automatically go in the damn top 10. He doesn't. You're trying to control the narrative. You're trying to minimize people's things that they can use to make you to prove their point. That's what you're doing. Y'all want to eliminate chips because LeBron don't have them.
Elder, that's not what I said. You misunderstood everything that I said.
I'm not misunderstanding what
yes,
you're
you
saying.
did. Yes, you did. My whole point in saying the things that I said about Pippen is the fact
I know what you
that
said.
nobody
You said
takes
it.
into consideration. Nobody, when I hear people, and I've heard countless arguments, LeBron Jordan, and I hear a whole bunch of casuals running around. I hear a ton of casuals running around saying 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. And then on the flip side, people will look at LeBron James' resume with the accolades and the accomplishments and be like, hold on, it's a shit ton more accolades and accomplishments over here than I'm looking at. And then they'll say, well, 6-0 means more. 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. So I'm saying if the accolades, hold on, listen to what I'm saying. If the accolades and accomplishments are irrelevant in the Jordan and LeBron conversation, then the accolades and accomplishments shouldn't matter with Pippen. That means his 6-0 holds weight over everything else. As your logic, if I'm following y'all logic, that means if according to that logic, that would put Pippen in the top 10 with Havlicek, with Bill Russell, with Sam Jones. That logic. That's why that logic makes no sense. You're basically telling us why that logic doesn't make sense.
Lamont, just because you say
you're
something
explaining why the logic makes no sense. I'm not saying I'm using the logic. I'm saying I'm telling you why that logic don't make sense.
Hold on, Lamont. You speak. Lamont, you speak. Hold on, Lamont. Don't want everybody to hear this.
Explaining that the logic don't make sense.
Lamont,
we understand that already.
Lamont, you speak because I want everybody to hear this. You speak, and then when I'm done, when you done, tell me I can talk. Because I don't want no interruption.
You were talking for a long time.
Your ass, nigga. I'm going to cook.
All you're doing is making my case.
I'm not making your case.
You're acting as if I'm using that logic to put Pippen in the top 10. I'm saying, no, if I follow y'all logic, Pippen will be in the top 10.
That's the logic they should have if they have this statement. And it's not
I'm saying,
just because you said it, it's not. Pippen is not on the level to be compared to the GOAT or in the top 10.
We know that, though.
Pippen, hold on.
Elder, we understand that.
Well, quit saying it then. Quit
I'm
saying
not
that
saying,
somebody
I'm saying if we follow y'all logic, that put Pippen's up there.
That's retarded, nigga.
Bro, y'all kind of having a debate. We all agree, bro, on the same thing.
If we follow that 6-0 logic, that puts Pippen up there.
I don't. Because see, this is the thing. If you're playing a team sport, the goal is to win a championship. What LeBron lovers want to do is eliminate that because that hurts his case for the GOAT.
No, it does not.
They want to diminish the championship
no, it does
because it hurts his case.
No, they're not.
Okay. All right.
Elder, bro. I think Jordan's the GOAT. LeBron fans do not use championships.
Why is 6-0 irrelevant then? Why?
6-0 is not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. But somebody, a player can be better than Jordan, even though they don't have 6 championships.
I just listened to you.
Why is 8-0? Is 8-0 better than 6-0?
I just listened to Mac Def say
I
that
gave you a
it's
player
relevant,
with the
but I
same
listened to
statistical
Lamont say that it's
accomplishment
not.
and was
He
8-0. Would you
said
put
it's
him
weak.
over Jordan?
Who's 8-0?
Well, Elder.
John Havlicek.
I actually this question.
Hold on.
And his numbers are very similar to Jordan's.
They're not.
No, bro.
Yes,
Stop,
they are.
Lamont. That's
They're
a
not.
lie.
No, he's total numbers. He's talking about Elder. He's talking about total numbers. No, Elder.
His
I
total
asked you this
numbers
question.
ain't there either.
Elder.
Stop.
Yes, they
Let me ask you
are.
this question. Elder, let me ask you a
Yes,
question.
rebounds,
Hold on.
Slightly fewer
Hold on.
points.
Hold on, but Elder.
Yes,
Ask the question,
Elder.
Sturdy. Go ahead. Just ask a
I'm
question.
about to. Elder, you're a lifelong Laker fan, right? You're a lifelong Laker fan. Lifetime. Has anyone, when they describe the greatness of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, has anyone mentioned his finals record?
I've heard people
No.
say it, yes.
No, they have not. Elder, stop.
I have, bro.
Elder. What they say, Elder.
fan.
What they say, Elder, because I did tons of research on this shit. What they say,
hold
Elder,
on, time out.
they do
Hold
mention
on,
his
you asked
6
me a question.
championships. But hold on, they
Thanks,
do mention his
thanks,
6 championships. They don't mention his finals record though. No one says Kareem is so great because he went to 10 finals and he's 6-4. No one ever said that shit. You know why, Elder? Because there's so much, way more before that bullshit. And on top of that, last time, and I did so much research on this shit. I never saw a time before this shit, before LeBron even Jordan became even comparable. I never saw a time where all-time great players get judged off the records of a round. That don't make any sense. And on top of that, niggas want to track the finals record. They don't want to track the first round record, the second round record, or the third round record. Because last time I checked, they all part of the playoffs.
The finals is part of the playoffs, correct?
Hold on, but exactly. So what Lamont is saying is, what Lamont is saying is, because Elder, I'm not gonna lie, I talk to a lot of Jordan fans, bro. Majority of these guys, they can't. I'm about to tell you, majority of these guys, they can't describe Jordan's game. They can't. They can't really describe. They really can't describe what made Jordan great. Without reading a list of Wikipedia, they can't do it. And that's only because of the topic we're talking about today. It's simply because the way the game has been advertised. No. I talk to old niggas too. Because the way the game been advertised. It's because the game the way they advertise. Because I'm gonna top it off with this, Elder. Hold on, I'm gonna leave you with this. I personally know a guy who's been watching the NBA. He's 80 years old. Watched the NBA for fucking 60 years. He's the guy that put me on to say that, bro, this whole 6-0 shit never happened. When he saw Kareem, when he saw the tail end of Wilt play, none of that shit was never in existence because they only people focused on was their individual game and dominance. Individuals don't win championships, Elder. Teams do.
I don't know that.
So if I'm going to say, if I'm going to
the GOAT conversation is not a team conversation.
It's an individual conversation. So why am I bringing up team stats?
All the stats are team stats. You don't get any stats without a team.
No, that's not true. What are you talking about?
So hold on. Hold on. Time out. If I get an assist, don't I have to pass the ball to somebody to score? That's two people doing something. He's scoring. I'm getting an assist. That's a team thing.
Yeah, but he gets the point. He gets the point, and the other guy gets the assist.
And that's two stats. And that's a team thing.
Yeah, but it belongs to both players. One player get the points.
The
other player gets the assist as a
players
tick.
and team stats. This ain't tennis. This ain't golf. Team is team. You get your stats by the assistance of your team. Your team has to help and do things for you to get your stats. This is a team thing.
Elder, I promise you, Jordan's not the GOAT because of 6-0. There's so much shit he's before, but he's not the GOAT because of 6-0. I promise you.
No problem. That's your opinion. Hey, Sturdy.
That's
let me tell you this. That's your opinion. It ain't a fact.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
It's an opinion.
That's a fact.
It's an opinion.
No, Elder, you just proved it. You literally just proved it.
Hold on.
You literally just proved it. What you hold? You literally just proved it. Why Pippen's not a top 10 player? Hold on, Elder. Hold on.
Sturdy, let Elder cook.
You literally just proved it.
Yeah, he gonna talk. Let me know when you're done.
No, you literally Elder. You the main one talking. Elder, you literally just proved it with Scottie Pippen. What are you talking about? You said, Elder. You literally said, Elder. You literally said, Elder, you literally said Scottie Pippen. You literally said Scottie Pippen.
Hold on.
Old head.
All right.
This nigga asked me a question. He asked me a question and never let me answer it. He answered his own damn
Nigga,
question.
you do the same shit
Dude,
every
you
fucking
literally
stream. What are you
spoke the
talking
whole
about?
time,
Whatever, I
bro.
don't do the same.
Hold on, y'all. Let Elder
This
go.
man been talking since he been on the panel.
God damn.
Who has?
You, nigga.
See, y'all using flawed logic with this argument, man. Listen.
There's no logic. We're just
when you
we're
want
just
to talk about when you talking about the top 10 players of all time.
I've been called
all 10 of them players at one point have been considered to be the best.
Hold on, Kane. First of all,
niggas come at me, but I
hold on, Elder. Let me explain something to y'all. First of all, we're not using logic. We're criticizing the Jordan 6-0 logic, and if you use that logic in other circumstances, it doesn't hold water. So don't act like we're using this logic to make a case to say Jordan's not the GOAT or he is the GOAT. Most of us have Jordan as the GOAT. We're just saying running around saying 6-0 is the worst argument you can use.
I have a
for Jordan.
question for you, Lamont.
It is the worst argument. Jordan has done a shit ton of other things that could make him the GOAT before you can even get to 6-0.
That's your opinion.
6-0 is just like the cherry on top.
Let me ask you a
That's
question.
the cherry on top to me.
Can I ask you a question? Since that's your opinion, that it's the cherry on top, because that's the way you gauge it. Let me ask you a question. He just sit here and said that it's a fact that Jordan's not the GOAT because of 6-0. The GOAT conversation in itself, is it an opinionated conversation or is it a factual conversation?
Opinionated.
But it's fact that Jordan ain't that because of 6-0. You eat it yourself, dude. Stop it.
You
all
my point.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, so Elder, the difference.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, bro.
Hold on, here's my question to you, Elder.
Point.
Basically, the difference between Jordan being the GOAT or not the GOAT, if based on what you're saying, is either the Bulls keeping Olin Polynice or trading for Scottie Pippen. Because if they don't have Pippen, they don't go 6-0.
I'm not getting a chance to finish. I can always insert a player that had a lot of influence in helping other people achieve goals, team goals. Everybody had help, even LeBron, even Kareem, even this Havlicek guy you got on here.
I'm not
None of them do it by themselves.
That's not what I'm saying, Elder. I think
it is. Yes, it is.
What I'm saying is, the difference. This is the reason why me and Sturdy feel that 6-0 is. Yes, is it relevant in the conversation? Yes, but is it that it should be my number one argument? No. And the reason why I'm saying 6-0 should not be
that's y'all opinion though.
No, I'm saying the reason why I say
people like it has to be their opinion, and it's not.
The reason why
some people value chips more
I understand,
than accolades.
Elder, I'm telling you the reason
you can't tell them that they off because they do that.
I understand, Elder. I'm saying
that's all opinionated.
I'm saying the reason
you
why
come here with these arguments and act like it's just 100% fact.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm saying the fine line between winning and losing in the NBA is an organization trading for a player or not trading for a player. It could be that fine. It could be a guy getting injured or a guy not getting injured. And so if there's such a fine line between winning championships and losing championships, and it all could be swayed on things that the star player we're talking about can't control. I love the example with Dominique Wilkins and James Worthy. Dominique could control where he got drafted. James Worthy couldn't control it. But if Dominique gets drafted to the Lakers, I guarantee you he doesn't.
He may be spoke about like Dominique. I mean, he may be spoke about like Worthy. Yeah,
I guarantee you Dominique doesn't miss that first top 50 team if he gets drafted to the Lakers as opposed to James Worthy. And if Worthy's stuck on a team like the Hawks, well, we might think of him a little different. So again, your team can change the perception of how we think about you.
He's not stuck because after his first contract, guess what he could have done? He could have left.
Not with the CBA as constructed back then. No, you couldn't.
Hold on. Yes, you could.
No, you could not.
You trying to tell me you couldn't finish the contract?
When you're as constructed back then, and I did an entire video on this. As constructed, if you leave out of your contract, you have to take like a 75% pay cut until the other team that when Horace Grant left the Bulls. That's first year with Orlando, he signed for like a minimum contract because they didn't have his bird rights. He had to wait a year. Once they got his bird rights, then he got his big deal. So it was extremely difficult to move teams because players would have to give up a ton of money.
You act like I don't know this, but it's still an option. You act like players didn't do it.
But how many players are really going to give up that much money?
Hold on. Horace Grant wasn't the only guy that changed teams back then. Guys made financial decisions. That's on them. Just like when teams make decisions just like teams that make decisions and it work out for them, it's great. We got other trades that looked on paper like it would have been great, and it did not work for the team. But trades like the Kobe thing worked out for the Lakers. You have other trades that teams didn't work out for them. That comes with the territory. But that you can't sit here and say just because
you're basically saying championships are hinged on the organization, not just one player.
Elder,
everybody,
when you debate Jordan, do you say something other than 6 championships?
Absolutely, I do. But I don't even have to debate Jordan because just to me, see, eye test. Remember I said I go by the eye test. This generation, because they don't have the eye test, they didn't see Jordan play. They barely saw Kobe play.
Remember I told you eye test is emotional.
The eye test. That's your opinion.
Eye test, point of view, and emotional.
Actually, Elder, your younger people just have better vision. That's why they don't implement the eye test.
That's what we want to do. We want to do this.
No, Elder, it's a fact.
This is where we want to go.
Look up when you take an eye test, Elder. It's when your vision's impaired or you're trying to get your driver's license. It's not like a fucking basketball, bro. What niggas talking about?
Sturdy, didn't you cook this nigga about that before?
All right,
it's a fact. Look it up. That's why it's a fact.
Y'all want to have this type of retarded conversation instead of having a real conversation about basketball, I'll let you do it. That's what you want on this channel. Cool, you can have that done.
How is it retarded if we make
exactly
Jordan?
What the damn
So you're getting mad at us because we got Jordan as the GOAT, not because of the 6-0.
I'm not, Lamont. All I'm saying to you is this: you are being disingenuous and you're being retarded by trying to tell you. Hold on,
you said is an eye test.
Let me finish, nigga. You said if a person uses 6-0, they have to put Pippen in the top 10. But then you come right back. Oh my God.
Yeah, you did say that shit.
No, you did say that, nigga.
I said if 6-0, if 6-0 is your sole logic to make Jordan the GOAT,
you did not say that. You said
that's
if you're
exactly what I said. Because
okay.
That stemmed from a previous conversation that we had the other night. And I said if 6-0 is your absolute logic to make Jordan as the GOAT, and it's the only thing you're relying on, which the guy at that time was saying, then I said that means you have to give Scottie Pippen that same, and you can't take any other factors into consideration.
That still is retarded because you're trying to dictate. You're trying to dictate it, like you just said.
I'm not dictating it. That's what he said.
Yes, you are.
The guy said he had Jordan as the GOAT because of the 6-0, not because, and all the other factors were irrelevant.
Lamont,
so I said if you use that logic, Pippen should be in your top 10.
Lamont, maybe he values championships over everything. So that fits his logic.
If he values championships over everything, then that puts
hold on. I'm out. That's your thought. That's your thought, not his and not everybody else's. Somebody's gonna value this more than that.
It doesn't hold weight across multiple players.
I guarantee this. LeBron James
narrative just
value accolades more than chips. Hey, I guarantee this. If I ask a LeBron James lover, they will value accolades over chips. Why? Because the nigga got more accolades than he do championship wins. He's the only person that's ever played in the NBA with a losing record in the finals that's even being considered for the GOAT.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain was the GOAT for that period of time.
Wilt Chamberlain.
He was considered
the GOAT for almost 20 years.
Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry.
I had a losing record.
Hold on, time out. I'm sorry. I've never spoken to anyone that said Wilt Chamberlain was the GOAT. The only thing I hear people say about Wilt Chamberlain
you need to get out more, Elder. You need to get out more, bro.
I've never heard anybody argue Wilt Chamberlain.
I heard.
Stop it, bro.
So you saying in the 80s, in the 80s and 90s, nobody was saying Wilt was the GOAT?
I'm gonna go. Hold on, Lamont. I'll do this. You know me.
Who are you saying was the GOAT in the 80s?
Hold on, Lamont.
That is nasty.
Lamont, hold on.
That is crazy.
I'll pull up and send it to you. But I remember the thing with him getting interviewed. The problem was he wasn't being considered, and he felt it was totally disrespectful. And he literally went on a campaign tour every time he got interviewed to bring that shit up. That nobody considered him greater than Kareem and all these other guys, Bill Russell and all them. They never did. He was the most dominant. He was the most physical specimen ever played. But no one considered him that because he just didn't win.
A 1981 article by the New York Times. Why Wilt Chamberlain it says why Wilt Chamberlain is the GOAT. The basketball GOAT is undeniably Wilt Norman Chamberlain is the GOAT. That's in 1981.
Hey, Lamont, hold on.
I'll put it on the screen.
And no problem. But you're just making my point. The GOAT conversation is an opinionated conversation.
No, you just that was nasty. Hey, somebody else go ahead, bro. That was just crazy, bro.
Yeah, I know it's crazy.
No, but
that
I'm
was
saying
disrespect. That was
but
total
what I'm saying is, you just said
disrespect.
nobody with a losing record in the finals has ever been considered the GOAT, but Wilt was considered the GOAT for at a minimum of 15-year period.
Hey, you know what? I think I don't know who it was. Somebody said I need to get out. No, maybe I do. I don't remember ever having a conversation about Wilt being the GOAT. Out of my 50 years on this earth, I've never had it. So maybe y'all have. Just get honest. I'm being 100% honest. I have never been in a I've never been in a conversation with someone that's arguing for Wilt to be the GOAT. I never have. The only argument I remember for Wilt is that he was the most dominant player to ever play.
You having basketball conversations with 5-year-olds, Elder. I don't expect you to
oh my God, bro.
Wilt Chamberlain. Elder, come on, man. I love you like a play cousin that I don't want to sleep on. Come on, Elder. I'm just fucking with you, but come on, Wilt Chamberlain.
That was a slight.
I care about you. The reason that we got on Jordan because his mama told me he played basketball, and I asked him who his favorite player was. He said Jordan. I asked him why. That's the only reason we was on the conversation.
5 years only say that because somebody told him to say that.
Yo, Elder, you eating?
Oh, he's sitting there with his whatever, bro. Whatever.
No, Max, are you eating?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Who got the topic, man? Who got something?
I'm making context out of it.
Yeah, let everybody get the. Yeah, go ahead, Elder.
You just can't dictate how the GOAT conversation is supposed to go, and that's what you're trying to do. Okay. All right.
I'm not. No, all I'm saying, Elder, is this. If you tell me what your logic is for making Jordan the GOAT, and then I ask you to apply that same logic to other players, and it doesn't hold water, or you refuse to elevate certain players using your own logic, then your logic doesn't really mean shit because you're only using it. You're only saying it in the moment just to make it sound good for Jordan.
If a person comes and
tell me any other logic
that they value championships, and because Jordan
they value championships, then they would value Pippen.
But you have to say something else besides championships.
I'm saying if you value championships, you can't just value championships with Jordan. You have to value all the players.
With everybody.
Hold on. But what if those players are not on Jordan's level? We're not arguing Robert Horry. He got 7. We ain't arguing him. He got 7.
The thing is when you open the door on championships, you open it for everybody. Is what he's saying.
Oh, you don't. That's not true, Fred.
I agree with both sides. I understand what Lamont is trying to say. If championships is your end all be all, then you have to have something with the other players.
Bro. You already have to be at a certain level to even get in the conversation. These guys y'all trying to bring in because they got a lot of chips, they will never and never will be in the conversation. But there has to be something to differentiate the greats. When they all got the same levels of accomplishment, MVPs, defensive players, all this stuff. Something has to differentiate them. And if the goal is to win a championship and that's the ultimate thing, why can't that be? Why can't that be?
It can be.
Hold on.
If that's your logic, then I expect your top 10 to be filled with all winners.
Bring up chips, so now everybody that wants chips has to be involved.
No, what I'm saying is, if you say my absolute logic for Jordan being to go to 6-0, and I don't care about accolades or achievements or none of that, and then you say your number 2 is Wilt Chamberlain, I'm be like, hold on, what are you talking about?
I heard you. You said that guy said that. Is that what that guy said? He said he's the GOAT because of 6-0 and nothing else matters. Is that what he said to you?
Yes. He can
I have to go back and hear that.
That's what a lot of folks say, to be honest.
I ain't going that far.
He said that's the most obvious.
He said that's the lowest hanging fruit.
Elder,
he said that's the lowest hanging fruit.
Not low.
That's the most obvious.
Because
gave him. He
said the most obvious
thing.
No, that was that. No, that what he said. That what he said. No, that Elder. That was the man said.
Why is it the most obvious though? Because it's the most important. That's what you play for. It's a team sport. You play.
So why is 6-0 not important with Pippen then?
Oh my God!
Because Pippen was never the best player in the league of the world.
He was the top 5 player in the 90s.
He's not on their level. He don't have the
That's your
accolades.
opinion,
You do have an accolade. You got all NBA, all defensive teams.
Bro, he got no MVP.
He don't have no MVP, and he was never considered the best player in the world.
Oh, okay. So where does Oscar Robertson rank in your top 10? In your
I don't
top
have
15.
Oscar Robertson in my top 10.
What about Bill Russell? Elder?
Where's
Bill Russell,
Oscar?
your GOAT,
Hold on.
Elder?
Where's Oscar
Bill
Robertson?
Russell?
He don't have Bill Russell in his.
Bill Russell, your GOAT, right, Elder?
None of my top 10.
He don't
I
have
have
Bill
a
Russell
top
in his
15.
top.
Wait,
Bill Russell's
Elder,
not
this
in your
whole
top
time,
10.
and you talking about championships, and you ain't have Bill Russell in your top 10?
Again, brother. Bill Russell's era, for the hearing impaired.
What?
Bill Russell's era, I don't have the same respect for.
Oh,
It's
so
not,
that
hold on.
mean nothing.
Let me finish,
It
bro.
never means nothing.
Africa, let me
come on,
finish.
bro.
You asked
Keep
him, let me
consistent, though.
finish,
Keep the
bro.
same energy,
Will
though.
you let me
That's all.
finish?
Okay.
Let her
Let
finish.
me
Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Damn.
So we can move on.
That's the thing. I don't respect that era like I do others. This is why you have what's called the modern NBA. That era wasn't considered in the modern NBA. I don't respect that era because he did not have to compete against the best players in the world.
Name
And
him.
I don't know how
Name
many
him.
times I say
Name
that.
him. Then.
Now you may hold on.
Name,
You may.
you said so.
You may.
Name the players that he didn't play against in that era. Then name them.
Really, to the king.
Name
All
them.
the black,
You said a
hey,
statement.
all
Name
the,
them.
hey,
That's a great
all the,
question.
hold on, all the, no, it ain't. All the black people that were not allowed to go to colleges, certain
Name 'em.
colleges, or playing the
Name
NBA.
Man, come on,
Why do I
bro.
got a name? What? Okay.
You got to provide proof, Elder. You got to provide
Elder,
proof.
that is a nasty reach. That is a nasty reach.
What's a
Stop
nasty
it,
reach?
bro.
What's a nasty
No,
reach?
what you said, Elder, what you basically said is because you don't respect
Let
this
me, hold
era,
on,
you don't rank them.
Let me hear what Mac, hold on, 30. Mac Dep, how's it a nasty reach? I want to hear this.
It's a nasty reach to say that he didn't play against the best players in his era, like somebody didn't go to the NBA. I only know one person that was all-time great that didn't get a chance, and that's Earl Manigault. Everybody else, as far as Wilt Chamberlain, who was the most dominant player in the 60s, he played against Bob Pettit. These are Hall of Famers. Walt Bellamy, Hall of Famer. Nate Thurman, Hall of Famer. Willis Reed, Hall of Famer. These are top 50 all-time great NBA players, bro, in his era. Bill Russell played against the best in his era, and he beat everybody.
Hold on, I'm going to ask the question. So y'all believe that all the best players in the world were allowed to play in the 50s and early 60s?
Well, here's the thing. You said a statement and name them.
I'm asking a question, nigga.
The
best players in the world were playing in the 90s.
The reason I say yes. I'm answering your question. The reason
I would say
yes is because Bill Russell said it himself.
Go back and look. Hey, go back and look in the off season who the NBA All-Stars would play every year. Go back and look. Why did they have hold on, let me finish. Why did they have a Negro League? Why did they have a team, an All-Star Negro team?
What years you talking
Why
about?
did they have it? Go back and research it. You niggas talking don't even know.
You keep saying things.
You being vague
statements. You making vague statements.
Elder, hold on, Elder. By your logic, by your logic, that means technically Jordan's not the GOAT. Because if you want to be real, you know how Elder, you know who Oscar Schmidt is. Hold on. You know who Oscar Schmidt is. You know exactly who the fuck that person is. He didn't play in the NBA. He got drafted, but he decided not to because he wanted to stay loyal to his country. He still don't want to represent his country in the Olympic Games. He's hands down. No, hold on, Elder. He's hands down one of the greatest players of his era. No one ever says that diminishes Jordan because Jordan never had a chance to play against him. No one ever says Jordan's greatness is diminished. Hold on. No one ever says Jordan's greatness is diminished because Len Bias died.
What?
No one ever say that shit.
Oh my God. Can I respond now?
Go ahead, Elder.
Go ahead, Elder.
That gentleman you named, did he or did he not have the option to play in the NBA? Yes or no?
Yes, he did. But
I just told you he didn't.
No, yes, he did. He chose not to. That's an option to play. He chose not to. These guys I'm talking about didn't have the option, and y'all know it.
Name the players. Name the players.
You name the whole ball.
Name the player. No, you made us vague.
No, you made us
now you mad. Now you mad. Now you mad.
Let me get some of the new names in the chat, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We got a couple of players.
Let me finish, Lamar. I never got to finish. Also,
talking all damn.
It was in an era where only 8 teams was in the damn league.
Why is that, man?
Right.
Y'all, hold on. Y'all asked me. You asked me why I don't respect the era.
Doesn't that
now
mean
I can't get an answer without everybody getting mad. Again, you can respect it if you want. I just don't, and that's why I don't have them ranked as high. It's that simple.
But it's in a basketball analogy that don't make sense. That's
only 2 playoff rounds.
It's wrong.
Lamar.
Hold on, so we gotta respect
let me
the
get to some of the
90s.
new people in the chat, y'all.
Elder,
John,
you
pulled
real
up,
quick.
but I gotta get to Kane first.
I could take the 5 best players in the 60s and smack every error.
The 5 best players on the 60s was on the Celtics with Bill Russell.
First of all, I wasn't even talking.
Hold on, real quick.
I'm not
going. Go ahead. They got it.
Hold on, y'all.
Niggas told me to name the player. You was.
Yeah, hold on. It's on Kane. Y'all. I gotta hear from Kane and John. And my team just pulled up.
A bunch of LeBron lovers in this book of the night.
Go ahead, Kane. Kane just left. Never mind. He did unmute himself, then he left. What you got on this, John?
What's up with you, Lamar? Just been watching the stream, listening to some BS, but it's a good stream, nice stream. But check this out. Hey, Elder, I heard you say some BS not too long ago where you just said people that support LeBron or believes he the GOAT, because he's my GOAT. I could care how anybody feel. But you just said they only talk about his numbers and accomplishments, and you said they don't talk about his rings. Like, his rings don't hold weight. Because not too long ago, you said, Elder, you said, if you notice LeBron supporters, they never talk about his rings. They only talk about his numbers and his accolades. No, Elder, you could talk about his 4 rings and Finals MVPs because his 4 rings hold weight. Do you realize, Elder, who he beat with those 4 rings? You do realize who he beat, right, to get those 4 rings, right? You realize the competition. Wait, I'm not done. You realize I'm not done. I'm not done. You do realize the competition he went through to get those 4 rings, right? He beat those 4 rings are all the greatest players in his era that LeBron beat. So let's not try to diminish. Because see, a lot of y'all Jordan lovers, how y'all say Bronze sexual and Bron lovers, a lot of y'all Jordan lovers, y'all like to focus on more of the 6 finals losses than to talk about how much weight them 4 rings holds when they hold hella weight. They hold a lot of weight, man. They hold a lot of weight because of the people he beat and the players he beat. Top 10 players, arguably some top 5 players, or top 15, top 20 players. That's who LeBron beat to get those 4 rings, whether it was through the playoffs to get to the finals or in the finals. So let's not try to diminish his 4 rings like, oh, we can't just talk about his 4 rings. No, nigga, we can talk about them 4 rings just as much y'all can talk about them 2 3-piece Michael did. And this is without LeBron taking 2 breaks in his career.
Ooh.
So let's not try to sit up here and cap on LeBron because a lot of people really try to shit on him 4 rings. Like, he just got 4 rings by just getting. No, he beat great and excellent competition to get those 4 rings. The greatest players in his era, LeBron beat all of them, from KD to Tim Duncan to Tony Parker to James Harden to Steph Curry, Kevin Durant. He beat all of them. Prime MVP D Rose. He beat a prime Paul George. He beat all of them. We can go to the bubble. Y'all can try to diminish the bubble all you want. He beat Jokic. Who else he beat? He beat James Harden again. Man, he went through competition and he beat competition. Right. Those 4 rings hold weight, my guy. So because I know y'all want to ignore the 4 rings, like just because it's LeBron, especially y'all Jordan lovers, like they don't hold weight, but they hold hella weight. So for the record, yes, Elder, you can talk about those 4 rings because they hold hella weight. That's all I wanted to say.
Cool.
Facts.
Salute to Bron.
Talk about the 4 wings. You're gonna talk about the 6 losses as well, because everybody you talked about.
Hold on, wait, time out. You just said
talk about the losses as well.
No, wait, you see what I'm saying? So you just proved my point. Y'all okay. Jordan lovers want to talk about them 6 losses more than the final, more than the 4 rings.
It's like his whole.
Like the nigga LeBron.
Hold on, bro.
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
I didn't ask the question.
Yes, you did. You just said, what about the 6 finals losses? And I said, what about the 4 rings?
I made a statement. No, bro. I made a statement.
And I responded to it. What about the 4 rings? Those 4 rings hold hella weight.
One word, bro. Hold on, bro.
They hold hella weight, bro.
I didn't say one word while you talk.
Now go ahead.
Let me respond with you being quiet, brother. Give the same respect. All I said was, if you're gonna bring up the 4 chips, bring up the 6 losses. That's all. That's a statement. Didn't ask the question. And he's lost.
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said, Elder. That's a lie. You said.
What did I say then, bro?
You a lie. This is what you said, and you can rewind the tape, and you can rewind the tape, because I'm listening. This is what you said, Elder, because you're lying. You sat up here and you said LeBron sexuals or whoever, LeBron lovers or what LeBron support, whatever you called them.
Why am I listening to him? I just listened to you for 2 minutes, bro. 3 minutes.
Because I'm come on, Elder, give him the respect. You
don't get mad because you get
Jeff. What are you talking?
You can't talk about nobody hogging the mic.
Every time I start talking, everybody interrupts me.
You've been talking all day. I'm just responding.
Nobody hogging the mic. Hold on.
When you go back and listen, you'll realize I'm not. Let him go. Okay, let him go. Go ahead, bro.
Okay,
they want to hear you.
What you said?
I won't respond then. I won't respond. I had to
stop you in your track because you lied, nigga. I had to stop you in track because you lied, nigga. You just sat there and said.
Not lying.
You just said not too long ago. You said LeBron supporters don't. You said LeBron supporters do not even talk about his 4 rings because that's all he got. You try to diminish his 4 rings like the 4 rings the whole way.
I don't hear them talk about it.
I do, and I just proved to you why. I do.
Elder. But don't you think, Elder, just to cut in for a second, I'm gonna let Elder go.
Hold on, Lamont. You sure I'm gonna be able to answer your question without getting cut off?
Yes, I'm gonna make sure I got you.
Man off one time. I got you. I didn't cut 30 off one time.
Elder, you did make a good point, Elder. No, Elder, you did make a good point. You said that if you talk about his 4 championships, you could talk about his 6 losses. On the vice versa, on the flip side of that, if you want to talk about Jordan's 6 finals wins, then we got to talk about them playoff losses as well, which do exist.
Hey, no problem. Lamont, that's the same with LeBron then.
So when you open that Pandora's box,
Lamont, I went in there early. Hold on, Lamont. I went in there earlier and said it. It looked better than LeBron. It looked better than his. His losses are not even
the first
close
round.
To the.
Don't look better
hold on,
than
bro.
LeBron.
His losses are the. Hey, I would rather get swept in the first round than get swept in the finals.
That makes no sense.
That makes no sense. Hey, Lamont. Hold on, wait. Talk about. Hey, Lamont. My point of saying this, Lamont, was because I heard him specifically say. I'm talking to Lamont.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I told Elder. Elder. So if I'm your coach, if y'all hire me as your coach, and I make the playoffs 5 years in a row, and I get swept for the first 5 years, I'm probably gonna get fired. But if I actually make the finals 5 years in a row, but I get beaten in the finals 5 times, you probably gonna consider keeping in there. I'm probably, huh?
I want to know who done what you just said. You gave an unrealistic expectation. You gave an unrealistic not expectation. You gave an unrealistic example. Who's lost first 5 rounds in the playoffs every year?
Swept.
Who's got Who's got? We were talking about. Hold on. We were talking about getting swept. We were talking about specifically about getting swept. Who got swept in the first round 5 straight years? Who's gotten that?
That don't even matter. How you going to define winning?
It don't matter. It's amazing. When I make a point, it doesn't matter. Who's talking? Why you talking, bro? Why you talking?
You've been talking. Hold on. If you define winning as such a great thing, how you going to diminish a man for going to the finals and losing? How does that work when you define winning as such a great thing, bro?
Because you get there, you should win. And the standard has been
That's not necessarily true.
Is winning, right? And if you get to the finals, you won more than the guy that lost in the first round. So how does that work, bro?
But
I'm telling you how it works. Once you get there, you're expected to win. There's a standard. And if you
there's only one winner. There's only one winner. Only one winner.
Hold on. The Miami Heat played LeBron James and the Lakers in the finals. Did you expect?
You talk all the time.
No, I don't. I can't respond.
Allen Iverson to beat the Lakers.
You niggas want to say shit, and then I can't respond.
You've been responding the whole damn time.
I can't respond. Let him go ahead and cut your dumbass up, nigga. Somebody think about your retarded ass. Shut up. You got something to say, nigga? Say it. Oh, if you got something to say,
answer Lamont's question. Ain't nobody finna do nothing on this stream to nobody.
Hold on, let me say this. Let me say this, Lamont.
Answer Lamont's question.
No, he ain't answered mine, so no. It's amazing. When I come on here, everybody got questions for me. But everybody want to get mad talking about I talk all the time. Niggas quit asking me questions then. Damn it.
Well,
I didn't ask you a question. I came up here and made a statement.
I see 5 niggas talking. I see
made a valid statement.
Shut your dumb asses up. Well, let me respond to it then, bro. If you feel like, hold on, if you feel like your statement was valid, how about allowing me to respond and not saying a word like I didn't say nothing when you talked?
All right, go ahead. So respond to my statement.
Say it again.
No, so what I said originally, like I was just saying when you said that LeBron fans don't acknowledge his talk about his rings, when that's a lie, when I just gave you a valid reason why they should be talked about, respond to that.
I was trying before you interrupted me.
Oh, well, go ahead.
I was literally trying. My thing is, you niggas will make statements and ask questions and then interrupt me when I try to get my answer to it.
Respond, Elder.
What you say, brother down there? What you say?
No, it's your turn to talk, bro. It's your turn to respond.
All I was saying to this brother's response is that if you're going to say his 4 matter, his 6 matter. When Lamont tried to add in, well, let's go to the playoffs for Jordan. Cool. Jordan got 6 in 15 years. No finals losses. LeBron has 4 in 20 years with 6 finals losses. You have to compare it all. You have to.
Ain't no doubt in that. If you define winning, how you gonna
hold
say
on, Young Africa? Let him
finish, bro. Young Africa, let him finish. Young Africa, let him finish.
He better be talking. You gotta be talking.
Go look at the totality of it. Look at LeBron's playoff wins and losses. Compare them to Jordan's playoff wins and losses. It don't compare.
I mean, LeBron's got more wins. Has more playoff wins.
LeBron has more wins in the playoffs.
He has more wins in the playoffs. I mean, that's a fact. He has.
LeBron is the winningest player in the playoffs.
More buzzer beaters, everything.
He's the leading scorer in the playoffs of all time.
Everything.
Plus regular season.
And you know what? That's fine. That means what you're saying, you care about longevity. That's what you're saying.
No. I just wait. Time out. Wait. Time out. Hold on. Wait. Elder, no. I just let you talk. I just let you talk. Wait. Time out. I just let you talk. Wait. You just said longevity. First of all, nigga, I just gave you.
Is that not a longevity stat?
Wait, no. It just proves. No, it doesn't. It just proves how great. Wait, I just let you talk. No, it's not a longevity record. It proves how great the nigga is for one, because you don't get that many points.
I didn't say it wasn't great.
So no, I didn't talk about longevity. I said the weight and the stat. Let me talk, nigga. You keep talking.
Hey, that's what you do to me. How does it feel?
No. What I was about to say. My point was trying to prove to you of how much weight them 4 rings hold, nigga, because they hold hella weight. They hold hella weight, nigga.
In your opinion, I know that
that's a fact. Look at the competition he beat to get him. It's a fact.
I like what you're saying, because what you're doing is you're saying because of who he beat means his championships mean more. And that's what
they hold weight. No, I didn't say that. No, I said they hold hella weight.
Okay, let me ask you this: who rings holds more weight? LeBron's championship wins or Jordan's?
LeBron. The competition he beat. LeBron.
Thank you.
It's a fact.
Proved my point.
What time? Let me ask you a question, Elder. Hey, Elder. So let me ask you this, Elder. Elder.
Okay, hold on. No. I'm asking a question.
What top 5 or top 10 player did Jordan ever beat in the playoffs or the finals?
Let me ask you this: does Dirk Nowitzki's championship hold more weight than LeBron?
No.
He has 1, so LeBron has 4. I mean, that's
the one he won. Does it hold more weight than any championship LeBron won?
No, it doesn't hold more than that 3-1. It doesn't hold more than the 2016 ring. No. The 2011 ring does not hold more weight than that 2016 finals ring.
But Elder, you did get caught saying look at the playoff record, look at the numbers. You got caught on that.
The road that Dirk Nowitzki, I didn't get caught on shit. The road that Dirk Nowitzki went through.
Yeah, you getting cooked, nigga. You getting cooked, nigga.
You know what, bro? Hey, bro, you know what? I'm cool with that. I know what channel I'm on. I'm cool with that. I know what channel I'm on.
Elder, bro.
Even though we say with our lips, George the GOAT, we like to diminish his ear. That's
I don't think he's the GOAT. I don't think he's the GOAT. But I told you, LeBron's 2016.
Hold on, bro. This your channel? Hold on, this your channel?
Hold on.
I follow your channel. How much you been talking?
This is Lamont's channel, so I'm not talking about you. This is Lamont's channel.
Featuring Elder.
He likes to tell you that. Hold on. He likes to tell you. Hey, you know what? That's cool. He likes to tell you that Jordan is the GOAT, but the whole time he's diminishing Jordan's ear.
You know what? You're right, but at least Lamont has a good reason for it.
How is the man your GOAT? How is the man
educated.
your GOAT and you don't even respect the damn era he played in?
And I
That's
answer this
like
for
me-
you.
hold
And
on.
I answer
That's
this
like
for
me
you.
saying,
already.
you know what?
Watching,
That's
wait,
like,
time
hold on,
out. And I
hold on.
answer this
That's
for
like
you.
me saying
answered
Bill
that,
Russell's a GOAT. That's
No,
like me saying Bill
You
Russell's
don't
a GOAT.
respect his
it's not the
era.
same.
You don't
I answer that, Lamont.
Lamont,
No,
you answer a lot.
Lamont just isn't biased.
It doesn't make
Lamont
it rational.
Lamont
It
just
don't
isn't
make it
biased. He
rational.
breaks it down.
It
He's
don't
not
make it
biased
rational.
like y'all.
That nigga biased is biased.
No, he not. Wait, time out. Elder, wait, time out. Elder.
You biased.
How is
Is that
he?
what you do?
How is he
biased,
biased when he
nigga?
has
It's
Jordan
biased.
as the GOAT?
It's biased. Nigga, get it right.
How is he
We can have a
biased when he has
conversation.
Jordan as the GOAT?
doing that,
Jordan is his GOAT.
Biased, nigga. We ain't on no street corners in Atlanta. It's biased. Get it right.
Jordan
nigga.
is his GOAT, so how?
Hold on, wait, Elder. You asked for a fact check. Can I give you the fact check? So,
And I just gave you plenty facts, nigga.
No, you did.
No. Here
Exactly.
Come on,
Don't ask for a stat. Don't ask for a stat if you don't want it, nigga.
When did I ask for a fact? When did I ask for a fact?
You did. You asked for the playoff wins. You did.
Okay.
You did ask for the playoff wins.
I told you not to go there. You go
let's
get
get it
cooked
correct.
on
Hold on. No, Sturdy, let's get it correct. I said you have to include all of that. I didn't ask you for them.
Okay, so let me let the people know.
You have to include all that. And y'all, and then you went to, hold on, I'm going to get it right before you go. Y'all went to, well, he's got more wins. I said, that's a longevity thing. He's played more. He's been in more.
No,
that's not what I'm saying. Hold on, time out. When he started, it was seven.
Then who has the better win
hold
percentage?
on. Let me finish. It was 7-game round, right? For his whole career, 7 games in the first, second, third, and fourth round. Jordan didn't have that. It's a longevity thing.
That's kind of harder to win.
Wait.
So basically, you're saying
harder to win freaking 4 games.
Give the percentages in.
Elder, I got you. So hold on. So for LeBron,
I got you.
Out of the 266 games he played in for the playoffs, he won 174.
I didn't hear that. Hold on. Start down to hear that. What did you say? The what now? I didn't hear.
Out of the 266 games that he participated in, he won 174 and lost 92. That's a 54 win percentage. You go to Jordan,
right?
Even though Jordan is less, you're right. But he also won out of the 179 games that he participated in, he won 119 and he lost 60. That's a 50% win percentage. So even with more, he still have a higher winning percentage that you asked for.
Time out, bro. Time out. How is winning 119 and losing 60 50%?
Oh, since you asked, I got you, sir. So when you divide, when you divide 60 by 119, you get 50.4. When you divide 92 by 74,
no.
You get. All right.
My bad. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
Yeah, when you divide the losses by the wins,
I'm taking the 179. My bad. I took the 179. My bad.
No, it's 119. It's 119.
My bad. Gotcha. Cool. So 50% to 54%.
No, 53%. That's my apologies. 53.
Either way.
It don't matter, that's all. You define winning as so great, but you out here saying that it's better to get swept in the first round than the finals.
That just proved to you LeBron better than Jordan, bro. I don't care.
My thing is this, brother. Since you asking that, if a team gets swept in the first round, to me, this is just my opinion, they probably weren't a playoff team. They don't belong there. Now, take that same logic to the finals. If a team gets all the way to the finals and they beat everybody on one side, right? All 14 of those teams they beat. Then they get to the finals and they get swept. They probably didn't belong in the finals. They probably won the second best team in the league. That's all I'm saying.
What's better?
Hold on,
bro. Well, unfortunately, Elder. Unfortunately, Elder. In the standard of which basketball is played in the playoffs, you don't always play the quote unquote first or best team. It's how their team is oriented by seeding in your conference. So when you say, hey, you're not supposed to belong in the finals, or if this proves that you were the second best team, that's just simply not true. Because there's a chance you can face the best team before you may get to the finals. What's more important is who that person is. Your home by your lot. But what's more important, what you mentioned before, is your competition. People don't hold Jordan getting swept in the first round because he got swept by one of the greatest teams ever. Same thing for LeBron. Same thing.
And by that logic, you like losing more, Elder, because you just said you rather get swept in the playoffs than reach into the finals.
Six losses is
You would rather losing more than you like losing more.
You need to work on your hearing skills, brother. Get that wax out your ear, my
You
brother.
just said you would rather get swept in the playoffs.
Jordan lost. Hey, Jordan, I would rather. Hey,
Don't get mad because that's what you said. That's respect and losing.
Bro. Why you sound mad? I ain't mad. Ain't no
Elder,
respect to losing.
Can you stick to the topic and stop trying to?
I'm sticking to the topic. He asked me which one that I looked at greater. I said I would rather lose in the first round. Instead of losing in the finals. I would rather get swept in the first round than get swept in the finals. I'd
rather be worse.
Crazy.
You know why? You know why? Because Jordan got all the losses in the playoffs. That's why. Jordan is your GOAT, and he got more losses in the playoffs. That's why.
Jordan is his lover.
Let me ask y'all a
That's his
question.
daddy.
Hold on, ask you this. How many times teams with losing records make the playoffs? We can't count them, can we? See, they don't belong though. Those are the teams. Hold on. Those are the teams that typically get
No. We're talking about contenders. We're talking about winning. We're talking about winning. A contender losing in the first round is different to a contender losing in the finals, Elder. Stop it, bro.
Hold on,
we're talking about winners. We ain't talking about 8 seeds.
Hey, Young Africa. Who was a contender that got swept in the first round? Name that team.
Hakeem got swept
You
many
just said
times.
it. Name the contender. No, bro. Name the contender that got swept in the first round. Name them.
Dallas Mavericks.
Jordan teams. Most of those 80 teams that Jordan played on.
I got 5 people talking. I asked Young Africa because he said it. Who
Dallas
last
Mavericks Burke against Baron Davis.
Who?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Dallas Mavericks versus the Ghost.
Man, you heard me, man.
Baron Davis.
You heard
They
me.
got swept in the first round and they were contenders for the championship. Where was they placed at?
They got lost in the first round.
No. I didn't say lost. I didn't say lose. I said get swept because we're talking about being swept in the first round. A lot of contenders have lost, or a few, not a lot. A few contenders have lost in the first round. I said swept. We're talking about being swept. Name a contender that got swept.
Elder, I think y'all forgetting about what makes it. How you even get seeded in the playoffs.
Contenders better.
I mean, if you're a low seed in the playoffs, it's usually because you weren't very good in the regular season.
Thank you.
And so
that's why I would prefer to lose.
That means
let the educated basketball
that still doesn't give much to Jordan because again,
y'all asked
without superior help,
you're not listening.
He wasn't even cut him off. Stop cutting him off. Stop cutting him off. Let him talk.
You're not listening to your own question.
You keep cutting him off, man.
The questions that was asked, Lamont, was which would I prefer, and I would prefer to get swept in the first round.
Sound crazy. That sound stupid.
I would.
Sound dumb. That's I ain't never heard a basketball. I never heard a hooper say that.
Doesn't make sense.
I never heard a real hooper say something like that.
Why not? You just hold on. Listen to your logic. You
a real
just
hooper
sit here and said
like that
a lot of these teams. I gave a stat that most of them coming with losing records, and you just confirmed that. That team probably doesn't even really belong in the playoffs.
No, I understand
but the way the system is, hold on, let me finish. The way the system is, they're there. So if they get swept, which is the contention of most of these teams that are really bad already, they get swept in the first. They really didn't belong in the playoffs anyway. So hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Oh, I can't finish. If we get all the way to the finals, all the way, that's typically a team that was those years LeBron got swept. Where was he ranked in the standings?
But
in the
Elder,
That's
if we use that same logic though,
okay.
When did LeBron James did he ever get swept by a team that wasn't favored to beat him significantly?
I guess the answer is gonna be no, because I looked it up.
So most of the time, whenever
hold on.
Swept in the finals,
let me ask you this.
By a team that everybody expected to beat him.
Everybody.
No problem. Let me ask you this: did everybody expect them to get swept?
Possibility, yes.
Do you notice everybody else check their mouth?
Well,
you're the only fool that want to open your mouth. You're the only fool.
You know why? Because the 07. Because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Did you really expect that 2018? Did you really, Elder? Did you really expect that 2018 finals? Did you really expect that 2018 finals team?
Elder.
Yeah. He trying to talk over there.
Hold on a second.
You the only fool.
I only got
everybody else can say that.
No, but here's the problem.
Oh, I got you. All right.
Sweeps, like nobody expects a sweep. When sweeps happen, Yes, it's understandable, but sweeps can't happen if a team is significantly outmatched. It's just hard to win 4 games in a row.
If you
in the NBA,
so it's a possibility.
It's hard for
you
one
get to
seed
the
to
NBA
sweep an 8
championship. If you get to the NBA championship, you should be considered.
But Elder,
if not the best,
Elder,
one of the best teams in the league.
Sweeps, you acting as if that matters. You're not going to go any
Y'all
lighter
brought
on
it up.
LeBron if he loses 4-1.
Y'all brought it up. I didn't, and I just answered. I would rather get swept in the first round than get swept in the final. It tells me I didn't belong in the final.
That don't make no sense.
Hold on. Y'all are crazy. Y'all agree. Hold on. Y'all agree that if you make it with a losing record to the playoffs and you get swept in the first round, that team more than likely didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. That's what you're saying. Everybody's agreeing.
They made it to the playoffs, didn't they?
Let me finish. Everybody's pretty much agreeing with that. When you said it, Lamont, let me
I don't
finish.
agree with that.
No, let me finish. Nobody disagreed when you said it, Lamont. Nobody did. Now they are, but nobody did because it don't fit their narrative. Nobody disagreed that a team that makes it to the first round, they get swept, probably didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. So why would we take that logic to the finals? If you get swept there, you probably didn't deserve to be in the finals.
So are you saying
that's not logical to you?
So
hold on. Answer the question. Yes or no.
I'm going to
yes
answer
or no.
the question.
Lamont, it's a yes or no question.
So are you saying
is that not logical to you?
So are you saying when the Bulls beat a lot of
He
those
ain't
teams in
answering
the
my
first round, those
He
teams
asking me a
when they
question.
swept
He's not
those
answering my
teams,
question.
are you saying those teams didn't deserve to be there?
Most of them, if you get swept in the playoffs,
because the Bulls had a ton of first
time
round
out.
sweeps
Time
when they
out.
were beating teams.
Again, go show me those teams' records.
And that's going to go to a level of competition.
Again, we're talking about the East, which I've already showed was not the greatest back then, in my personal opinion. You saw the strength of schedule. But what I'm saying is this. A lot of teams, especially in the East, made the playoffs with losing records.
So Elder,
They probably didn't deserve to be there.
If they made it, they deserve to be in the playoffs. What are you talking about?
Hakeem Olajuwon won 52 games in 1991.
Hey, you mind if I speak, man?
Hold up. Hakeem Olajuwon won 52 games in 1991, and he got swept in the first round. So what does that mean to you?
Who was the team that swept him, and how many? How many games did the? Because see, this is why I got to ask this. If you go back and look at the what's-the-name playoffs, all 8 teams had 50 wins. So 52 wins. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Will you let me finish? You can say 52 wins, but that don't mean nothing. That one year, I think it was 2000.
Don't mean nothing. What?
No, hold on. Let me finish, bro. Damn. There was a year. I'm trying to remember what year it was, but I remember the Lakers got first place. Kobe led them. He had remember when he had the 7-game winners in the season? Remember the Lakers was first place. They only had 57 wins, though. The team in 8th had 50 wins. So it matters. Give me the context of it. Just tell me wins.
They got swept.
Tell me what seed. Hold on. Tell me what seed they were, and then
they
tell
were
me
the number 6 seed. They came up against the number 3 seed, Los Angeles Lakers, and they got swept. And Los Angeles Lakers won 58 games. They won 52 games, being the Houston Rockets.
For context sake, I would have to go look at that and see what happened, what caused them to get swept. I would.
Now you
got swept.
Now you got to go look. Now you got to go look at it, man.
Exactly.
Please.
No, bro. Again,
fuck out of
they're
here.
the 6th seed. They're the 6th seed, and they didn't have a losing record.
52 games. They didn't have a losing record. 52 games.
Hold on. What if it was like what's the name of them last year? What if it was like KD last year? Those guys.
That's another proof that contenders can lose in the first round. And you saying that?
Bro.
And you said what contenders get swept in the first round? I'll give you one, and now you salty, man.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You didn't give me a contender. None of them teams were contenders, bro.
Hey, when
none
you
of them teams were
games, and you got Hakeem Olajuwon in 91,
bro.
you were contender,
That team was not expected to win a chip. Stop it. Just stop, bro.
You said contenders though.
Years later, bro. What are we talking about?
Oh my God.
Anybody that's in the playoffs are contenders. Anybody in the playoffs are contenders. So I want to hear that.
I'm gonna ask everybody in here. Everybody believes that statement that brother just made, that everybody makes the playoffs is a contender. Do y'all believe that?
Yes, because you have a chance to get to the chip and win it. Yes.
Bro, we heard your opinion. Let everybody else talk. We got 6.
No. I'm going to tell you why. Because I just said no. You've been talking all this time, bro. Be quiet, bro. Like I was just saying. If you make it to the playoffs, you are contending, and you have a chance to contend and get to the finals and win it. So yes, you are a contender.
That's your opinion. Now, can I
That's
get
a fact.
everybody else?
You're contending to make it to the finals.
I
It's
want
a
to
fact.
get everybody else's opinion
When
on
you
the
have
panel.
an all-time great in Hakeem Olajuwon in his
feel
prime.
that way, Lamont?
when he has an all-time great in Hakeem Olajuwon winning 52 games.
Hey, hold on, young Africa. Hold on, young Africa. Lamont, do you feel that way that every team makes the playoff as a contender? Do you feel that way? Yes or no, sir? I'm asking Lamont.
No.
Thank you. I don't even have to go to the rest of y'all because I already know that you're quiet. You're silent.
But the problem is that because we've seen an 8 seed get to the finals.
It's a fact, nigga.
Hold on, Elder. We've seen
Lamont, how many times?
I'm saying every
how
team.
Many times?
Elder,
how many times have you seen an 8 seed get there? I'm just asking.
Elder,
put it in context. You throwing it out like it's normal.
Let me finish.
You're presenting it like it's normal, sir.
Okay, I haven't presented anything because I can't finish.
All right, you're right. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
I'm saying you have to say that every team that gets into the playoffs is a contender because we've seen, no matter how rare it is, we've seen lower seeded teams get to the finals. We've seen a 6-seeded Houston Rockets get to the finals and win.
Exactly.
We've seen an 8-seeded
Knicks
team get to the finals. We've seen lower seeded teams.
We all know why.
So what I just said ain't no opinion, nigga. It's a fact.
The thing is,
two anomalies make sense.
The thing is, if you get in,
anomalies,
you have a chance.
They are 2 out of 80 years.
You have a chance. It's just like the NCAA tournament. We've seen a ton of teams in the NCAA tournament win it.
This is the double talk of Lamont, y'all. This is the double talk of Lamont. This is the double talk.
And that was my whole point. You tried to brush it off like it ain't a fact, nigga.
No, let me explain the double talk. Let me explain the double talk. Let me explain the double talk. Lamont answered the question and said, no, every playoff team is not considered a contender. But then he finished up his statement by trying to say that they are. Once they in, it's like the
You ain't let him finish. You ain't let him finish. You ain't let him finish.
I did let him finish. You be quiet. It's not that.
No, you didn't. You ain't let him finish.
Lamont, you can't get that double talk.
Hold on.
You already know that, bro.
Let me finish.
Oh, I didn't let you finish. I didn't let you finish.
I'm saying there's a difference between.
Okay, go ahead.
So
I'll wait. And then I'm gonna respond though.
So by definition, every team in the playoffs is a contender because every team can win it. Exactly. By Vegas odds, not every team's a contender because based on odds, some teams have almost a statistically improbable chance of winning it all. So there's 2 ways you could say that. Most of us are looking at this based on just odds and records. We don't expect an 8-seeded team to win it all. But an 8-seeded team can get to the finals. They do have an opportunity to win it all. A 7-seed team can. We've seen 6-seeded teams do it. So it's not impossible. Is it improbable? Yes, but it's not impossible. They do have a shot. So,
my point.
So yes, every team is by definition a contender.
No problem. Can I go now?
Yeah.
Can I go now? That's double talk because I asked fans. I didn't. Hold on. Let me finish. I asked fans. We're all fans of the game in here. We're not Vegas. We're not chance. We're fans. So I asked as a fan, do you believe that every team goes to the playoff has a chance to win, that they're contenders? And your answer was no. And that was a genuine answer. Now what you try to do is come back and double talk and make it like, well, technically and logically, everyone has a chance because they're there. But as a fan, you don't believe that. As a fan, when you watch and you see with your own eyes what these teams can do, you don't believe it. Then you want to go name 2 anomalies. Let me finish. I did ask you as a fan.
No, you didn't.
We're all fans. What I asked you as a NBA
you just
analyst?
asked me if every team is a contender, and I said there's 2 ways you can look at it.
Right.
No, hold on, Lamont. You didn't say that. First, you said no. Your first answer was no. When I said, "Do you consider every?" Okay, you're right, Lamont. You're right. Y'all hear the double talk though. Cover both sides. No, they're not. But they can be technically. No problem. No problem.
They can
Lamont.
because we've seen
y'all are making my
teams
point.
become contenders.
No problem. You've seen 1 8-seed team get to the final.
Also, you could become a contender based on the next round's matchup. So, for example,
no problem.
When we saw the 8-seeded team beat the 8-seeded Denver Nuggets beat the Seattle Supersonics, that then changes who the actual contenders are from that point forward. So it can change from round to round.
Okay.
Like I said in my original statement. Just like I said in my original statement.
Not a problem. Again, like I was saying,
my original statement.
Every team that makes the playoffs,
it's not as black and white as you're trying to make it
in my fan, for my opinion as a fan, I don't consider all 6
So now it's your opinion?
A contender.
So now it's your opinion?
Bro, it's all
your opinion?
It's all your opinion.
So, Elder, are you saying that you didn't consider the Houston Rockets as a 6-seed a contender?
Is that the year that they had the injuries during the season and that's why they dropped down, then they got all their players back at the end of the year? That's the same year, right?
95.
They won it. No, hold on. They won the chip that year, right?
95.
Yes. That's that year, yes, because that's why I said you have to put it in context. They were a good team. They got injuries, so their best players were gone. But then they got them back towards the end of the year. They did enough to make the playoffs. Then they healthy going into the playoffs. They were one of the best teams in the league starting the season. When the season started, they were contenders. They lost their best players from injury. That's why they fell to the 16th.
Did you consider the Miami Heat in 2020 a contender?
At the beginning of the season?
Even when the playoffs started?
I did. Yes, when the playoffs started. Yeah. I did. What were they seeded? Fourth? What were they seeded? What were they seeded, Lamont?
They played.
What were they seeded?
So if there was an expectation for them to win, does that diminish Jimmy Butler for losing in the finals? Because they got to the finals, they should win.
Lamont, the answer is going to be no, because Jimmy Butler didn't get swept. Jimmy Butler pulled 2 wins out of that. Even though he was a heavy underdog, the Lakers were favored. He still got 2 wins. He didn't get swept.
I just don't know when players started getting credit.
It didn't. Y'all missing this whole thing. The thing started by y'all saying, which would I rather do? Y'all started this by asking me, which would I prefer? To get swept in the first round or the finals? And
okay,
I'm saying
which would you prefer? Lose in the first round or lose in the finals?
It depends.
Ned.
It depends. Because if I'm getting swept, first round, it does. They got to do
credit. Hey, Lamont, let me have a turn, brother.
Oh, no. If I'm not getting swept, finals. Absolutely. If I'm not getting swept, I'd rather make it to the finals. Absolutely. If I'm not getting swept.
Hey, Lamont, let me have a turn, brother.
What up, Mari, man?
Hey, Lamont, man, why did you have to start this whole? Hey, what's going on, Elder man? Listen, man, why you got? Listen, bro, why you got to start this ticket TV nonsense, though, bro? You do the man. Come on, bro. You better than that. I'm just joking, bro. But I thought we was going to hear the topic about what Isiah Thomas said, though. I was actually more anxious to hear that and hearing some of the people that had to say about that. Man, y'all went off the trails about the old Jordan and LeBron thing, though. Like, man, come on, bro. We've been through this many times, bro. Everybody's going to have their say and their opinions about who the great player is of all time. Fact is, if you like Jordan, cool. If you like LeBron, cool. That's why I don't get into that stuff anymore, because it gets exhausting. It's ridiculous. But if you ask me, Michael Jordan's my favorite player, and it doesn't have to do with the 6-0. And I can answer the question why I like Michael Jordan. It's because he was the most athletically sound, but most fundamentally sound basketball player I've ever seen in my lifetime. That's a true, legitimate answer. But unfortunately, a lot of the Jordan fanboys like to allude to the 6-0 because they think it's much more sexier to say that. You know what I mean? So that's just my 2 cents. But I will say this about the Isiah Thomas thing, because I'm going to bring it back to the subject of the whole entire last thing before everybody went nuts. Yes, Isiah Thomas is correct. Now, is he a rival of Jordan? Of course. And of course, it comes out of mouths. Yes. But is he right about what he said? Of course. Because the NBA at that time was addressing the problem about the scoring. They felt that the game of basketball was becoming way too physical. And yes, they've implemented the flagrant fouls, illegal defenses, taking away hand checking. Why? Because they wanted Michael Jordan to benefit, because they wanted ratings and money. They wanted attention for themselves. Of course. Fact. All right. That's just the truth. And I love Michael Jordan as a player, but it doesn't diminish what he did as a player, because he took advantage of what the rules were presented to him, and he benefited from that. And remember this. And remember when I told you this, Lamont. Remember what I said last week. I said that when Wilt Chamberlain met up with Michael Jordan during the celebration of the 50 greatest players of all time, remember what he said? He said, keep this in mind, Michael. When I played basketball back then, they changed the rules for me to make it difficult for me to play. When you came in, they changed the rules for you so they can make it easier for you. Case closed.
Well, actually, he said, Mike, just listen, Mike. Until you are so great to the point where they have to change the rules to stop your greatness, then I don't think you have the right to talk about how great you are and you're the greatest of all time.
There you go. That's it right there. So what Isiah Thomas said is correct. But yes, does it come out of, rival malice? Of course, because those two guys hate each other's guts. Particularly more of Isiah Thomas than on Michael's. Maybe I'm more on Michael's end than Isiah, I think.
But respectfully though, hey, hold on. Hey, but respectfully, bro, I kind of disagree because Dirk is like LeBron's rival, and he just got up on the stand. He just got up on the post some interview he did after the game, after Dallas won the game, and said, once LeBron break that record, it's gonna be hard to argue for Jordan. He give him all the credit. Look, it's not a lie. It's not Isiah Thomas hating. It's not Isiah Thomas being jealous. He has no reason to hate no Jordan because he beat him. He's just telling you the facts. Dirk is LeBron's rival and got on stage and praised him, man. So that's why I kind of disagree with you right there because Dirk just came out of his mouth, which is his rival, and just said once LeBron break that record, it's gonna be hard to defend Jordan for being the GOAT. And that's his rival. That's a fact. So that's my only thing with you, bro. That's the only little part I disagree with. But that's
fair enough.
No, Isiah just speaking the truth about Jordan and speaking the facts. That's all.
I said fair enough. Yeah, you're right.
He's not hating. He's not jealous. I don't like that fake narrative that he's jealous.
I have a question.
What's your question?
Is there anyone else that pretty much goes on this level of a campaign, like when the mic gets in front of them, to speak about the rule changes back then in the NBA besides Isiah Thomas? And this is a legitimate question I'm asking. Is there someone else that, like, when that mic gets put in his face, that's the one thing he tries to bring up, which, of course, everyone knows that diminishes. It tries to diminish the greatness of Jordan, which is fine. It's fine. But does anybody else do that?
Bring up the rules?
No. Yeah, because when Isiah Thomas get a mic in his face, and this stuff comes up about Jordan's greatness or playing in those years, this always comes out. And I'm just asking, do y'all know of anybody else that has the fire and the fervor about the rules being changed to fit Michael Jordan? I personally believe the rules were changed as a great business move for the NBA. Now, let me finish. I came up playing in this era. And I agree that the physicality got out of control. And I came up playing in this era. It was out of control. We didn't go to watch basketball games to watch WWF. We didn't. We didn't want to see that. And the fights and all, it got out of control. So to me, it was a good business decision to save your product from sponsors leaving, fans getting turned off. To me, it was a good business decision, regardless of why you made it.
So wait, hold on.
I asked two questions, and then I'm done. Two questions. I'm going to let y'all answer. The first one, I don't want people to forget. Is there anyone else that we can think of that actually promotes this and pushes this out here the way Isiah Thomas does? Is there anybody else? And
I'm going to answer your question.
Hold on. I got a second question. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Let me get the second question, and y'all can answer it. The second question is, do you guys think it was a bad move by the NBA to change that rule?
Yes, and let me go ahead and get my point across real quick. First, Elder, if the rules, if that's the case, why were people winning? Why was
hold on, brother?
No, nigga, let me talk. You already talked. Now, my question
with a question.
You just said, first of all, Isiah gets asked questions about Michael. He don't just bring Michael up. Number one. Number two, if that's the case, Elder, why was all the greats winning rings before that rule was changed if it was so out of control?
So you want to answer my question with a question? Is that what you want to do?
Yes, that's what I'm doing, yeah.
Because me answering that doesn't answer my question.
No. You just said that the rules, you said that was the better business move. And I said, why were the greats winning? Why were the greats winning rings? Why were the greats winning rings?
What's wrong with this dude, y'all? What's wrong with this?
Why would Elder? Because you like to try to control the topic and control conversation.
I asked two questions.
And I'm answering it. You said why Isiah always basically trying to.
Is there anyone else that does that?
Questions. They ask him questions.
Again,
he gets asked the questions and tells the truth. That's it. And why were all-time greats winning hella rings? No, why were all-time greats winning hella rings before the rules were changed, Elder?
Hold on. Just make the statement. You could just make the statement.
Already made the statement.
No, I'm saying for the other guy. I'm saying instead of posing it as a question, you could just say other great players were finding a way to get through it. And
okay. Yeah, you're right, Lamar. You're right. Okay, you're right.
They did. You got all these great teams, the Philly, The freaking
I don't think it's a slight on Jordan to say that the NBA made a rule that was favorable to his success.
I disagree with that statement, but I don't even want to argue that. I don't even want to argue that.
But I think that's kind of the most known thing in the NBA is that rule primarily favored Jordan.
It did. Why? And all I'm saying is, Lamont, all I'm saying is this, Lamont, all I'm saying is this. Greats, before that little petty soft rule change,
was that
since the era was so soft, Lamont, greats had already won rings, Lamont. There were already people with multiple championships before the rules were changed. That's all I'm saying.
Do what they did.
Yes,
that's all I'm saying.
Because you can't have guys fighting and throwing fist fights on camera.
If I got a guy that has unique skills that are not being allowed to be displayed because of the way my product is being presented, I'm going to make sure that turns and takes a better turn and brings me more money. Oh, that's good business.
And so does in turn, does that also mean it was a good business move for them to not implement the zone coverages until the 2000s after Jordan left? Because it wouldn't have been a good business move to implement zone while he was playing, because he made an impassioned plea to the league to not add zones in because it would take away from his individual greatness.
No, y'all have. Hold on. Do you have actual proof? Hold on, time out. Yes, do you have actual proof of him making a passionate plea to not bring his own?
Yes, I can read it.
Okay, no problem. No, you got. I trust you, Lamont. I hadn't heard that. But my thing is this. Yes, I'm agree. No, I'm asking you a question. Yes, if that is the best move to promote your business, yes. Like today, I don't really care. Well, let me say it this way. I do care. I don't like the NBA style today as much as I liked it in my era. Or the 2000, 2010. I like that a little better. But I can't deny the fact that it's a great business move, because the people that they're attracting in and seeing, they don't want to see the ball dumped down in the post to a big man where he's dream shaking. They don't want to see that. They want to see 3-pointers. They want to see dunks. They want to see the lane open. I don't care for that style of basketball, but I think it's a great business move. Look what it's done for the game of basketball. So when you ask yourself that question, first look financial. Did it change the trajectory financially for the business? And if it did, that's a good business move.
They made it soft so Jordan could win.
Well, again, bro, I'm saying it's a good business move if you go to another level financially and it brings in more fans. This is entertainment. I said at the beginning of this thing, I never lose sight of the fact this is still entertainment. Music is entertainment, movies, all that stuff. The goal is to make a bunch of money. You want to entertain folks, but if you ain't making money, you ain't gonna keep doing it. So those are good business.
Before the rules were changed, though, it was entertainment. Great players were winning rings. Great players were winning rings. Great players were winning rings before the rules were changed.
And they were winning them after them. They were winning them after them too.
Renegade, I need you to.
But that was a great move for Will Chamberlain. If you got one man totally dominating the league and nobody can compete with him, it's a great move. Because guess what? That probably was turning off everybody from watching the game. It was probably stunning the growth of the NBA. Just like they took the dunk out for a reason.
What you mentioned was mostly was right? But David Stern talked about it himself. He regretted pandering to that style of Jordan play so much, because even when he left, the ratings continued to still go down. It only continued to go down because, one, the spacing and the shooting of the league did not catch up to the adjustments of the league. And also, number two, there was so much media push behind one individual, mostly one individual player, that the casual fan didn't care once Jordan walked away again. So that's why David Stern literally said himself, that's one of his biggest regrets, is doing a move like that. That's why I personally say he made a mistake when he made it too individualistic. Because for the 80s, it wasn't just about Magic and Bird.
I have to hear that interview. I didn't hear him say that he made it too. I didn't hear that.
I try to find the
I know you will. I know you will. That's why I said it. That's why you said. I knew you will. I know you will. That's why I said it. I know you will.
Nope.
I want to see that. I want to see that, bro.
But Elder, like in the 80s, right? Magic and Bird was obviously on the forefront, but it was still about the Lakers and Celtics rivalry. It was still about the Celtics and 76ers rivalry. It was still about the 76ers and Bucks rivalry. They were still marketing teams. So in today's like what's really, I think this, me personally, I think this is going to shift again, because now be honest with you, out of the top, when KD, LeBron, and those guys retire, the next guys coming up like Luka, Giannis, Tatum, all those guys, I'm be honest with you. They don't have the same level of charisma as those guys before. They don't have the same level of charisma as LeBron, Kobe. They don't have that. So what the league's gonna do now, they're gonna adapt again. They're gonna start pushing a little bit of teams a little bit now. They're gonna still make it player centric, of course, but they're gonna push a little bit more of the team. And I'm saying, in order to do so, they're gonna need to educate the casual fan a little bit more in the game. How many times have you listened to a game? No, I'm saying, how many times you listen to a game, Elder, and the commentary is so simplistic, or it's like more about sounds than opposed to nuances of the game?
Oh yeah, that's why I don't. Hey, Sturdy, this is why I don't enjoy watching it as much. I say this all the time. These guys may be more skilled, more athletic, but they're not smarter. They don't understand the game as much. And those are the things you want to hear color analysts and announcers talk about. That's what brings you in. And when you have a greater understanding of the game, you can enjoy it better. And how many of you have ever watched a movie and you didn't understand the plot of it? And you get to the end, you think it's going to go
this. Why do you say players aren't as skilled?
No, he said smart.
I said they are. I said they're more skilled and they're more athletic now. I said they're more skilled.
And
they're not as, to me.
You said maybe.
They're not as. No, I didn't.
Why are they not as smart?
They not.
No, but Elder,
this is what Sturdy's talking about. You can watch the game and see these guys are not as intelligent.
He right, Elder. Right.
Bro, what I'm saying, Elder, there's a little confusion, Elder. Let me clarify. What I'm saying is, players are only a product of the players, as well as the game is only a product of the rules set before them. So in today's rules, because you have more diverse defenses, more man-to-man matchup zone, which is fundamentally designed to take away the post up, that's why guys are being more try to develop the game as face up and even more shooting, because the game literally look at the numbers, like the number of post ups per possession going down year by year because the defenses don't allow it. Before the zone, there was 30, 40 years of post dominance, being able to dominate the game from the pivot. Even Jordan, guards of the 90s dominated in the pivot because they can post up too. But because the product of the rules prevented those guys from being able to do that, is more harder, it's less efficient. So players are naturally going to do what's the most efficient, most productive for their game. That's why, like Jordan was a good 3-point shooter, but when they move that shit up to the WA distance, he started taking them more because he took advantage of the rules and limitations set upon him.
Sturdy, I understand that 100%, and I'm still going off of your statement about the announcers and how they call the games, and it sounds very simple and basic. That's what they've done. They have dumbed the game down to open it up to make it more entertaining. So now you don't have to study. Hold on, let me finish, Lamar. You don't have to study angles and inches. You don't have to know how to get the right angle to. I'm telling you, you don't. If you do need to make a post pass, I watch guys in this game. Very few guys just understand how to maybe take a dribble, pump fake, and get the post pass in there. Guys that got bad angles trying to make passes into the post and all this kind of stuff. It's decent. And then defensive, basic defensive positioning. You see guys not do this. You see guys not block out. These are basic things in the game that made the game physical back then, and it shows your level of IQ. It shows your awareness to be aware of what's going on at all times, instead of just standing there watching a man shoot threes or standing there watching a man run in there and dunk.
That happened more in the 90s and 80s than any era.
Whatever, bro.
No boxing out, standing around, not contesting shots.
You're right.
All you got to do is watch the footage.
So we taking mostly 2-pointers, and none of those shots was contested. Stop, bro.
What was happening in the 80s and 90s?
A lot of teams weren't even taking threes. I mean, we watched the finals where guys took two threes as a whole team, but those shots ain't being contested.
But the guys who could make threes actually took.
And this the guy. You're right. You're right.
See, the thing is, you just didn't have a ton of guys that had the ability to even shoot the shot.
It's just not true, Lamont. It just was
to say
not
that an NBA player had the ability to do something, yet when they got on the court, they couldn't
Lamont,
do it.
it's the same thing right now.
Has the ability to block shots, so he blocked
these
shots.
Guys, Lamont, these guys work on their ball handling.
Steve Kerr had the ability to shoot threes. He shot threes. Kerry Hodges
these
shot
guys
threes.
work on their ball handling and their footwork more than in their shooting more than anything, and their athleticism. That's what they work on.
80s and 90s.
But back then, guess what? They didn't have to work on the 3-point shot because it's just one part of the game.
And back in 80s,
that don't mean guys couldn't. That don't mean guys. That don't mean guys. Okay,
you could be a point guard and literally go back to the basket.
You're right. Everybody, hold on, bro. You had to go back.
Be an elite ball handler to be a point guard.
Lamont, you had to go back to the basket then.
You had to go back to the basket because you couldn't dribble. Only guards that go back to the basket from the 3-point line are the ones that can't dribble.
The defensive players,
and we know this because the guards.
You gonna let me talk, nigga? You just gonna keep interrupting? That's what you gonna do? You gonna keep interrupting?
Just let him talk, bro.
Damn, nigga.
We've been hearing him talk.
Exactly.
Yeah, you right. You right.
What you mean?
Hey, no problem. If I ain't hey, bro, I'll listen. I'll bounce out. No, you're making statements, but you're not allowing anybody to respond. When I try to respond,
I'm
you keep
gonna tell you the
interrupting,
biggest lie that's ever propagated from 90s and 80s.
I mean, it's your channel, but do it respectfully, nigga.
Hold on, I am being respectful. I let you talk.
No, you're not. You ain't letting me talk. You make statements. When have I been able to respond to your statements? You just made 3 statements. Have I been able to respond to it?
I've just made some statements. I've been silent this whole time. I've been silent for like the last 30 minutes.
That's what everybody be thinking.
I'm telling you, the biggest lie propagated by most of these JDRs is that players of the day lack some type of basketball intuition or smartness that guys in the 80s.
I'll ask you a question.
That guys
do you think the guys of this, we didn't got to go through all that. Do you think the guys of this year are smart?
Yes.
Do you think they have high IQ?
Yes.
Okay, cool. We ain't got to go no further. That's your opinion, and I got mine. We can move on to the next thing.
I mean, it's not my opinion. All you can just
I don't have to convince people of it. I guarantee, because I hear this argument online all the time.
Sturdy said was Sturdy talked about it. He talked about how.
Hey, Sturdy, let me ask you a question. Do you feel that way too?
Hold on.
Do you feel that way too?
Elder, hold on. I'm gonna get to Sturdy. I'm gonna let him jump in this.
I just wanted to ask him that question
because I'm bringing up his talking point. What I'm saying is, if you make the game more complex, as Sturdy alluded to, right? When you take away post entries, when you do all this stuff, when you make the game more complex, you have to think the game through more, as opposed to what we saw in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, where you needed less skill to bring the ball up the court. You needed less skill to operate on the perimeter. You needed less skill to throw entry passes into the post. But in this era where you need more skill to just bring the ball up, you need more skill to operate on the perimeter. You need more skill. And then not just operate, you have to be able to execute at a high level and an efficient level because of how intricate defenses are, because of the size of defenders on the perimeter. You have to be better and smarter all at the same time. You can't just be a high skill athlete. Now, do we have some basketball dummies? Yes. Just like in every era of basketball, there have been basketball dummies. You're not going to sit here and walk around and tell me these guys like Anthony Mason and these were just the smartest, most, cerebral players that we've ever seen. They weren't. Big bruisers, because the thing is, you telling me these eras were super physical and guys would foul you, that's not a smart play. So if guys were walking around rocking you, knocking you out the air, these are not smart players. We're talking about basketball dummies who can't do nothing other than foul. I mean, I don't know where y'all get these lies from that players today are just smart. Players that old were smarter. No, they're not smarter. They were extremely limited in what they could do. And they did what they did within their own skill set. Magic Johnson had to go back to the basket because he was not a great ball handler. I don't care what y'all try to tell me about his ball handling.
Lamont. And he was the okay scorer. Like he wasn't.
I'm just saying, I've seen enough of basketball to know if you're on the perimeter with your back to your man, it's because you don't have a good handle. That's a fact. That's never changed in basketball.
It changed now. You can't do what you did back then. You can't extend. You can't touch them. You can't put the elbow out.
Can't go back to the basket now? You know why you can't go back to the basket on the perimeter now?
Hey, is Mark Jackson got good handles? Yes or no? Does Mark Jackson have good handles? Yes or no?
Jeez.
Does Isiah Thomas have good handles?
Did he have a good handle for his time? Yes. Not now.
For his time. So Isiah Thomas handles just as good as anybody in the games right now.
Jesus, I didn't say
I'll put it right there with Kyrie.
I didn't say you guys didn't have any good ball handlers.
And Isiah Thomas had his back to the basket, just like every point guard did.
Isiah Thomas actually had a good face-up game.
Oh my God. Whatever. Every point guard had their back to the basket back then. That's how the game was played because of what was allowed defensively.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That is true. You showed me a point guard that comes down and just faces guys all the time back there in the 90s on every play. Transition is different. But in half court, everybody had to do that. Kenny Anderson's back to the basket. All of them
was not no back to the basket.
In half, oh Jesus, half court you had to. The way the D played you had to.
I guess Ed Booger Smith would have back to the basket too.
What
All
kind of
those
basketball
guys
is that,
had
though?
to in the half court.
Thank you.
Y'all, and you know what you'll do?
All
Y'all go
you're
get a
doing
bunch.
is
Hold on.
if you're
You'll go
telling
get
me
a
all
bunch
these
of clips
guys were going back
of
to the basket,
transition.
then
They
you're
had
telling me
to
that
have
we're dealing
court.
with a whole bunch of
They
guys with
had
limited
to.
skill sets.
They had to have court. That's the way the game was played. The defense could be just as aggressive as offense.
Hold on.
You
no,
can't
ain't
do that
no
now.
defender. I don't care what defender in the world is
Hey,
on
you know
me.
what, bro?
Ain't no defender's going to make me go back to the basket with my hand.
Okay. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. We're going to record this too,
Man,
y'all.
weak
I'm going to
sauce
remember
in the
this.
90s, man. Weak
We're gonna
sauce
remember
in the
this
90s, bro.
We're going to remember
Man,
this.
let me tell you something.
All you're going to hear is a bunch
Let's
of
just have
foul. That's
Lamont
a
Lane
foul.
and
That's a
Elder
foul.
face each other one-on-one basketball. And Wickton's
we'll
Federalists
see.
winning right now.
We'll see. That's a foul. That's a foul. That's all they're going to be saying. That's all they're going to be saying. That's a foul.
Of course it's a foul. If they chase Jordan like that, they call him foul, right?
Hey, hold on.
So why is it not a
Hold
foul?
on. I'm gonna ask a serious. Hold on. I'm gonna ask something serious. Hold on, bro. Bro, that was allowed again. Thank you. That's what was allowed back then. We're gonna find out. You know it's gonna happen.
Lamont said he's gonna drop him.
Hey, let me ask y'all this. Let me ask you this. Have y'all ever watched one-on-one like? Y'all ever go to the channel like in the?
I'm using my shoulder.
Y'all, hold on, whatever. I ain't thinking about you, Lamont.
Exactly.
Lamont, you are easy work, bro. You are easy work. Here's the key.
Oh.
Hey, here's the key. Have any of y'all ever watched? Hold on. Have y'all ever watched? Have y'all ever watched like a channel like In the Lab and watch them go one-on-one?
Yes.
Do they face each other up, or is they?
Yes, they face up.
Yes, they do. Yes.
What you mean?
Okay. All right.
Weak sauce in the 90s,
somebody
bro.
down.
Okay.
Only people back people down is ones that can't handle the rock.
Nobody said nothing about backing down, but there's not no face up like today. Booker should get a running start in the half court. They can literally back the ball up and just take off running at you. And guess what? As a defender, you can't be aggressive. As soon as you touch him, it's a foul. It wasn't like that back in the day.
You know something though. Guys. I'll tell you what though. If Lamont Lane and Elder face each other one-on-one, I can picture Lamont calling every single foul in the book and probably flopping all over the damn place.
Hey, Mahari, I can make a side bet with anybody. I will call 0 fouls. I don't care how much you foul me.
Okay, good. I'm glad you heard him say that, right? Everybody heard him say that.
All right, Lamont. How much do you want to bet that you're gonna not call any fouls, though, bro?
Hey, when we play and I'm physical with him, and he gonna get that look
or
stay, and be like,
with me if you can't stay in front of me. How you gonna be
y'all
physical
niggas
with me?
100 years old.
Great, Lamont. I'm glad you feel that way.
If I take you out,
glad you feel the 3-point line. You want to take me playing a non-basketball player on a darn tarmac with a kickball.
If I take you
want to take that
in the 3-point line, I want you to try to be physical. I'm going to snatch your
problem.
Let's go.
We're gonna find out, Lamont. Hey, Lamont. Hey, one thing you know about me. I'm gonna make that happen. You already know. You already know. I'm gonna make that happen. I'm gonna make that happen.
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna prove to everybody here that the hand check will get you dropped. I promise you.
That's a fact, bro. I'm not gonna.
That's why AI dropped Jordan. That's why AI dropped Jordan.
Because he out there trying to hand check him.
That's exactly why AI dropped Jordan. Because he was trying to hand check and cross him.
Man,
he didn't drop. He just made him move the other way.
Weak sauce 90s, man.
That ain't the point. The point is he dropped him.
Yeah, you're right.
The point is he dropped Jordan. That's not the point.
Flash and dash. You're right. That's the point.
You
look good and lose. Look good and lose. That's what y'all like about LeBron. That nigga looks good, but he loses. That's what you like. Look good and lose. I got 4 rings.
But he lose more than your boy Jordan. Go check the record.
LeBron got 4 rings, man.
Jordan got 6. Now what?
That's cool. And John Havlicek got 8. My boy got 7. Bill Russell got 11. So what?
Yeah, he in the GOAT conversation. Now what?
Hey, tell your boy Jordan get his rings up, bro.
You get your ass cooked, man.
Tell your boy Jordan get his rings up.
That's your opinion, bro.
There's only 2 players they talk about being in the GOAT conversation, and it's Michael and LeBron. There's only 2 players they talk about being in the GOAT conversation.
I'm going against 10 LeBron James lovers in here. Yeah.
No, you sound crazy.
Here we go.
You just sound crazy.
You sound dumb.
You sound dumb.
Mahar, you just got here. I've been here hours with these niggas. You just got here. I've been here
I know.
You just got. I ain't talking about you. You just got here.
Yeah, but most of us have Jordan as the GOAT, though, Elder. That's the problem.
But here's the thing, though, Lamont. Though, but here's the thing. See, hold on. Let me take this. See, here's the thing, though, Lamont. I know. I got you. Let me take on Lamont for a second. Everybody, get out the way. See, this is what Lamont does all the time, though, and I've been a subscriber a long time with Lamont. You know what he does? He'll say that Jordan's a GOAT, but what he does, though, I'm gonna tell you what he does. He'll try to diminish. He'll try to break down and try to destroy everything that Michael Jordan has done to try to big up LeBron James. Now I'm talking as a fanboy.
Hey, bro, I got a question, bro. I got a question, bro. I know. Hey, what's your name, bro? Hey, bro, what's your name, bro?
It's Mari Nation. I'm just fucking around, but go ahead.
Hold on. Now, Mahari.
Yes, sir.
All you got to do now is give me one example of anything that I said that's just intentionally trying to tear down the air that's not facts. You can call it tearing down. You could call it tearing down, but if it's factual, see, tearing down, what have I lied about? What have I gaslit that wasn't facts, though?
You gaslit on the fact about the 6-0 thing. That's about it, though. But
no, about the 90s.
Gaslight on
but no. You also gaslight the fact. You also gaslight the fact.
Hell, you mute my mic for. You ain't muted nobody else.
Look, he said
I wasn't talking.
Hold on, no. I'm gonna allow Mahari to say that. Mahari. Now
yes,
tell
sir.
me anything that I said, if it is, let's say it does have a negative implication towards the 90s.
Okay.
I want you to tell me anything that I've said that's not a fact.
Anything that you said is not a fact. You basically said that John Havlicek was in the same class as Michael Jordan.
That's not about the 90s one. When I never said he was in the same class as Jordan.
No, I meant the stats and the accomplishments. That's what I meant.
No, that was me just making a comparison that it's more than just your finals record. We're talking about just the 90s. You said I tear down the 90s. What have I said about the 90s that's not a fact? From the expansion, right? From the level of competition, from people lying on Scottie Pippen. What have I said that's not a fact?
Here's the thing that you haven't said that wasn't about a fact. Who did Michael beat? Who he beat, brother? You know what though? I'm just messing around with you.
That's a fact.
What I'm saying is,
I'm just messing with you, Lamont. I'm just messing with you, bro.
Just because I say it about the 90s and it doesn't align with your feelings doesn't mean it's not true.
Lamont. I was just messing around with you. Dog. I was trying to get you fired up.
Hold on. Josh says they have no handlers. He said I lied. Well, Josh, Elder just said you have a ton of guards that go back to the basket and can't face up.
Oh, here's the thing, though. Do you include Tim Hardaway in that class? Because I never seen Tim Hardaway with his back to the basket. Tim Hardaway
because he can dribble.
Hold on. I didn't say all the guards. I said the ones that can handle the ball. You did not see them consistently setting up the offense with their back to the basket. They're gonna face up. They're gonna handle that rock. And if you try to hand check, they're gonna drop you. Which again, as I proved in the last string, that hand check was a myth in the 90s because the refs would literally yell out, hand check foul, hand check foul, hand check foul. And it was the most commonly called foul in the 90s. So this hand check that people say existed in the 90s didn't even exist because it was the most commonly called foul in the 90s. So the hand check was even a fake narrative.
But hold on, though, Lamont, because then I can catch you on this. You know,
it's on video.
I get it, but I'm not saying you wrong. But here's the other thing, though. Did they call hand check fouls on Derek Harper?
Yes.
All right. Here's the deal. Did they call hand check fouls on Derek Harper during the playoffs? No, they did not.
Yes.
Look, show me some tape, sir. I like to see the tape, sir.
The one stack that you can't prove is throughout the 90s, from 1990 to 1999. The most commonly called foul in the NBA was the
hand check. I know.
So, irregardless, if hand checking was allowed and it was used as this tool to make these guys such great defenders, then why did they call the hand check foul so much? And when I showed examples of how they called it, it was literally barely a guy sticking his hand out and just giving a slight touch. So this error where you guys say it was so physical and you can get up and move guys, that's not true because as soon as the guy stuck his arm out the hand check, burp, foul, hand check foul, hand check foul, hand check foul.
Or worst case scenario, if the ref doesn't call the hand check foul, you get your ankles taped up. Just ask Jordan on Iverson, and then just ask Toronto.
I'm just saying, and when I played the video, then people get mad at me for. Hold on, all I'm saying is all these myths that people try to parade around about the 90s is not true. The hand check foul, proves that handshakes were not a thing in the 90s. And the good defenders, as I showed on video as well, the good defenders were not sticking their arms out there to hand check because it's a bad defensive strategy. If you hand check against a good ball handler, you're going to get embarrassed. Anybody that hoops knows this. Like I said, I want you to go to your local gym, D1, D2, I don't care what runs, and I want you to go try to hand check a guy that plays D1 basketball. I want you to just go try it. I just want, and then you want to come. Then you come back and tell me how the hand check went for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you this off the rip. Even for a shooter like myself, and I'll just say this off the rip. I play in the Special Olympic Basketball League. I'm gonna tell you this: lots of the guards that I play against hand check a lot. But you know what I do to those hand checks? I rip through their arms and try to show the referee that they're not playing defense. They're just rip through the arms and try to deceive them like, hey. He's hand checking me. I'm gonna rip through his arms to show you. And if they don't see it, and hold on, one more thing. And if they don't, then yeah, I will drop their ass. But go ahead.
As an offensive player, the hardest thing to go up against is a defender that's lengthy and stays in his stance and doesn't reach. When you can't guess what they're gonna do. When you hand check, the one thing I know when you hand checking is I know what way you can't defend. Because the hand check, you have to put 1 foot higher than the other. And what are they training players to do now? Attack the high foot. So if you hand check, now you're out of position. All I'm going to do is I'm going to either go behind my back, go between my legs. I'm going to rip through that little weak-ass hand check, and I'm going to attack your high foot. Now you can't defend because you can't turn and slide. And now you cooked. So, again, hand checking is some bullshit 90s stuff that's not true. It's not real.
You don't prove that, Lamont. But where is Jester, Lamont? Where is Jester?
I wish I knew.
I'm not gonna be able to debate. Let me say this about the 90s defense. The hand checking, it was called as a common foul, but hand checking in the 90s is like holding in the NFL. It can be called every single play, but you wouldn't have no game because it happens literally every single play. The same thing with hand checking in the 90s. They hand checked all the time in the 90s. They hand checked on drives. Now, what I think about the 90s era as far as defense, the video that you showed was great. But this is the thing. The 90s era had the greatest defensive minded coaches of all time. When you talk about Larry Brown, Pat Riley, Phil Jackson, Rudy Tomjanovich, Greg Popovich, these defensive-minded head coaches were handicapped by the rules of the game, and they still managed to make it a defensive error. Now, how can I prove that? Just go look at the 2000s era. Greg Popovich is a pillar in the 90s. When he got rid of those defensive rules in the 2000s, and
Greg Popovich wasn't no pillar in the 90s, man.
Greg Popovich was an assistant coach in the 90s. What are you talking about?
You said he was a pillar.
He a pillar in the 90s, meaning that you were a great coach in the 90s. He was an assistant coach. He coached under, he coached under a whole bunch of
nobody knew who that man was in the 90s, man.
He's a the main thing, hold on. The main thing, he's a defensive-minded head coach. When you got rid of the rules, he built a dynasty on defense. Larry Brown, a pillar in the 90s, a great defensive mind. When you got rid of those defensive rules in the 2000s, what did he do? One of the greatest defensive teams of all time in the 04 Pistons. All those coaches from the 90s who were handicapped by the rules and still managed to make it a defensive error is not only a testament to how great they were, but you look at the 2000s era and they created the greatest defensive error of all time.
There's a difference between good defense, and you should know this. There's a difference between good defense and bad offense. If I have a defensive team that's on the floor, if I have a defensive unit that's on the floor, and I know that defensive unit is handicapped, especially with regards to help defense, and anytime a man is shaded over on their help lines and they're not so close to their man, they can get called for the legal defense. If as an offensive player, if I can't compromise that defense, that's on me as an offensive player. And so when you see all of these low-scoring games in the 90s, which the 90s wasn't as low-scoring as you guys try to make it out to be, because teams still scored 101 points per game in the 90s. So it wasn't this low-scoring era that you guys try to push like the 2000s really was, where teams were really averaging 90 points per game or less. Not like the 90s where teams were still averaging 100 points per game or more. So it was more so bad offense as opposed to good defense. Because if I can't beat a compromised defense with offense, then you're just trash offensively.
Lamont, you can't say the 90s eras was trash defensively and then all of a sudden
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the players individually.
Now.
I'm not saying the players individually were trash. I'm saying if I can't scheme properly, there's no way I could consistently guard NBA level talent unless those guys were just inferior offensive talents. You're not guarding in this era. If you bring back a legal defense, nobody's guarding KD one-on-one. Nobody's guarding Steph one-on-one. Nobody's guarding Luka one-on-one.
I agree with
Nobody's
you
guarding any of these guys one-on-one. And if the stars of that era,
wait,
like the
Pippen
Reggies,
Pippen,
right? If the
Dennis
stars
Rodman
of that era were not able
Gary
to,
Payton can't guard nobody one-on-one?
If they weren't, no, he cannot guard any. I don't care if he's the best one-on-one defender ever. He cannot make up for an entire team defense.
Can you say this, that the 90s, because of the coaches, the 90s era was handicapped defensively?
No, I told you in the last stream I don't believe they were trash. I believe they were handicapped by the rules. And they were.
Correct.
But on the flip side of that,
I agree with
on
that.
the flip side of that, what we should have saw, since the defenses were so handicapped, we should have saw a ton of teams getting 125 points per game, which we didn't. And now
because of the defensive-minded coaches.
What I'm saying is we're dealing with a ton of inferior offensive talent because, like people will come in this panel and say, they will parade around and talk about all these henchmen of the 90s. But when you look at their offensive prowess, how the hell was you even starting? Charles Smith, Charles Oakley. If you looked at some of these dudes on these 90s teams, some of these dudes could not they were shooting the George Mikan numbers, couldn't make a layup. But yet they were starting because you said there was big bruisers.
Because, again, Pat Riley is a defensive-minded head coach. I'm not finna sit here. I'm not finna sit here and say Charles Oakley can guard Jokic. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying nothing about one-on-one.
To get offense, he had to go get a guy out of a grocery store.
I'm talking about the team defense and the coaches that were in the 90s. We both agree that the 90s
was it good offense?
Defense was
it bad offense or good defense?
It was great defense.
Can we get on to the debate, man?
But you just said the defenses were handicapped. So if the defenses were handicapped, how can you still say they were still great? You cannot be a great defense if you can't
they were still great, Lamont, because of the defensive-minded head coaches.
And I proved what level
it.
of basketball you play. If your defense cannot truly play help defense, you are a trash defense.
There's played
no such thing as a good defense that cannot help. Play defense on the help line.
The 90s era is a defensive era. They had the all-time great defensive coaches that worked with a handicap and still were great.
No, the 2000s era was
because they got rid of the rules. Those weren't 2000. Those 2000s coaches, they were pillars of the 90s.
If this was a
the Greg Popoviches, the Phil Jacksons, the Larry Browns, even Doc Rivers. Those are
MacDuff. I'm gonna mute you because this is a level of basketball I don't think you'll ever be able to grasp. You're not just admitted, MacDuff. You just admitted that in the 90s, defenses were handicapped, meaning they were not as good. There's no scheme.
No, that's not what I didn't say. They were.
MacDuff, hold on. There's no scheme to fix inability to help. There's no scheme. There's no coaching that can say. There's no coach in the world that can say, here's the scheme that we're going to run defensively to make up for the fact that we cannot play proper help principles. There's no scheme to fix that. The only thing offenses can do is just attack it and be aggressive in attacking it. The fact that offenses couldn't exploit that tells me that it was more so bad offense as opposed to good defense. That's a fact because you just admitted they were handicapped. So you're telling me a handicapped defense is better than defenses that we see today because y'all will be the ones to say that these defenses are better than what we see today. Y'all say that nonsense, but yet you just told me they're all handicapped.
Can I finish my statement without you muting me?
No, what I want you to do, tell me what defensive scheme coaches like Pat Riley and even Greg Popovich could utilize in the 90s within the illegal defensive confines to be a great defense and slow down great offensive players.
What they did in the 90s was they played physical.
They did not. That's a lie.
They did.
That's
the
a
handshake,
lie.
and they did play physical. That's number one. Number two, they played rim protection. If you were gonna go down the lane, you were either gonna get fouled and sent to the line. If you can't block it, send your man to the line.
So why did the same
it's not,
team win
Lamont.
in the 90s then?
No, it's not. That was the Pat Riley
same
fucking
team
rule
won
with
in
the
the
New York
90s,
Knicks.
bro.
This is what I'm saying. Hold on. This is what I'm saying, Lamont. Let me just finish my statement. We can move on.
You can't tell us what Isiah Thomas
what I'm
said
saying
was
is
true.
I'm giving credit. I am
European
giving
players were still
credit.
getting knocked out of the air in the 90s.
I am giving all the credit in the world to the great defensive-minded all-time coaches, the Greg Popovich, Phil Jacksons, Larry Brown, Rudy Tomjanovich's, and Chuck Daly's for being handicapped for their defensive philosophies and still let me finish. Let me finish.
See, this is how MacDuff is just saying blanket stuff and don't know what the hell he's talking about. He keeps saying defensive philosophies, even though they were handicapped. I want you to go through Google, go do all the homework that you want to have, and show me one defense.
Let me finish,
bro. No, I'm just saying because you're gonna tell me one good defensive philosophy.
No, I'm not.
When the defense is handicapped by illegal defense, just tell me one.
I'm not going to give you. What are you talking about? I just said, bro, the no layup. I just said they played physical with a no layup rule. But if you're going to keep cutting me, you can't keep cutting me off. Let me finish my statement.
I'm cutting you off because hold on, MacDuff. Just give me one. Do you know what a defensive philosophy is, MacDuff?
Hold on. So this is what I'm saying, Lamont. Did they make the game fucking harder for Wilt Chamberlain, right? Time out. They made the game harder for Wilt Chamberlain, right? Did he still dominate? Shut up. Answer the question. Did he still dominate? Wilt Chamberlain still dominated the game, even though they made it harder for him. That's a testament to how great he is. The fucking 90s era with their defense was handicapped, nigga. And they still, those defensive-minded head coaches were great in the 90s. And when you took away those defensive
hold on.
rules in the 2000s, they made.
I'm going to give you an example of defensive philosophy. All right. My defensive philosophy when I coach, no middle, we load up help, baseline help.
Bro, you getting cooked. That's what it is.
Hold on, MacDuff. I'm gonna let you respond.
Hey, Lamont, I enjoyed the. Hey, Lamont, I was gonna say I enjoyed the episode, bro. I'm finna head. I enjoyed being on the panel. Great episode. Great one. I'm more than likely to be back on, but I definitely enjoyed this. I had to get on and call Elder out his BS, but great one, man. I like it.
We're about to get to the debate with True and Renegade here in a second.
Where Renegade at?
Before we get started, I want MacDuff to explain to me one defensive philosophy that can make a defense great when they're handicapped by the illegal defense rules. I'm talking about real, not just saying you're getting fouled at the rim. That's not a philosophy because there's no coach in the world that preaches fouling guys at the rim. That's horrible defense. If you have to foul guys at the rim and send them to the free throw line, that's stupidity too. And I don't believe these coaches were that stupid to say foul if they get to the rim. So you can't tell me these are the best defensive minds in the world if they're doing something as stupid as fouling at the rim. So what true
I didn't say that.
Philosophy?
I didn't say that. I said protect the rim. That doesn't mean foul.
You said if they get to the rim, you're gonna knock them down.
No, I said they played physical. And it's to protect the rim, either block the shot or send them to the line. That doesn't mean just foul.
Okay, but
I'll break down. Hold on, I'll break down
That's what every defensive big's supposed to do.
I'll break down the Jordan rules for you. Boom. Bro, either Joe Dumars or Dennis.
We're talking about the 90s.
We know about Jordan rules. We don't need it. We don't need it.
I'm done then, Lamont. We can move on, bro. We can move on.
Man, just weak sauce 90s, man. That shit don't make no sense, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying. This man, Larry Brown, was handicapped in the 90s with the Pacers. He still managed to have a great defense. When those rules were completely erased in the 2000s, he put together one of the greatest defensive teams of all time. It got better in the 2000s because the rules were changed.
We can look to the Pistons in the 2000s and say they were able to be a great defensive team, because they loaded up ball side and they had a ton of zone principles that they utilized defending as a team. Now, that's a philosophy. Now, in the 90s, what was the primary defensive philosophy for these so-called great defenses?
The New York Knicks' defense, Pat Riley's defensive philosophy was be physical with the guards, play the passing over something on the passing lanes. Now, when a guy drives, cut off the driving lanes and try to meet him outside of the paint. If you don't meet him outside of the paint and he goes to the rim, then it's the no layup rule. Either you block him or you send him to the line. That was Pat Riley's and the Knicks defense, bro.
Okay, is this a history lesson right now? Is this the Jordan rules?
Bro, that's not the Jordan rules.
Why
That's
are y'all
definitely
being
not
slow?
that is definitely not what, that is 100% not what Pat Riley did. I promise you that.
And if all them dudes was great coaches, great defensive coaches, why the hell they didn't win other than Phil Jackson?
What is Phil Jackson?
Huh?
What is Phil Jackson? He's a Phil Jackson is a defensive-minded coach.
But you brought up like 4 or 5 other coaches, like to
yes,
prove
I'm not
a
going
point.
to sit here and
But
say
Phil
Larry
Jackson
Brown is an all-time great coach. He's a defensive-minded. Greg Popovich, Rudy Tomjanovich, Chuck Daly, Pat Riley, Phil Jackson.
I'm just trying to get in this debate, man.
Renegade is not even here, bro.
Renegade
is not even here.
Eddie going first. I'm not. Eddie going first. He gonna be late.
Anybody just have him on social media?
Yeah, but MacDev,
he's in the chat. He in the chat. Like, man.
MacDev, what you mean by those? Hold on, MacDev. What you mean by those Pacers teams were great defensively? What you mean by that?
They were great. They were great. They were a defensive-minded team. They rebound. They had the no layup rule, and they were physical.
Yes,
they did.
Hold on. I'm being honest with you, MacDuff. Especially when they were the most competitive against the Bulls, they weren't defensive-minded first. They were offensive-minded first. I'm not saying they weren't good. I'm not saying they weren't good defensive. Well, unfortunately, MacDuff, their offensive rating was higher than the defensive rating that I'm referring to. So
with Larry Bird as the coach.
No, you said Larry Brown. You said Larry Brown.
I said Larry. They weren't competitive when Larry Brown was there. Larry Bird was the fucking coach in '98 when they went 7 versus the Bulls.
Larry Brown.
Yes, in the fucking '90s, in '94, and in '95 when he went to the Eastern Conference Finals. Yes.
Yeah, but did he make the finals and win?
That was the defensive-minded coach.
We ain't getting nowhere.
Come on, MacDuff, man. Them boys wasn't like that in the 90s.
You guys hold on. This is what I'm saying. Because LeBron is trying to bring the philosophy. This is the whole point.
No, I thought
this is the whole point. I'm gonna be quiet. This is the whole point. Those defensive coaches were handicapped in the 90s. They still managed to make it a defensive error by playing physical. Now, when you remove those rules, those same coaches went to the 2000s and had the greatest defensive error of all time. It was the 90s coaches, not no 2000s. Not Mike D'Antoni, who was an offensive-minded coach.
What about Tom Thibodeau? What about Tom Thibodeau?
So those same coaches coached in the 2000s.
Hold on, Chris. So what about Tom Thibodeau, MacDuff?
Tom Thibodeau, who used to be the Bulls coach, right?
Tom Thibodeau.
Is he defensive? Ain't he defensive-minded?
Dude, he's one of the top 5 defensive-minded coaches in the modern era. What are you talking about?
Okay. So what are you bringing up his name? I'm trying to understand. What's the point?
I'm trying to let you know. Every era has defensive-minded head coaches. The reason why the 90s, you try to allude to, was like more defensive than offensive because the talent was not as developed, especially on the perimeter yet. During that time, the expansion time. No. It's a fact, MacDev. It's not an opinion. During the 90s, hold on. The expansion drafts diluted the talent in the league. 27% of the players shifted. And most importantly, here's where they really fucked it up. They gave all the lottery draft picks to the expansion teams. And they took it from the middle of the pack teams. So if you were a team like in a 6 or 7 seed and you were relying on a tail end lottery pick to help your team, supplement your team, that was taken away from you the first 3 years. It was given to the expansion teams. So what that does to the league, like that, It stifles the league, number one. And number two, most importantly, the league just simply couldn't keep the talent wasn't good enough yet to keep up with the defense. That's the biggest difference. That's why you had multiple
keep up
coaches.
with the defense.
That's why you had multiple coaches, GMs, and players of the 80s mention how bad the 90s were because of reasons I just brought up.
Sturdy. You just said, hold on, time out. You just said the talent level couldn't keep up with the defenses, correct? Because of the expansion, correct?
Yes.
That's what you said, right? Okay, so you're telling me that the players in the 90s offensively couldn't keep up with the defenses that was handicapped. That were handicapped. So you're basically just saying the talent in the 90s was garbage, basically.
That's not what I said. I said the talent was factually diluted.
Wow.
And it was factually diluted.
Wow.
And number two, most importantly, the spacing. Bro, I'm letting you know. And the only reason why the 2000s, bro, the only reason why 2000s is even more defensive than the 90s, because A, the pace was slower, and B, most importantly, with the implementation of the zone, the league in general didn't have enough shooting dispersed throughout the league to counteract the zone. That's the only way to beat a man-to-man matchup zone is to shoot out of it.
There wasn't a lot of teams playing zone in the 2000s, though. Maybe the Dallas Mavericks or something.
No, that's not true.
Hold on. What we're saying is, so when we say zone, there's no coach in his right mind that's going to stay in a zone the entire game against an NBA team. So what teams do is they have zone principles. Because what did Phil Jackson say? Just the best man-to-man defense looks like a zone. That's because the best defense is a team defense. The best defense isn't this Gary Payton style, I'm going to lock you up by myself and do it all by myself. The best defense is what we saw from like the Pistons in the 2000s, the Spurs in the 2000s. Those team defenses, that's what makes great defenses, teams. And when we look at both those teams, they had a ton of zone principles, and this is on video. This means shading two guys over the help. That means when you overload one side, then when that guy drives, he's seeing not just one guy, he's seeing three guys, right? When he kicks the ball to the weak side, they're rotating and they're helping, using help principles out of zones. So it's not that they're necessarily playing zone, because when you play a man-to-man matchup zone, that's not in and of itself a true zone. It's a man-to-man zone, which means we're overloaded and we're guarding the ball as a team. That's what man-to-man matchup zone means. So NBA teams, they will turn zones into matchup zones. They can turn a 2-3 like we saw the Miami Heat do in 2020. They turn the 2-3 zone into a 2-3 matchup zone, because you cannot play traditional 2-3 in the NBA. You'll get lit up. But they had success in the playoffs with a 2-3 matchup zone and exploited some teams. Now, they tried to do it against the Lakers, and the Lakers did what? They played high IQ basketball and shot them out of it and made them go back to man. So, again, when we say zone, it's not the natural zone that you see at the YMCA when y'all 10-year-olds is playing. 2-3, two guys at the top and three guys at the bottom just shifting. That's not how it looked. So you got to get that out your head. It's mostly matchup principles, and they use two zone principles out of their man. It's not this old man-to-man, lock your own man up bullshit that y'all be talking about. That's not a good defense.
And Lamar, I really want you to do a video on this one day. Bro, MacDev, what's considered the greatest offensive team of the 2000s was the Phoenix Suns. The only reason why is not because they were most talented, it's because they were ahead of the curve. They understood, okay, the zone is coming, so we need to A, start getting personnel that can shoot, and B, most importantly, get more personnel that's mobile and can shoot. That's why their offense so modernized, and even principles used to this day. Because if you don't have the accurate shooting to get your team out of zone, you're gonna look like most of the teams from the early 2000s. It score like mid 70s to 80 points because you can't simply compete.
Well, no, just look at the Lakers now. A team.
Look at the Lakers now.
Yeah. When you talk about talent wise, ton of talent. AD, Russ, Bron, they can't shoot, and if you can't shoot against any team that's employing zone principles, well, y'all see how that look. We see how it look now. Any Laker fans here, y'all should understand this all too well. So what he's saying is right. He's saying is right. The Suns at the time were ahead of the game. They brought a whole bunch of shooting. Now, did they have a ton of success in the long run? No, because the game slows down in the playoffs, something that we all understand. But
anybody don't want to fact check that. Literally, David Griffin, before he went to the Cavs, he was working for the Suns. He literally described it how Joey Colangelo and himself knew the rule change was coming, and they prepared for it by getting the right personnel to counteract the zone. But yeah.
What's going on, Lamont?
What up, Lee? Hold on, y'all. Before I get to you, Lee, we got Renegade here, and we got True the King here. All right, man. Man, it was a lot of noise being talked about this, man. This is gonna be Renegade's first debate. Renegade is jumping into this debate with the understanding that ain't nobody in this whole channel crazy enough to challenge him in a head-to-head debate. That's why he ain't had no debates. True getting called out because True easy work. We just saw True take a historic defeat, man. You know, nobody thought he was gonna lose to Ralph Lauren, and man, and True slipped up, man. Just didn't come with enough, and he lost in the votes, man. So True is True's been kind of labeled the Adrian Broner of this thing right now until he redeems himself.
This is what I got to go up against, man. I'm more than just one person, but like I said before, though, I'm here to make a statement. I'm ready to go, man.
Hey, just let the people know, Lamar. Just ducking though. Just
talking over with, man.
The undercard ain't happening.
I just cook Elder. I did a little warm up. You know what I mean? Just cook Elder.
That's light, man. That's light work.
Elder challenged us to play.
Hold on. No, hold on. True. I forgot what the two players y'all was debating.
It was Kareem and LeBron.
Okay, Kareem and LeBron. All right.
I cooked you, Elder. I already cooked you. I'm still waiting on names, Elder. I'm still waiting on names too.
Elder has challenged us to go on the play.
Elder's weakness in any debate is that he has an affinity for the 90s that leads him to saying stuff that isn't true.
Jordan, I lied.
Well, Jordan, technically true. You didn't cook them. What you did, you tossed me the lob, and I dunked on Elder. That's what happened. No. But you got this, sis.
I mean, listen, regardless of it may be, I'm initiating the offense, man. I'm a playmaker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you Chris Paul.
I don't know. I mean, I'm such a high scorer. It's like, it's just a double team. You got a foul.
Elder, man, they did you like
Elder
that,
was
man.
fouling. Elder was fouling. Ever since he got on, he was fouling. He fouled. Elder fouled out like 10 times on here, man. Flagrant attack.
Hold on, Renegade, man.
Renegade, wait, when was the debate? When was the debate, Lamont?
So hold on, this is who again? True. Kareem and who?
Kareem versus LeBron. I got Kareem. He got LeBron.
Okay, Kareem and LeBron. So we got Renegade. He's gonna be explaining the greatness of LeBron James over Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Renegade, who do you think should go first in this one?
Shit, no, man. Let him go first.
Nah, he go first. I was on time.
Scared, nigga.
He go first. He go first. I was on time. I always go first. Why you go first?
Come on, let me go. I go first, nigga.
Get hyped up. You was talking all that trash last stream. Get hyped.
What you mean?
Talk about I'll go first. You go first, baby. I'm the A side. I'm the A side. I'm the A side.
All right, you know, Renegade.
Lamont pick.
It's Renegade's first debate, so we got. I think it's only right if we allow him to go first, man. And we're gonna go ahead and let him go first. I'm let me get this timer ready real quick. Give me 1 second. We gonna get.
Everybody mute your mics. If you're not True, Renegade, mute your mics.
Just a ducking. Just a certified duck.
Yeah, Jester ain't been nowhere to be found ever since we announced the debate.
They're looking bad for Jester, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, they're starting to look like he ducking now. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Well, Elder, if you want a rematch from our first debate, you can get that. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't looking too good for you before a little interference. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Sardy, you got an echo too. You got a weird echo.
By the way, guys, just to let you know, Elder has challenged us all to go on the Players' Choice channel to debate him. Do you accept?
No. We do debates over here, man. See,
thank gosh.
We're doing look, because I'm like I said, y'all can feel free to go over there and debate out there. But if I'm doing the debate,
Yo, Lamont,
sure.
come on.
What?
Come on, you got to drop somebody. Mingle showed up.
Oh shit!
Oh. Hey, Lamont, I'll drop out. Lamont,
I'll drop out too.
Your African shook. Your African shook. Your African shook.
Hey, Lamont.
I'm glad the man
Lamont.
is here.
Lamont. Hey, Lamont. Hey, Lamont. I'll text you later. I'll drop off.
All right, got you.
Oh,
hey,
man.
Hey, hold on. Wild West. Wild West. I got a proposition for you, Wild West. If you want to debate me, then you will. This is a requirement, Wild West. And I'll let True or somebody else get control of the panel, so you don't say I'm blocking you or muting you or anything like that. I'll turn over control to somebody else. If you want to debate me, man, you got to hit the Cash App and donate to the GCU men's club basketball team. Show me that you're willing to support our basketball team. Because look, we're trying to get a Dr. Dish shooting machine. Because I understand that my players need to be highly skilled and they can't be walking around going back to the basket like the bums in the 90s. So we need that Dr. Dish shooting machine so I can work on a lot of these things, man. You donate towards that cause, man. We can set it up. Because I'm trying to get my guys ready to go, man. We trying to win national championships. So
you
do that, man. Like the 90s. That's what you need.
So no, hold on. You must not have seen our team play, then, have you? Huh? I got some video from this year. That's all we do is lock up.
Y'all not playing on 94 feet. Man.
Okay, yeah. No, we don't play. Because we not playing that stagnant old raggedy.
Yeah,
stuff.
you're not playing 94 feet.
Yeah. Hold on. I can pull up here. Let me pull.
Man, let them debate, Lamont. Calm down on your team, bro. Let them debate.
Hold on. I gotta talk about my team. I'll pull it up here. I'll pull it up after the debate. But Matt. Our team stats is online. I can show you how many points we allow per game.
All right, I'm gonna look online. Put it in the back. Put it in the back chat.
All right, I got you. I'm gonna put it on there. All right, hold
Come on,
Mingo,
get up here, bro.
Let me
Stop
drop
running.
the link for.
Did you drop the link? Yeah, I'm gonna say you drop the link.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Here it is, right?
Lamont.
I'll put a link in the chat for him.
Hey man, it's gonna be FYF debates versus Players' Choice next year.
Get True smacked right quick.
That's what we shooting for, Lamont. Stop playing.
You sound a little timid. Where that same energy at? You sound a little timid.
McDuff. You bet you made your bed, man.
It's a lot of basketball referenceness going on over there. So you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I know that.
A lot of basketball referenceness, man.
Yeah, but they be getting killed anyway. They don't know how to read
Elder, I want to let you know, bro. I'm been letting you know. Technically, we officially tied, but like, I've been there since day one, Elder. So you can still get smoked. I already smoked Dub. You won't be any special. I promise.
Everybody had Players' Choices
going on, man. I'm still waiting on them names, Elder. I'm still waiting on them names, Elder.
Elder, you can set it up, Elder. Elder, set it up, man.
Please set it up,
Debates versus Players' Choice.
And
I heard y'all cooking that man while I was watching the Whitney Houston. This is crazy.
Ralph pulled up. Young Africa, where you at?
Ricardo McCullough. Hey, listen, y'all. Mingo Justice here. Listen, I'm gonna tell you one thing and one thing only. I'm never ducking. Okay. I'm never ducking. You got me all the way, man. Let's get this. Let's get it. What's happening? What's happening?
I'm gonna mute myself and listen to the great debate.
All right, let's go. Hold on. True. The first debate is gonna be True versus Renegade.
Yeah, we got True
Kareem
Renegade
versus LeBron.
All right. Wait a minute. Hold on. Before y'all do all that, what is our debate again? I can't even remember.
Nigga, what?
It's why.
I know one of them.
You ain't be doing your homework.
Listen.
Don't do all that. Don't do all that.
The first topic. Listen, Mingo. The first topic is Embiid versus Joker.
He know the topic.
Second topic is whether or not LeBron is top 5. And the third topic is the third round is a rebuttal. That's for y'all debate.
Got it. That's all I need to know. Good looking.
All right,
let's go. Be doing your homework.
All right, hold on. So you got the topics, Mingo. So hold on. We're gonna start with True.
Let's get it.
We got to start with MacDef. Not MacDef. We got Renegade.
Come on, man.
And Renegade's gonna take the first round. I got the clock ready. Let me get it on the big screen real quick. The clock is up. Let me get these comments off the screen too. I don't know why it's flashing like that. We're gonna have to fix that. Is it flashing on y'all end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's flashing.
Why is doing that? All right, hold on. Let's stop.
Right. Renegade better come with the mega facts, man. You know what I'm saying? Like right behind like
come on, man. Sound a little Timmy. Sound a little Timmy.
You scared over there.
Come on, man.
You would have big big dog.
Hold on. Renegade. We got Renegade. We got True. Renegade. Got LeBron. True has Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, man. We're going to let Renegade.
Mute our mics.
Starts. Yeah, when the timer starts, everybody make sure y'all mute it up. Timer starts, Renegade. It's going to be on you, man. You go ahead with your opening statements on LeBron James over Kareem. I'm going to go ahead and start the clock right now, man.
All right, man. Talking about Gold James. If you think you're big enough, you're not fast enough. You think you're fast enough, you're not big enough. We're talking about a guy that's 225 pounds at the center. You think that's going to stop the train? Come on, man. We're talking about 20 years of real competition in a real complicated era, man. An era that was made to hold down real big time ass 1v1 players, man. We're not talking about 10 years out of a 20-year career that you ain't go against nobody like Kobe, Duncan, even Dirk, man. Come on, what are we talking about, man? Talking about Gold James, a nigga that didn't change the league as far as you have to be able to make at a high level for you to be able to, you know what I'm saying? Separate yourself, man. Look at who's on top in the league right now. Joel Embiid can't even he 24, you know what I'm saying? Turnovers in the playoffs. If you're not a big time playmaker in this complicated league, you're not going to be able to do anything. And listen, we're talking about Kareem. If he ain't got a top playmaker of all time, he can't succeed, man. Going up against niggas like, Wes Unseld and who was it? Dave Cowan. That's not good enough, man. Come on. We're talking about a sport. We're talking about Gold James. Shout out to Kareem, man. You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to destroy him and shit. And, but listen, man, you zone that, sky hook up. It's not going to be as effective, man. You put Gold James in the 60s. Come on, man. What are we talking about? 225 stepping in the gate.
Right, time. We got time for Renegade, man. That was Renegade's first round. Round one is over for him. Sound like he could have kept going, but time was up, man. We gotta go ahead and go to True. True, man. You got to come much stronger than you did against Ralph, man. Let's see if he
right? So you want to keep.
Let's see if he got it today, man. True. Your 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes starts now, man. Go ahead and cook.
First of all, you talk about errors. I mean, Kareem couldn't help where he played at. So for one, I don't know why you brought that up. Talk about better competition, Kobe, Duncan, Dirk. Kareem went up against Wilt Chamberlain, Jerry West, Wes Unseld, Larry Bird, Moses Malone. So I don't know why you even brought that up. So let's talk about the dominance rule. Let's just get into it. And during his era, since you want to bring up errors, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was arguably the best player in the league when he stepped in the NBA in his rookie year. Finished third, by the way. Did LeBron James do that? No. Then his second year, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar won a championship in his second year. Like, what we talk about, and you talking about his errors. Well, let's talk about errors. When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar played, it was a player's vote of the MVP awards. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got that 6 times. LeBron only got 4. By the way, the 6 MVPs that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar still to this day is a record, by the way. So when you talk about diminishing other players and stuff like that, all that being said, LeBron James still hasn't accomplished more than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's kind of funny to me. I don't understand that you talk about playmaking and stuff like that. It was season where Kareem Abdul-Jabbar led his team in assists. So yeah, I don't understand why you keep saying that stuff. I mean, listen, it's more in the game and just playmaking. Because when it comes to defense, it's not even close. When it comes to scoring, we all know Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is a top 5 scorer of all time. So you bring about skill sets and stuff like that, and you sit there trying to diminish the sky hook. What move in basketball is more dominant than the sky hook? The most unblockable shot of all time. That's what move LeBron James got that's compared to the sky hook? Come on, man. This is light work, man. Listen, man, you better come back with it better than your second round, Tom.
All right, man. Renegade, man, you heard what he had to say, man. This is your opportunity to try to counter some of them points, man. You have 2 minutes.
All right.
2 minutes starts now.
All right, man. When he went up against Jerry West, he was hurt, man. Come on. What are you talking about? Gus Williams was hurt. What do you mean? What do you mean? Who and then in the first round when he went in the play in that championship run, when Jerry West and Gus Williams was hurt, he went up against a below 500 team in the first round, man. Stop it, man. What are we talking about? You act like he went up against Wilton his apex or something. He did not. He didn't. Huh? Right? What are we talking about? We 10 years of his career. I mean, listen, I don't fully agree with it, but you can argue that he wasn't even the best player on his squad, man. You know that. What are we talking about? That's not Whitley Train. Huh? What are we talking about? Who you're talking about? Playmaking ain't really like that, but like that's what Kareem needed on his squad for him to succeed. He needed a big old playmaker like Oscar Robertson. He needed a big old playmaker like Magic Johnson, man. What are you talking about? And you're talking about defense. Who are we talking about defending, man? Come on. Yeah. All right. Look. Shout out to Kareem. He got the player's choice votes and everything like that. But what's harder? Actually going up against and actually getting votes on players that you actually balling against, or having a placate and shuck and jive to the media for their award for you to vote for, man. Come on, man. What are we talking about, man? We're talking about a harder era to get harder awards based off of how they actually set the rules up to make the game harder. Huh? Come on, man. What are we talking about?
Time. All right, man. That's Renegade's second round, man. True. It's on you.
Why are we talking about teams and success and stuff like that? And like, I don't understand that argument, because if you want to use that argument, that being said, Kareem still has more championships than LeBron. And you talk about injuries or Gus Williams, stuff like that. LeBron James won championships against the Warriors where Boga got hurt. So I don't understand how that even make any sense. That's pitiful. Embiid that's in 2019 beat a Celtics team where Kyrie Irving, Gordon Hayward got hurt to go to the finals. So that don't even make any sense. That's ridiculous. And listen, if you want to talk about dominance, right? Let's talk about now. Let's talk about now in this era, right? LeBron James is 37 years old, about to be 38 years old. You know when Kareem, and he's not even the top 10 player, definitely not a top 5 player. So you know what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at 37, 38 years old was doing? Being a top 5 player in the world, being the best player on his team. And since you talk about he had other players on his team, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the best player on his team since he's foot in this league to 1986. That's a long ass time. So listen, when LeBron James was a rookie, he was nowhere near a top 10 player. When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was in the league, he was a top 5 player. If you like to say, give me any 10-year stretch of LeBron James that can match from 1969-70 season to 1980. You can't do it. Like, are we serious? And we talk about, listen, and you talk about defense and stuff like that. Listen, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is third all time in blocks. By the way, his first 4 seasons in the league didn't even count blocks. And by the way, we talk about all defense and stuff like that too. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is on 11-time all-defensive team. How many times LeBron James on the defensive team? What, 5, 4? Come on now. It's not even close. one of the best all-time leading scorer, one of the best scorers of time, and a top 10 defender of all time. What about LeBron?
Time. All right. This is the rebuttal round. All right. This is the round where you got to bring all your points home, man. If you got any ether points, this is where you should be dropping your max ether, man. Renegade. You got to come with some max ethers this round, man. Go ahead.
Man, you talking about Kareem in his first year versus Gold James in his first year as if Kareem ain't go to college for years on end for him before that, man. Come on, man. You can't compare a 22-year-old Kareem versus a 22-year-old Gold James, and you keep going all the way up to 37 and 38. Okay, you say he's a top 5 player and with that when he was age 38, but he's not better than Gold James right now or any 38, 37, about to be 30. What he about to be 39-year-old player, man. Come on, stop it. What are we talking about? Did Kareem have to face the legacy of a whole nother so-called great shitting on him his whole career, man? Is the whole basketball world about cooking Kareem versus a whole nother player, man? Come on, man. What are we talking about? Like Kareem, what Kareem? Shout out to Kareem. He was a great defender and everything, but he wasn't asked to guard the perimeter and move his feet like we have to do these days, man. Come on, man. What are we talking about? You have to be able to do more things. He has to have range. You have to be able to guard at least somewhat on the perimeter, man. What are we talking about? Does Kareem have any chance of being a top 10 player if he can't guard 20 feet from the rim, man? Come on, guarding, camping under the rim? Come on, man. It's not good enough. We're talking about a nigga that actually had to carry his team for 20 years, man. Not Kareem. That's not the same, huh? Come on, man.
Fine, man. Renegade just finished up, man. Man, the poll is going to be starting as soon as True the King is done. The poll will be up. You guys can start making y'all decisions, man. True the King, man. Are you going to come a little bit stronger this rebuttal round, man? We need you to come through, man. Go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Here's the thing. You talk about defense. First of all, last time I checked, protecting the rim is one of the most important parts of defense when it comes to basketball. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did that at a high level. What are we talking about? You mentioned earlier in that first round how small Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was, only 225 pounds. But LeBron James, you talk about how LeBron James is big and bad and stuff like that. Why he can't do things that Kareem do then, if that's the case? Because if LeBron can do all this stuff like that, why he couldn't do what Kareem did then? That don't even make any sense. That's a dumb argument. Listen, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is one of the greatest defenders of all time. Point blank, period. Top 10. At least top 10. What are we talking about? LeBron James never played at that level of high ball compared to what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did. We talking about a guy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar led the league in rebounding one time. We talking about a guy, Kareem had led league in scoring 2 times. Like PR, led league in PR multiple times. What are we talking about? You using these media narratives about, LeBron had it. So you basically saying LeBron James had a shucking job to win the MVPs? Are you serious? He had a shucking job? You know why it was easy? And here's the thing about the shucking job thing. LeBron James is a media darling. So it will be harder for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to win MVPs when it was a media vote because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and the media didn't like each other. So you using narrative to try to prop up LeBron James? But he's greater than Kareem? That's ridiculous. Are you serious? Like I said before, LeBron James is chasing Kareem. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar wasn't chasing nobody. When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar played first 10 seasons in the league, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was regarded as the greatest of all time. LeBron James in his first 10 years was choking against the Dallas Mavericks. D-Wade had to teach LeBron James how to win. Nobody had to teach Kareem how to win. Tom.
All right, man. There we have it right there. I'm going to go ahead and put the poll. Let me go ahead and put this poll in the chat. People could start voting.
Salute, good debate. Good debate.
Lamar, let me start off.
We're gonna start with as we do normally. We got to go into the panel, man. We got to see what the panel thinks about what we heard. Let's start with Sturdy. Sturdy, man, what you got on?
I had it. Good debate. Good debate. I had it 3-0. The reason why, because Renegade, I feel like Renegade could have rebutted a lot of True's points, and most importantly, like they could have emphasized more of what LeBron did as an individual player. Not to get too much into it, because there's another debate involving LeBron, but like I felt there was a lot left off the table in regards to, especially to rebuttaling to some of the things that True was decided. But I gave it to True because A, his rebuttal was better. B, he did. I think he did describe Kareem's accomplishments and slightly more of his impact than Renegade. So that's why I give it to True 3-0.
All right, we got Young Africa, man. Young Africa, what you got on this one?
Yo, man, solid debate, man. Solid debate. I gotta say that True swept that debate, man. Well done, True. You know, I gave it to True. That was a 3-0. True had many more points when it came to the career of Kareem. You know, Renegade talked about the sky hook, one of the greatest moves in NBA, and kind of diminished that. That was kind of wild, Renegade. I gotta say, man, that was wild. But I know I hear an echo, but True talked about Kareem's career, his legacy, his accolades, and what he did in the game, and that was too much. And what you could have done more is talked about LeBron's individual greatness and what he did when it came to his accolades and his competition and just the level of play that he had. I didn't think he had enough to win the debate, even though I got LeBron over Kareem. That's all good though. It's all good. But you know what's True? 30.
All right, we got Mac Def, man. What you got on it?
Yo, I got it 2-1 for True the King. I thought Renegade made a good point about LeBron being the facilitator and how Kareem needed that to win all his championships and had that. I thought that was a solid point. It's just, you know, you gotta keep building on that. And I don't feel like he did that. So True made solid points the whole way through, and rebuttals was 6. So I got 2-1 True the King.
All right, man. We got Christopher Sims. What you got on this?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It was a real good debate, you know what I'm saying? But I got to give this to Renegade, man, you know what I'm saying? Because there was a couple of things True said I just couldn't, you know what I'm saying, understand. Like when he brought up the whole defensive thing and, you know, Kareem having more all defensive selections than LeBron. But I mean, Kareem was only asked to guard the rim. He wasn't asked to, you know, be the best perimeter defender or even guard the paint like LeBron could. And another thing is that he brought up 2011, and I'm just like, okay, that just did the whole thing for me. Like, why bring up 2011? Like, that wasn't a team effort. Like, it wasn't just LeBron that lost that finals. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be LeBron versus Kareem, not the Miami Heat versus the Los Angeles Lakers. Like, you know, it was certain points that was brought up about the team, but like I say, man, I just couldn't, you know what I'm saying, get with that. Like, you know, the selections and everything really don't prove anything because, you know what I'm saying, it's just, you know what I'm saying, something that's just given out. You know, and then the MVP thing, you know what I'm saying, like 6 MVPs, okay. But LeBron was going to be the first unanimous MVP award winner until, you know, one of the guys didn't vote for him.
Do rambling about please.
What happened?
What's he talking about? Do you want him to
Hold on, Mingo.
Bro.
Let him finish the take, bro.
Man, okay, you don't know what you talk about, man. You just ready to say something.
Go ahead,
you know what I'm saying? Like I say, bro. You know what I'm saying? LeBron was obviously going to be the first unanimous MVP award winner until whoever that one guy was, and I think he was some guy that was working for Denver that voted for Carmelo. He didn't vote for LeBron. Kareem never won a unanimous MVP award. So,
but why you brought it up like Renegade said that?
No, I'm
Renegade
saying, but that's what you said though. You said that Kareem won it 6 times because of the people that voted for him, right? The players voted for him, right?
Right.
And what I'm saying is that LeBron got 4 MVPs from the media. That's not the players voting for him. It's a
So which
bias.
one's more credible? What's more credible? Media or players? What's more credible?
But no, true, bro. This is the reason why I brought up
what you mean?
The one guy that didn't vote for LeBron. Huh? If he would have got that one vote, that would have mean he would have been the first unanimous MVP.
But he didn't though. So but he didn't though. You're trying to paint a narrative.
All right, hold on. We're gonna hash that out later. We're gonna hash it all out later. Man, he basically just was saying in general that he didn't feel like you was 100% truthful on some of the points you was making. We can elaborate on it later. I mean, y'all can hash it out later. Y'all can hash it out later, man. We got to get through all the people on the panel. We got Ralph in here, man. Ralph, man, what'd you think? Did you improve since you defeated him?
No, he lied on a couple of things. He lied about the MVPs. Kareem didn't get all his MVPs from the players. He got some from the media too.
That's not true, bro.
That is true.
No, it's not.
All his awards did not. His last one came from the media, bro.
Okay, five. Cool. Okay.
You said 6. You said 6. Let me do my thing, man.
This is funny. This proves my point too.
No, it don't. It proves that you don't know what you're talking about, sir.
I wouldn't even talk about that.
Let him finish his take, True. Let him finish his take, True.
So Wade told Brian to win. That's one of the statements that my brother said. But we're not gonna get on how this man was on the Lakers all this time and ain't win anything till Magic Johnson got drafted and won the Game 7 in order for him to get a championship for the Lakers when he got injured.
This is crazy, bro.
So I'm not understanding the correlation when
did Magic win it without Kareem? Did Magic without Kareem?
Hold on. You gotta let him finish. Let him finish.
He won Game 7, and so he automatically won the championship without him.
Next call.
Who you got winning? Ralph, who you got winning?
Let's call it, bro.
I got that shit 2-1 Renegade.
Okay, so we got another vote for Renegade right there. Mingo Jester.
Man, I got True, man. And I ain't got nothing behind it.
All right, move on. That's what's up.
I ain't got nothing behind mine either.
All right, hold on. We got Kevin Thomas.
All right, we got Kevin Thomas. I care about, bro.
So y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
I'm going Renegade on this one, man. He just brought up a lot of valid points that I understand, and I just feel like, to me, Kareem a little overrated, but that's just my opinion.
So that's why you vote. That's why you voted, because he's overrated.
Nah, my thing is this: since LeBron came in the league, up until these last few years, he led his team in every statistical category. Like, you never had any other player do that.
But he didn't say that. Why are you saying shit that he didn't say? Like what
yeah,
what
True,
man.
True. Even if you disagree with what they saying, you gotta let them.
Oh
finish.
my god, this is some Dick Rider shit, bro. I swear to God.
You gonna listen? I'm gonna cook you on some regular talk shit in a minute,
y'all get this man talking points.
Let people finish their shit, man.
Y'all say shit like he said some shit. That's some.
Bro, it's okay. You not in trouble yet, man. You good.
Yeah, I don't give. Listen, all the people that said I won, I don't even care.
Okay,
the longer people that said I
let him.
No.
Just let him give his reasons.
On the panel that I won, I'm cool with. So
all right, you gotta let him finish. True, you gotta let him finish. He's just giving his reasons. You can't be mad at his reasons. Go ahead,
never had a Hall of Fame coach. I could say all kind of shit, but it's just my opinion.
So who you got winning this one? Renegade or True?
Renegade.
So you got Renegade winning. So we got the polls in the chat right now. True to King is up by 4 percentage points, 52%. Renegade at 48%. We're gonna keep the poll up till the 20-minute mark. It's been up for 9 minutes. And so
it should be close, bro. This shit embarrassing. It shouldn't even be close, bro. I'm pissed off. It should have been it should have been 80-20, bro. This shit crazy, bro. I'm mad. It's close. I'm mad if I do win. I'm mad this is close, bro. It's some bullshit. Listen, man. Listen. Hey, if y'all
like a sore loser, bro.
Hey, listen.
True,
bro,
you gonna make
just
people
lost,
not
bro.
vote for you, man.
Hey, I don't give a listen. Hey, listen, bro. That's all. Listen, the people know. Listen, the only know is certain people know that I won. That's all I care about. I came in. Listen, that's all I care
same
about.
thing last time, man.
And I won that. Hey, look at
what?
It's okay to be wrong, man.
Hey, listen.
Lord have mercy.
Hey, you Renegade, you just got cooked, bro. You just got like
what you
30.
mean?
What
you mean?
Ralph did better than you.
He almost got cooked until you lied, bro.
Man, that shit crazy. So hold on. So Ralph, let me ask you a question. If I didn't say that, right?
I almost voted to you till you said them things. You kicked yourself in the nuts by saying them things.
This shit crazy, man.
How is having to
choose your words wisely, bro?
But you can lie. But you can lie about Casey Jones. But I can't. Well, I can't.
I did not lie about Casey Jones.
This shit crazy, man.
I mean,
Lamar,
what's the panel count? Vote easier than just having it one way.
What's the panel count, Lamar? What was the panel votes?
The panel count right now.
Sturdy and you and Mac and Mango voted for him, and me and Chris and the other guy voted for Renegade.
And I smoke all three of y'all after Mingle Bell about that. I'll take all three of y'all.
Man, true, bro. Look, just understand something, my nigga. You lost the debate, bro. You said some crazy things, bro.
Nothing. You hating ass. You sound like a hater. What are you talking about? Rick, I don't give a fuck about
y'all. True. You good, man. Hold on.
I don't give a damn. Listen, but hey, Hitman, you better be prepared, Hitman. Cause listen, dog. I'm sorry. Hey, shout out to Hitman, but you gonna get it. Listen, he gonna get 32. I told y'all.
Pagan 180. Eat a Frank, boy. You just talking. Go ahead, my fault, True.
Hey, Lamar, what's your vote, Lamar? What's your vote? You don't want to sway
I don't vote unless it's tied. I'm
okay. After it's done, can we get your pen after it's done? Before it's done.
Yeah. I give you I still got opinions on it. I just want to make sure everybody on the panel got their opinions.
I want to see criticism of what anybody else could have done better. Listen, I want all that.
Nigga, you almost smacked them, like I said. But you ain't had to say them two things, bro.
I 30 that nigga. I 30 Renegade. I don't know what you talk about.
The thing about it, everybody interprets the debate differently. That's why we take the votes, man.
Bro, you had it. I was like, yeah, true.
This nigga Ralph said he had it.
And then you said that shit, and then I'm like, damn, why would you say that?
Yeah, that was how I was thinking. Like, it was certain things he just said, like, dang, like, you talked about the 6 MVPs, but I'm like, okay, is it a lot of talent? Like from the 70s?
Oh well, that's not. That's hold on. Nobody can control. Nobody can control the first. Hold on. You said Dirk don't Kobe when Kareem played against Moses Malone and Larry Bird. Those are better than all them niggas you just named. So I don't know what you were talking about.
He wasn't even a bona fide leader on that team, man. I'm talking about the 60s when he was getting them MVPs. Is what I said.
He played 1 year in the 60s, bro. He didn't play.
I'm talking about the 70s.
Right. He didn't really play in the 60s, Renegade.
He was the best player on his team. First of all, Kareem was a winner.
He was the best player. But he needed the best playmaker in the league as well with him.
So right? Hold on. Let's do this, right? Because Kareem was a winner before he got in the NBA. Who was a playmaker for Kareem before that? How about that? Because he showed you could win before that. So name me the playmaker. Hold on. No, nigga. You name me the playmaker. Okay, then if he needs to. All right, then. All right.
What do you mean? It's not the same.
Come on, so that's college though, bro. It's not NBA, my nigga. Please don't compare the two, man. That is not NBA, bro.
Hey, listen, y'all said a statement. Y'all said a statement, paid the narrative that you only need playmakers.
I'm telling you what I thought about it. And you brought up the 6 MVPs, like, okay, that's the 70s. It's obviously not more talented than the 2000s. Or the late 2000s when LeBron won his 4 MVPs.
Y'all gotta stop making arguments. Renegade ain't arguing, bro. You gotta stop that shit.
What you mean? What else? What did not argue?
No, that is true.
All right, hold on. Look, y'all. We could talk about. Look, if we didn't have another debate headed up, we could just hash it out on this one. But we got. I mean,
I'm gonna
as
get him. I'm gonna get him.
As the votes get tallied for this last one, we got 7 more minutes to go before I close the poll. True is up 51% to 49%, and like I said, I didn't necessarily think it would be this close at this point, but hey, Renegade's second round was stronger than people are giving him credit for. So I think that's what is creating that imbalance right there, that second round. But
I mean,
it is what it is.
Hey, True,
So,
man. You won too many MVPs in a row, man.
It must be, man.
We'll get to the next debate, man.
So hold on. As we round this one off, I'm gonna end the True's debate. Like I said, 5 more minutes in that poll. Actually, the numbers have changed. It's 50-50 right now. True to Renegade. So if it ends 50-50, we got to do a sudden death or something. So, man, it's getting ugly. Maybe True just created a lot of haters or something out there. I don't know what's going on. I don't know, but Renegade's up now, 51%, 52% to 48. So, I mean, the votes are tallying up. We're gonna see how it goes.
Damn. Hey, Sturdy, what you got to say on this, man?
Hold on. Young African, you can't keep laughing because you got to deal with Mingo Jester.
Yo, man, that's light work, Lamont, light work.
All right, hold on. First, before we go to the other debate, who is gonna go first? Because since we got 2 different topics, I think it's only fair. One of y'all go first for the first round, and then one of y'all.
Yeah, I'll go first. I'll go first the first round. You know,
because you always talking the most.
How you feel,
now
Jester? I'm gonna pop it off, Jester. Is that cool, Jester? How you feel, man?
Go ahead.
Let's go first, man. Let's
go first, and then you can go first and second round. Get on your LeBron hate, and we can get it done, man. It's all good.
Yeah, there you go. That's what's up.
You gotta do
that's a fact. Because it's a 2-topic debate.
When I end it, I'm gonna end it at the 20-minute mark. We have 16 minutes on the poll. At the 20-minute mark, I'm gonna end it, and whatever number it is, that's when we're gonna go with.
I want to say another round.
Nah,
I mean, if it's tied, we'll go another round. If it's not tied, we just got to go with the winner.
With the people.
You gonna start Young Africa and Mingle Jester, or after the poll?
He said I would never do another debate on the show. He said it's bias.
Oh man, it definitely is biased though, nigga. Hey man, it definitely is biased though, man. You need niggas to listen.
I'm not going. Only thing I'm going to say is, sure, you got to learn when to let this shit breathe.
I don't give a fuck. But I don't.
Yeah, man. How the hell somebody biased, man? Because they gave their opinion on the debate.
Hey, listen,
that's crazy.
Listen.
You were talking to
no, it's not that. But no. Hold on, true. Hold on.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn,
bro. There's still time for you, bro. It just like in terms of the debate, I'm not gonna lie. Renegade. I thought you come harder than that. No pause. Like I thought you just hit the nigga with the mega facts, but that was mini facts. I thought you was gonna hit with that fire, but it was still decent debate.
Hey, listen, man.
Hey, that's not really what I did.
Hey, man. Hey, real talk, man.
I'm
gonna get him.
Hey,
we gotta stop throwing that damn word around, man. Like everybody gotta agree on everything, man. That's
hold
crazy.
Hold on, y'all. We gotta get
to
this.
We can throw live IQ fans out here don't know they basketball, man. It's all cool.
Hey, Steph Curry top 10.
True, man. See how you disrespect the people just because they don't agree with you, man. Now somebody eat you, my nigga. Don't get mad, bro.
This just proves my point. I don't really listen. It's true. Listen, only the people that said I won. That's all I care about. The people I heard said I won. That's all I care about. That's all I care about.
All right, so if that's all you care about, why you still talking then? Just what I'm saying, just leave it alone, man. It's a debate.
Listen. Hey, listen, man.
Come on, man.
Y'all see what Luka did yesterday?
You've been trying to grind him up.
All right, hold on, y'all. Look, I gotta go move on to the next debate, y'all. It is what it is.
Hey, Lamont, look at your chat. Lamont, look at your chat. Lamont, it ain't just me. Look at your chat.
I can't see that right
now. They talk about credibility and everything. I don't force people to say this shit, bro. Just look at your chat.
Look, I can't read all that right now. I'll get to that after.
You got a debate to go to, man.
Yes.
You got another debate, bro. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna get him mad. I'm gonna get you after.
Man, that man Elder need to just be quiet, man. He be on every panel like they pass him around like a blunt.
Oh shit.
Oh, bro, but what are
Nigga,
you
who
talking
clipping
about?
their fingernails? Nigga, they toenails.
Just saying, like, what is you whining for on this? Like, you don't even be over here like that.
All right, hold on, y'all. Now, Elder be over here, man. Don't do that. All right, hold on. We got Young Africa. He's gonna go first. Ralph, Young Africa. Since you're going first, you get to choose what topic we're gonna start with.
Oh, we can start with Jokic and Embiid. We can do that.
Okay, so and you're taking Jokic, I believe, right?
No, I'm taking Joel Embiid.
I got Jokic. You got Embiid.
Okay, so Young Africa has Embiid. Embiid and Mingo Jester.
I got Jokic. Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead. I'm about to put the clock on the screen. And
mute your mics.
Let me get this on the screen. Here we go. All right, man.
When that
clock start. Yeah, when that clock start.
Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear. So yeah, when the clock start, man.
Yeah,
it's your time to cook, man. You got Embiid. Mingo Jester has Jokic. That's the first round topic. We're gonna see how it goes, but your time starts now.
Joel Embiid is the best center in the league today. The question today isn't who is the most accomplished player, or who is the most efficient player, or who is the most skillful player, or who has the lighter complexion like the MVP voting media. It is who is the best center. And since the beginning of basketball, Lamar, centers are valued most for what? Their ability to protect the basket from high percentage shots on defense. And then it's rebounding. And lastly, it's scoring. So when you talk about Joel Embiid and his defense, he is one of the best centers in the league because he's an elite rim protector and rebounder. His help defense is great. He's good at defensive rotations. He's capable of altering shots with either hand. And even when his teammates make mistakes on the perimeter, he has the athletic ability to erase those mistakes at the rim. Embiid is the defensive anchor on his team, and the stats throughout his career prove it. Embiid's career defensive rating is 103.6. For context, Giannis, a defensive player of the year, career defensive rating is 104, which means when you have Embiid on the court, you have a center that turns your team into one of the best defensive teams in the league by preventing shots at the rim and rebounding at an elite level. This is proven in the amount of times he has anchored his team's defense to a top 5 defense in the league. Out of Embiid's 7 seasons in the NBA, he has anchored a top 5 defense 3 times, a top 10 defense 4 times. Embiid is a defensive anchor of his team while also being a dominant offensive player, leading the league in scoring for the last 2 seasons at over 30 points per game. The first center to lead the league in scoring since Shaquille O'Neal. And currently, in this season, he's leading the league with 33.5 points, with 7 guys averaging over 30 points per game. So I ask the people of the world, when you have 2 centers that are both elite offensive players, what is the more important player? Who is it? Is it the two-way, do it all on offense, dunk on your head, fade away like MJ, block your shot like Kareem, and grab rebounds like Kareem? Or one-way playmaker who has a below average rim protector and has never averaged 1 block per game for a season? I'm taking the elite 2-way player because I can find elite playmaking from my point guard, my shooting guard, my small forward, but I cannot get elite rim protection from my 1, 2, or 3, which is why Embiid, being an elite offensive and defensive player, is better than Jokic.
Time. Well, Mango, man, you're going to have to come with some fire. You might have walked into a max ether. Damn. You might have walked into a max ether and didn't even see it coming. But Mingo Jester, your first debate as well. Your time starts now.
Well, first of all, Jokic is a 2-time league MVP number 1 and could have his 3rd one. Embiid is yet to win one. The only thing he got is the scoring title. Whatever. His defense so great, but yet his team never made it out of the 2nd round. Okay, whatever. We good with that. Also, in the playoffs, in his career, Jokic points go up in the playoffs. Embiid points drop in the playoffs. Like, I can give you a few numbers. Jokic in the regular season for his career, he 19.9. In the playoffs, he go up to 26.4. Embiid in the regular season, he go to 26.5, but in the playoffs, he dropped to 24 points, just regular. Embiid got a higher PER. I'm talking about all around the board. Everything. I'm talking about his 31.9. I mean, he had the highest PER of all time at one time with 35.0. I mean, that's even higher than Michael Jordan. That's high as hell. Also, not to mention Jokic lead his team in all statistical categories. When I say all statistical categories, I mean points per game, assists per game, rebounds, steals, blocks, 3-point made, 3-point percentage, field goal made, field goal percentage, free throw, literally every statistical category. And not to mention, Not only is his team number 1 in the West right now, with Michael Porter Jr. only playing 16 games, and Jamal Murray only averaging 18 points. His team is the number 1 team in the West right now. I wonder why. Also, Embiid usage rate is higher than Jokic's usage rate, 31.8. Embiid's on the 36.8. Also, Embiid is the only person. Jokic is the only person to average 40 points, 27 rebounds, and 10 assists. That ain't been done since Wilt Chamberlain did it way back in the 60s. You got to go back to the 60s to find somebody like that, all the way back to the 60s. Then also, when Embiid don't play, when Jokic don't play, the Nuggets is 12-19. So without him on the court, that team is nothing. That team is garbage without him. That team, he's everything to that team plus more.
All right, time. All right, man. Well, that was the first round topic. That was Embiid versus Jokic. So y'all need to lock that in your minds because we about to switch the topic up for the second round. Where we doing this debate a little different. So the topic for the second round, y'all, is LeBron James a top 5 player? Now, Young Africa started off the last round on a different topic. So this round, Mingle Jester's going to start this round off on a new topic. We got LeBron James. Is he a top 5 player? I believe Mingle Jester does not believe LeBron James is a top 5 player. He's about to explain to y'all why, man. Mingle Jester, when the clock starts, man, go ahead, man.
All right. Well, I don't believe LeBron is a top 5 player because for an all-time great player, LeBron has the most inconsistent career ever. Like this dude has he got the numbers. He has the stats. He has the accolades. But like once you go to other players, you can argue other players. Yeah, they have this. Yeah, they have that. But when it comes to LeBron, he gets swept in the finals. He's 4-6 in the NBA finals. Like you can point to so many blemishes on his resume, but people cover it up. And make excuses for him of why he did this and why he didn't have help. How much help this dude need? Do he need the Avengers? A little bit of the Eternals? What do we need? Like this dude had the most All-Star, the most trades. Like, what do I go with this? Like this for me, LeBron is like, yes, he's a great player, but he's not top 5 in my opinion. Like I said, yes, he had the accolades, but his career is too inconsistent for me. It's up and down, up and down, up and down. Like he do that a lot in his career. I can go to 2011, 2007. Like 2007, LeBron whole career, his points kept on dropping. In 2007, everybody wanted to say he had a bad team, but in the regular season, LeBron averaged 27 points. In the playoffs, he averaged 25. Then when they got to the finals, he averaged 22 on 35% overall shooting and 20% from 3-point line. He got the most turnovers in playoffs history with 975. The most turnovers all time with 4,858. Then in 2011, he averaged 17, 7, and 60 in 6 games. So basically what I'm telling you is a lot of his epic fails came up because of him. In 2007, they lost because of him, not because of his team. He didn't play up the par. For example, the Spurs only beat them by 1 point, like 1, 2, and 3, 11 points. I could have kept going, but yeah, there you go.
That's time. You was cooking, so
I could have.
Now it's on Young Africa. I know. I wish it was longer, but 2 minutes.
No, we got a rebuttal round, Lamar. We got a rebuttal round, Lamar.
You got a rebuttal round coming. So look, you can finish it up right there. Hey, Young Africa is on you. You heard what he had to say. Your time starts now. Everybody, make sure y'all mute up as well.
LeBron is one of the most complete basketball players of all time. And I can understand Bron not being the greatest of all time, even number 2, number 3, or number 4. But to claim LeBron James is not a top 5 player is truly a disrespectful thing to say. Jester, hey, when you talk about LeBron James, right? 18-time All-NBAs out of 19 seasons, most all-time. 13 first-team All-NBAs, most all-time, right? You talk about 18 All-Star appearances, second most all-time behind Kareem, and he about to get that this season. 6-time all defenses with 5 all-team first-team selections, right? For context, right, about these numbers, there's only 5 players in NBA history with at least 10 all-NBA first teams and 5 all-defensive first teams. You know who those 5 players are? Duncan, Kobe, Kareem, Jordan, and LeBron James. So when we talk about his greatness, right? We talk about the amazing individual career style of LeBron James. And it ain't even about him about to be the all-time leading scorer. But do you know that LeBron James, the only player in the NBA history to average 27, 7, and 7? For context, in the last 50 years of NBA history, there's only been 10 individual seasons of 27, 7, and 7. LeBron has done that 20 years straight. Y'all tripping. So when you talk about this, the most common argument used against LeBron's greatness is his finals record. But what people fail to understand, right, is when you say that his record would have been better if it was 4-0 instead of 4-6. What you're really saying is that it would be better if LeBron had lost earlier in the playoffs. 4-6 record is much more impressive than a 4-0 record, than a 4-2 record like Curry. 4-0 means you went to 4 championships and you won 4, but 4-6 means you made 10, Jester. So when you talk about his greatness and what you talk about LeBron James finals, let's talk about it. When you talk about his appearances, did you know that in LeBron James finals appearances, he met 30 Hall of Famers in the finals? 30. And when you talk about Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Dirk, Jason Kidd, Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, all in his way. And when you talk about all that, right? What did he do in those finals appearances? Well, he did nothing but beat all them guys that y'all talking about. And when he did that, he averaged 30 points, 11 rebounds, 8 assists over 8 finals appearances, shooting 50% and 37 from 3. Y'all tripping, man. Tripping. Do I need to say more? Man went to 10 finals, 8 finals straight. What are we talking about, man? What are we talking about, Lamar?
Hold on, time. My bad, my mic was muted. I was saying time.
What the hell is you doing?
Hold on, Mingo. It's another round. Relax.
All right. Calm it down.
My mic was muted. I was talking, but my mic was muted. That was on me. My bad.
Okay.
My bad. All right. Look, time was up. That was Young Africa. Now we got the rebuttal round. So look, you know what? We're gonna go back to the rebuttal round. We're gonna go back to Young Africa. Just closing
Lamar,
it out.
you gotta give him 30 seconds. You gotta give him extra 30 seconds.
Who's that?
Yeah, you can give just a 30 seconds.
Both guys. Gotta give him extra 30 seconds. They rebuttal.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, the rebuttal round, y'all. Since y'all doing 2 different topics, y'all got to rebut 2 different complete topics. Y'all both get extra 30 seconds. So what I'm gonna do is when 30 seconds run off on the clock, I'm gonna reset it back, and then that way you have your full extra 30 seconds going. So if you see the clock reset, that just simply means your first 30 seconds is up, and then your 2-minute time is gonna go from there. So
gotcha.
We're gonna let Young Africa go first, and Mingo Jester's gonna close it out. But Young Africa, you heard what he had to say both rounds. Now is your time to go ahead and close it out, man. If you want to stamp any points and bring them home, man. But the clock starts now for you.
Hey, if you notice, right, this man just did not talk about defense at one time at all during him talking about Jokic or offense, right? Did you know Denver Nuggets this season have the worst defense at the rim in the league, with teams averaging 68%, 5 foot and in at the rim? Did you know, and if people say that's a small sample size, well, last season, the Nuggets had the second worst defense at the rim with teams averaging 66%. Oh, that's a small sample size? Well, the season before that, in 2020, they had the worst defense at the rim again with teams averaging 65%. This shows that Jokic is a below-average rim protector, and that hurts his team, preventing them from winning at the highest level because the most high percentage shots in a game of basketball are at the rim. Now, I'm going to leave Jokic alone because that's already done. But when we talk about Embiid's offense, offensively, there is not a single man on earth that can guard Joel Embiid. He has an elite footwork, his shot creating ability, his perimeter shooting. It's truly unguardable. There is no center in the league that is as dominant right now in the game when it comes to scoring. He can turn over either shoulder, finish with either hand. He can get a defensive rebound and start the fast break. He can lead the break. He can methodically break down with the hook shot and in the post. Any matchup in the league. He can post anybody out. He can draw the double and get an assist. He can shoot jumpers over the smaller guy. He can go around the big if they press up on him. He can bang. He can step out. He can hit the 3. He can make floaters. He can hit fadeaways. Man, this man is truly unguardable. And when you come to LeBron James, right, he talked about he only averages this and this and this. He got the most this and this and this, trying to diss him, right? Well, guess what, man? Did you know, Jester, that LeBron James has the most playoff points ever. He got the most playoff wins ever. He's 6th all-time in playoff points per game. He got the most playoff steals ever, most playoff games ever, most playoff minutes ever. What are we talking about? Most combined points and regular season and playoffs ever. In the finals, he's only the second most to Magic when it comes to when it comes to assisting, second most finals assists ever, only to Magic. The most final steals, the fourth most rebounds. Hey, this man is a complete player. And when you talk about his game and you talk about his the level of game that LeBron plays, he's an elite playmaker. He's an elite scorer, versatile defender. At his peak, unquestionably one of the greatest players of all time. You out here talking about, I don't know if he's top 5. He definitely is top 5. And when you talk about what he did, this man, he's the greatest floor raiser in NBA history. This man took a team with no stars twice to the finals by himself. When you talk about the greatness of LeBron James. So you need to put some respect on it and understand that LeBron James is one of the greatest players of all time, top 5, undisputed.
Time. All right, man. Well, that young Gafford, he just brought everything home, man. Mingo Jester, you got some work to do, man. Go ahead, man. You remember, like I said, the clock's going to reset back to 2 minutes after 30 seconds. So you got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to cook on both topics. Give your final rebuttal. The clock starts now.
Nigga, your mic is mute.
Hold on, where's he at?
Unmute your mic, Mingle Justin.
Did he drop out?
He choked.
He dropped out. I think he dropped out on accident. I don't see him in here.
Damn. Hold on. Nah, man, he can't go out like that.
He heard what I said, and he stayed running.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
The very man that talk about choking in the finals is choking in the debate.
Stop.
Hold on. Mingo, I dropped the link for you again. I think Mingo fell out.
Yeah, Mingo, he probably has technical difficulty. That's all, man. We ain't doing that.
Mingo, hit that link, please. Hit that link, man. Come on, Mingo. You got to hit that link, man. Damn. Oh, man.
Bro, when you hear these mega facts, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, Renegade? With these mega facts when it comes
Renegade, you lost. Renegade, you lost.
What you mean? I'm about to cook you. I'm about to cook you as soon as they done, man. Don't worry
You
about
lost.
it.
You lost. Ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't nothing to talk about. You lost. Ain't nothing to talk about. You lost. You know deep down inside you lost. Turn your camera on and tell you that you won that. Turn your camera on and say you won that.
Man, Mingo Jester and Young Africa, that was a hot debate, bro.
Hold on, Mingo didn't come back, y'all.
He gonna be back.
Okay, hold on. We got to give. Maybe it's connection issues with Mingo Jester. So we're gonna give him another. I'm gonna put the clock on for another 2 minutes.
Hey, is Mingo back?
If Mingo don't come back after, it's gonna call it. We're gonna say
that's a second round. That's a damn. That's a
TKO, man. Hey, Mingo already knows, man. That's a TKO. Mingo running, man.
That's the second time that ever happened. That's the second time
his phone might have died. Anything, man. Sometimes crazy stuff be happening, man. So you never know. Hold on. Yeah, Mingo's not back yet. I'm gonna drop the link one more time so he make sure he see the link in there. Come on, Mingo. You got 1 minute and 30 seconds to pull up.
Come on, Mingo, man. Come on, Mingo. Please. Come on, man. You can't. This is
they say he's going out like the Eminem and 8 Mile.
You can't go out like that, though. You can't go out like this, though, Mingo, man. You can't go out like this, though, Mingo.
2 shot, 3 shot, 4 shot, 3 shot, 2 shot. None, nigga. None.
Come on, Mingo, man. You got a minute, man. Where is he at, man? Damn. They said Mingo went ghost, man. All right, man. Well, I'm trying to give him a fair shot just in case it is a technical.
We can't say Mingo Justin was Doug because he did show up, man. I'm gonna blame it on his Metro phone, man. I'm gonna do that. He got the Obama phone, man.
Oh man,
his antenna ain't working. He got to put the foil on there, right? That's all.
Salute to Shut Up and React TV, man. Make sure y'all go check them out. Oh,
dang.
Man, Mingo. Oh man,
y'all had a dope ass debate too,
man. I was curious to see if he was gonna come. Oh, hold on, that's Sturdy popping up. Sturdy was out. Sturdy hopped back in.
Man.
Oh man, he's not back yet, man.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Give him another minute.
Throwing the towel.
We ain't gonna give him another.
You said give him another minute.
Yeah, give him another
Give him
minute.
another minute, man. Give him another minute, man.
It's a choke job.
Give him at least another minute.
Man,
His
the
phone
man
died.
phone died. He be back.
Hey, yeah, salute. Shout out. Yeah, we try to keep it a little different, man. But shut up, Rick. I want to get your thoughts on the I need whenever you get time, and we got to have you on. I want to get your thoughts on the Gunner YSL situation.
You was capping on that, Lamar. You was capping on that shit, Lamar.
I wasn't capping.
Big old.
Hey, he didn't do nothing that none of us would have done.
Oh, you trying to switch it up there? Hey, you trying to switch that shit up? You trying to switch that shit up? You trying to switch that shit? I
don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, you trying to switch that shit up there though? I ain't listen. I ain't no criminal, so shoot, I do what I have to do.
Peanut said, I think his phone died.
I ain't make to do that though, man. For real though. I can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right,
damn.
Mingo, you just made the list.
Hey, Mingo. If Mingo comes in, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna go ahead and close out this debate right here. It doesn't look like Mingo's gonna be back.
Damn.
Yeah, he already know what it is. He already know what it is, Lamar. He felt that heat, felt that pressure.
He still battled 2 rounds though. So I mean, we still got to vote.
Yeah, but you already know that was a 2-0 anyways. But it's all good. Go ahead.
We still got to vote. We still got to vote though.
Oh, Mingo got swept in the finals. Then he got swept in the last one.
Do we really have to vote?
Oh man,
that's a choke job, though.
I mean, technically, I mean, like you said,
he said he got swept in the finals. That's what he said.
Oh, you still you put it?
So right now
nominated.
we got Young Africa with 90-10 right now. Mingo Jester, I'm surprised. Mingo Jester got 12%.
Lamont, this is a Hall of Fame nominee.
Yeah, that was
got to be a Hall of Fame nominee. First of all, shout out to Young Africa. Coming with that heat. The facts. Yo, this nigga, he was naming shit I didn't even know. This nigga structure and the rebuttal. Jesus, man, it's incredible. I had it.
It was flawless.
It was flawless. Like, that's
Hold on, let me ask y'all on the panel. Do y'all think there was anything Mingo Jester could have came with in that last round?
I think he could have. I honestly think he could. I want to hear what he said in that 3rd round. I really did. I honestly want to hear what he said in that 3rd round.
I don't know if he could have. I think the first 2 rounds baked him right there. I don't know if he could have done enough.
I think I ain't gonna hold you. I think he won the 1st round.
Hey, Lamont, the first half of it was all right until he started stuttering.
I mean, but he still would get his point across. Listen,
Mingo Jester with the
I'm not gonna
Joker and them.
I'm not gonna
facts,
lie,
bro.
He almost convinced me Embiid was better. Like I'm like,
I like Joker.
Young Africa was that was a close round. That's a debatable round though. But I mean, Mingo got killed in the 2nd round. He got killed in the 2nd round. He got killed. He got killed in the 2nd round. But I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I thought he won with the Joker.
I didn't think. I mean,
I don't know, man. But in the rebuttal round, Young Africa came with some facts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
though. I don't
the
know,
last one.
I don't know. If he would. I don't know. Mingo. I want to hear what Mingo Jester was going to say, but I don't know if he was going to win that round though. I don't know.
Them LeBron James numbers he was putting up, man.
That's why. Yeah, that's why he was going to lose because like that. It was just. I mean, it's going to be hard to argue LeBron James
not being top 5. Yeah,
like you. I mean. But Mingo did good in that first round though. I gotta give him that.
Well, I think Mingo got him number 6 all time. So,
hey,
that's not right.
McDuff, you know what the climax of that whole LeBron James rant when he named those 5 players that did it too. With the actor, that shit was hard.
Hey, when I heard Kobe's name, I was like, yeah. They're telling you niggas. But yeah, that all NBA and all defensive teams, the only 5 players in history.
Hey, Lamont, though, man, we got man. I don't know. I can't explain that, man.
Damn.
I can't explain the vote.
Renegade, you got your first win. What you gotta say?
His name not Renegade, it's Renegade.
Renegade.
That was
Man, listen, I'm gonna say pause on that because I don't. That's kind of talking too much.
I'm saying, man.
That was
you got your pom poms out or something.
Man, I'm saying how I'm saying. You say you about to cook me on what I said. So what's happening with that though?
But you got cooked. But you really got cooked though. Like
I'm
you
saying,
really got
but I'm
cooked.
saying what. I'm saying, but what do you talk? Okay, so what's happening though?
When he was getting cooked until
hold on. That being said, hold on. That being said though, right? Like you don't even sound confident right now, bro. You know you lost.
What do you?
You know
What
you
do you
lost.
mean? I'm saying. So what's I'm saying. I'm asking, man. So
But
what's
he's saying no. We even hit the mega facts.
I don't sound.
No,
what do I sound?
You
Come
trying
on,
to tell
just
me?
give me a
You trying to
quick
tell me?
answer, huh?
Hold on. I'm gonna be real with you. Out of my Ralph debate, out of my SB debate, this was the easiest. This was the easiest shit. This was the easiest shit.
I'm saying
this was the
That's
easiest
why I
one.
was mad. You said that bullshit at the end, bro.
But Brandon,
I had my
first of all,
pom-poms. I'm like, yeah, true. You said that shit.
Here's the problem though, right? They said, but hold up. Here's the bullshit though, right? Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. No. This is the bullshit though. I got criticized. The reason why I lost because I talked about team too much. But you did the same exact thing for LeBron James.
What?
You talked about team too much. You didn't even really talk about the individual. No, if I'm lying,
what I said? What did I say?
You barely talk about LeBron James' greatness as an individual,
bro. Say?
You did. What did you say? What did you say great about LeBron? You didn't say anything individually great about LeBron.
Salute to Rose Gold.
What based on what did I what? Give me an example.
Only thing you was talking about is team and how big he was. That's all I can remember what you said.
Is that individual? Is his size his individual?
That's the only thing you said.
I'm saying what about the team? Okay, so what else? What? Give me an example.
That's the only thing you said. The only thing you said that Kareem played against weak competition. That was your argument for whole 3 rounds.
I'm saying, what about are you talking about Gold Jane when I said that I'm talking about what he did what he does as a player? That's what I said. And you're talking about what are you talking about? What did I say about
I don't know what you're talking about. That's the crazy about it.
Right? That's what you said?
Somebody got echo.
Is it me?
I don't know, but
True. What happened?
Did you watch the debate?
No, I'm gonna watch it. Watch it.
Listen.
I'm gonna get the goalpost.
Hold on. All that being said, I legit smoked them 3 rounds, and the chat was being. Listen, we already talked about this. How I'm gonna lose in the chat if we go.
I'm saying you're not giving me an answer on why you even think you won. Why you got your cap?
Because I had more facts. You didn't really dive in deep on why LeBron James was greater than Kareem. The only thing.
Way bigger.
First of all, hold on. First of all, you had 2 dudes that voted for you on this panel they didn't say what are the reasons why did you won. They said the reason why that you won because what I said. They ain't say anything reason why you won because what you said.
Okay, what do you want me to do about that, man?
Go watch the debate, SB. Go watch the debate. Listen, I'm be all jokes. Listen, this was light as shit. Way better debate.
But I had to take the L because they
voted. But listen, all jokes aside.
I'm saying this on. I'm saying, but what did I say about? That was a team. That was team shit. You still ain't answer that.
You didn't. What fact did you say?
Hey, he got the picture right there, bro.
What do you?
Votes.
That's a poll. Listen, the poll. Listen, the poll is Lamont. You know the crazy thing? Lamont know I won that debate. That's the why he's just doing that just to be funny. Lamont know I won.
I'm saying you doing the same shit like what happened with Ralph, man.
The other way, I felt the same way.
Here's the difference though.
The same way about our battle. You just got
SB. You go watch this.
If you won, dog, who is?
Hold on, SB. Listen,
it's only 6 minutes. You can watch it.
Hold on, SB.
It's only 6 minutes. I'm gonna watch it.
All you gotta do is just watch it, bro, and you gonna see what. Listen, at the end of the day, is this right? Listen, SB. It was so bad that people was questioning the integrity of the chat of the debate. That's how bad it was, bro.
Oh,
I'm not. This is not my words. This is not my words. If I'm lying,
no, bro. But you did put that in the air a couple of days ago.
No, I did not. How I can't control the much.
You sturdy Ellis and Lou put that.
I didn't put nothing. I didn't put nothing. They don't like how I talk my shit, but it is what it is. You got dick riders like Swish in the chat talking about Swish cheese, but he won't. But he won't.
Damn. Man, how many times me and Swish got into it for you to even say that, man?
Man, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear
You can't be a so loser.
Go watch it. Listen. All I'm gonna say. Listen.
This shit crazy.
Hold on.
Man.
Did you watch my Ralph debate?
Who me? I think I did. Yeah, watch the Ralph one. Yeah, you cook Ralph.
Exactly. It's the same exact shit. Listen, it's the same exact shit. Listen, but SB, I clearly won every round against. Listen, Renegade don't even sound confident right now.
You can't even. You saying that, but you can't even.
Did you bring the mega facts or not, Renegade?
He didn't.
You bring the mega facts.
Listen. Here's the thing. If we all know. We all know you a dick rider. You talking about thought wine and all that. You was a dick rider. Like I said, you a dick rider. And you won't debate me. How about that? You was a dick rider.
Your ass up
like I said, Swiss. Like you come on this panel and get cooked too.
Now, bro.
Man, come on, True. You lost in the debate, bro. Just stop it, my nigga.
I don't care. Listen, this shit gets corny. You're not even making it fun when you get like lost the integrity of the chat. That's all I'm saying.
So if I lose the debate, right?
When you started,
what the hell what am I gonna sit up there and get mad for?
Yeah, you can't.
Like, come on, man.
Who cares? There ain't no thing.
So everybody said that you was winning, but you made yourself lose. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch. They said you killed yourself.
Yeah, he started. Look, SB. He started. He got mad at the chat. He was like, "I'm mad at even this close." He was up,
and then he started interrupting the panel.
Then it was like, I think a lot of people said,
"Listen,
fuck it, I'm gonna flip it."
Yeah, that's not true though. Here's the problem though. First of all, if you go look at listen, like I said before, it was multiple people in this chat saying that it was rigged and shit like that. It's not me saying this. I don't make people say this shit. If I'm lying to my right or wrong,
bro, how's it rigged?
They call you true catching.
Oh my god.
But
man,
true. Let me tell you this right quick,
loser. They call you true the loser.
When Lamont got to me, right, and I gave my point.
Like I said before,
one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
Listen, like I said before, though, look at Renegade's energy. If Renegade really feels like he really won this,
I'm trying to get you.
I already answered the question.
What did I say? Hold up. What the fuck did I say? That about Go James that was team shit. Answer the fucking question.
You said everything. You didn't say anything individual about LeBron at all. All you said the whole debate was you cared. The only thing you said. I already answered it.
You think you won or you fucking lost, and you can't even answer the fucking question.
You lost. First of all, I already answered the question. Hold on. I already answered the question. I already answered the question. You fucking lost.
Still you true the whiner.
That's cool.
Hey, listen.
That's not even a question.
Hey, go to one up. Not one up, Lamar.
Yeah, true. Let me just say this right quick, man.
Hold on, y'all. One at a time. Hold on.
The fuck you mean?
Let me let my guy go. Let me let my guy go.
And like I said,
cheese with that whining.
Not true. Not true. Look,
he's a dick rider. So that's cool.
After I gave my point, right? People was interrupting me, all types of stuff. I never said one word about, somebody was, doing this or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, after I gave my point, you called me a hater for no reason. Like, bro, it's just a debate. You know what I'm saying? Man. If it get that serious, nobody should even vote.
Hey, SB.
Like, that's just crazy as hell, bro.
Man, somebody switch the polls up, man. Somebody switch the polls up.
You can't switch it.
Hold up. How about you?
SB, it's all you gotta do is look at the debate. That's all you gotta do, SB. That's all you gotta do.
Look, all I'm saying is, I'm not saying you wrong, but when I felt that I beat you, bro, everybody, I let it go.
It was a good ass debate, but here's the thing.
And then wait till the video come back out. Lamont don't snitch it out.
Hey, listen. Here's the problem, though. You did a good job. Renegade didn't.
I'm not.
Man, listen.
I'm not disagreeing.
That's why you coming at me, bro. I ain't gonna say nothing. I just said get your ass up on this panel so y'all can have y'all debate. I can feel the
Swiss like
hostility.
Swiss like ain't gonna debate me. Swiss like he's never gonna debate me. He's gonna sit and talk and be a chat room.
I'm a mutual nigga between both of them. I fuck with both.
You sitting up there crying
That don't
again,
even make
man.
sense.
Like,
Swiss.
come on,
Hey,
man.
listen.
You had your notes.
Hey,
You had your
listen.
notes.
Hey,
You
listen.
didn't came prepared. You had extra days. You didn't postpone the shit.
Bro,
Come on,
whoa.
What do
I
you
didn't
mean?
post
Come
wrong.
on,
Renegade.
Okay,
Hold on, Renegade.
It is what it is.
Renegade, you're a liar.
Renegade, man.
Renegade.
SG, I thought you knew I spit the mega fact.
Y'all one at a time.
Hold on. Hold on, Renegade. You was an effing Renegade. You an effing liar. Who postponed this? I don't control FYF sports debates.
I don't want
Who
any of that
postponed
shit.
this? Hold on, ask Lamont. Who postponed this? Cause who's on time, Lamont? Who was on time, Lamont? Who was here?
Man, listen. I
Who
ain't
was
even
here?
know
Answer the question. Who was here?
this shit was about to happen.
You a fucking liar. You was on my
It don't
channel. You
matter.
all right, bro? You was a fucking
Somebody
liar,
switched
bro.
the polls.
You was a liar, bro. You
God,
was a
He
liar.
said somebody switched the polls.
God, mercy, man. Somebody
You can't switch the poll.
please, man.
You
'Cause
can't.
this
I don't
ain't
need a
even
spirit
over
switch.
this shit, man.
Listen, at the end of the day, listen. I won the debate. It's all that really matters. I won.
All
That's
right,
all
switch
it
the
is. What it
polls,
is.
man. Switch the
That's all
polls.
what it
Technically, you
is.
didn't win. By the votes, you didn't win. Technically, you didn't.
I call niggas all the time. It don't listen. I'm still
He
going
said
about
you
Hitman.
about to blow a casket.
Hey,
Lamont.
listen.
Hey, Lamont. I want the brothers to talk about the mob debate though. Let them break it down, Lamont.
Yeah, we gotta
Come
get
on,
to
man.
that.
Like you taking over this shit because you feel so played, man. Let young Africa get his shine, man.
Hey, you know.
Shout out to Renegade, my guy Renegade.
Hey, you know what's fun? You know what's funny though? He did better than you though. He did better than you though. He did better than you. He was technically he was
Okay,
fighter
what
tonight.
is
Bro, I'm
that?
trying
We
to
not
get you lost now, bro.
He was the
you
better tonight.
answer the question, so we might as well
I already
move to you.
Renegade already answered the question, Renegade. I already answered the question, Renegade. Stop saying I didn't answer the question.
Let
I
it
did.
go, True. Let it go, True. Let it go, man. Let it go.
True.
Like,
I'm sorry, I think you lost now. You pushed it. If you know you
go
won, you
look
be
at the
like,
debate. Go look at
you
the
just be
debate,
like, all right,
SG.
whatever. I know you know I beat you, bro. I ain't talking no more.
Hey, listen, man. I'm just saying that if niggas gonna dick ride and just sit vote in the chat and say I lost, man, I don't know what this. I don't know.
Why you got
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I'm saying everybody that voted. Listen, I'm the call. Listen.
The mega facts.
I'm saying, what's your problem? I'm saying, why is you what you doing all of this for? You're pissed, huh? It don't matter, man. Who cares?
And you lost.
All right, but I'm saying,
what
did you say? Like,
I already, bro. I'm not gonna repeat myself, Renegade. I
but
already answered that question.
you brought
I
it
already
up.
repeat myself. I will, and you like I said, and Swish, you a dick
Man,
rider,
young
like I
Africa,
said, and
go
you a
ahead,
dick
man.
rider, Swish, like I said, you a dick rider.
Let
And
True
Swish voted for True.
Swish, like
They
I
said
don't
Swish
even know.
voted for you.
That's not even. Can he prove that? I don't even know. Like, come on, bro. You the same.
He said he voted for you,
nigga,
True.
Hey,
He said I voted for your whole ass.
Switch Life wants to know what your cash app is, man. Hit your cash app for
Man, listen, man, don't even worry about it.
Whoop
Give it
it
to
True
True.
24/7.
I'll take the cash app since you were starting me, nigga.
Cry baby ass because he mad. Think everybody a dick rider because they don't agree with his
I didn't say. Hold on. I didn't say everybody was a dick rider. Hold on. I didn't say everybody was a dick. Hold on. I didn't say everybody was. Hold on. Don't. I said everybody that voted against me was a dick rider. That's what I said. I stand on that. That's what I said. I stand on that. That's what I said. That's what I said.
Man, you can't get mad because niggas didn't vote for you, my nigga. That's crazy, man.
Because he didn't win.
Yeah, win.
So you telling me that every single person's supposed to vote for you and nobody's supposed to vote for Renegade?
The Renegade, first of all, let's make this shit clear. Renegade had a bullshit ass rounds. He had a bullshit ass rounds all 3 rounds, bro. He had no shit. It was bullshit, bro. I'm not talking.
Hold up, man.
It was bullshit ass round. I'm not talking to you, bro. It was bullshit ass round. I'm talking to Chris. I'm talking to Chris. I ain't.
Why you ain't talking to Chris? You talking about you didn't cook?
I'm talking you. Listen, like I said,
man.
Renegade.
Bro, go to
Renegade. Stop running.
If you don't go to
Renegade,
man, while you ducking this fucking smoke, man.
And you.
Hey, True, you better stop whining. Everybody gonna be on your channel your next live to drop tears in your
Hey, listen.
Oh, shout out to you, Renegade.
You a whiner in your next live.
Come on, man.
Hey, SB, the more views, the better. The more views, the
Young
better.
Africa made a nigga
the more
made a
views, the
nigga
better.
jump off
Hey,
the train, man. Come
hey,
on, man.
hey.
What we need to talk about, man?
He said he
Hey, more
down there
Mega
funny.
facts, mega facts, my nigga.
True
Mega
the
facts.
complainer.
About it, dog. It's not even. I'm not. Let it like. I'm trying to cook you right now. You ducking that fucking smoke, nigga.
Damn.
Hey, man. Hey,
Hey,
Lamont, since Mingo just didn't come back, Lamont.
like I said before.
That's a duck. What
what'd
was
you
that?
say?
What was that? Since Justin didn't
Yeah,
come
he
back,
is
Lamont,
duck.
I
That is
already
crazy.
started
like
the
he didn't
poll. I
even come
started the
back.
poll for you, Africa.
Like I seen him in the chat. Like where'd he go?
I'm just saying,
He
like,
just
what
dropped
happened?
out.
He was in the chat. I'm talking about afterwards.
I don't know what happened. I don't know why he left.
Hey,
Oh, he got smoked. He
Mingo
was
got
just
up
in the
out of
chat,
there.
guys.
That True the complainer is funny as hell.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Like I
dropping
said.
tears in your chat.
Man,
boys. We
True
gonna
went
go
crazy
down.
on me. All I said was, "Hey, you know the MVP thing." He said, "Man, you're a fucking hater." I'm like, "Whoa!" I'm like, you know, it's just a vote, my nigga. Like,
Hey,
damn.
listen. If y'all gonna over exaggerate and try to like whatever, that's cool. But anyway, like I
That's
said
what
before,
you did, man. Come on.
I stand on
What
everything I
about Young
said.
Africa, man? Damn.
Let Africa talk.
Renegade.
Let young Africa
Let me
talk.
get my shots.
What you let him
Renegade.
talk, nigga?
All right, hold on, y'all. We gotta let's go ahead and we can
I
get
know
to the Young
when I
Africa
worst
Mingo
True
Justice debate.
Mingo Justice.
Renegade been talking the whole time.
True. We'll let you jump start it off. Who you think won that debate and why?
Shit. I mean, obviously, you know what happened. I mean, by default, kind of. But besides that, I mean, listen, young Africa came with it, man. The facts, back to back, rapid fire. The first round, then the second round, clear sweep. I mean, young Africa, and then the third round, excellent, marvelous. I mean, a great debut, one of the best debuts on this channel history. I gotta give it to young Africa. He was the debater of the night. I mean, he did better. So hey, shout out to young Africa, man.
You was about to say he did better than what?
He did better than me, and he also did better than Renegade too. So I mean, hey, listen, he was the better of the night.
All right, man. We got Renegade, man. What are your thoughts on Young Africa Mingo Justice, man?
Man, shout out to Young Africa, man. I had Mingler winning the first round, but I mean that shit gets ixnayed now, man. Shit, man. Damn, I got to get it 30. So I mean, did he have a 30? That shit was crazy, man. Shout out to Young Africa. You know what I'm saying? Making nigga that made the man connection fall off, man. This shit crazy, man.
All right, MacDuff, man, what you got on it?
Oh shit. I got it 2-1 Young Africa. I thought Mingo did his thing the first round with the Joker debate, but after that it was just downhill, man. It was a wrap. It was a wrap for him, man.
Hey, break it down on Mac. How did I lose the first round, Mac? Break it down for me a little, bro.
Both of y'all, it was a debatable round, but I thought he won with the Jokic numbers as far as his impact to the team and the PER and everything, and how he led his team in every statistical category. So it was close. It's debatable. Like you could have took. Some people could feel like you won that round. That was a highly debatable round, but I give it to Mingo Justice. But everything else is just downhill. It was a wrap.
All right, we got Christopher Sims, man. What you got on?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make this short and sweet, you know what I'm saying? But that boy Young Africa, man, just eat the hell out of that nigga Mingo, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't even close, man. You know what I'm saying? Man, look, man, Young Africa, man, salute, man. You smoked that boy, man. For real.
So love, my brother.
All right, hold on. We got brother Omari Juma. Was you here during the debate?
Yeah, I seen both debates.
All right, what you got on it?
Look, man. First of all, shout out to my young protege, Young Africa, in this building. Okay. All right,
salute,
man,
brother O.
The African DNA is strong. We know it. We seen the presence today. Okay. But on seriousness, it was a 3-0 sweep. First thing, hey, True and I, you owe me an apology because I told you it was gonna be a sweep. I told you that Africa was gonna sweep Justin. And,
He did. He did. I gave him his props. I gave him his props.
No, I'm just saying, but y'all told me I was out my mind the other night. I said, and this is look, I listen to everybody on here. I don't do the sports debates, but somebody who participated in scholarly debates, and I always got that term Google scholars. And that's not to take a shot at nobody around here, but it's a lot of Google scholars on these panels. But when I listen to Young Africa and I listen to Justin has never ever, and there's no shot at Justin, articulated the game like Young Africa does on these panels. I listen to Young Africa, whether you agree with his position or not, he always articulates his points very well. And this is the first time in a debate I've ever heard in these sports debates that he gives a strong position or point and then gives context to that point. He did that twice in this debate. In that first round, when he gave context to Embiid's numbers, nobody's ever done that. And Miguel Justin had no comeback for that. Miguel Justin gave us he gave us points that we already knew. He gave us the will of the mill, what we knew about Jokic. When he gave us the defensive numbers, the impact about Embiid, I've never heard anybody speak about Embiid's defensive impact in such depth like he did today. Miguel Justin, he just didn't have enough depth to his argument, and so that's why I just had it in the first debate. I had you winning true, but it was close. That's all I gotta say.
See, that's another person saying it was closer than you thought. True.
That shit was no fucking close, bro. I still won though. I appreciate that, brother. Though. That's all. People like Brother Rowe, shout out to Sturdy on them. That's what. Hey, listen. Besides that, everybody else that voted against me, hey man, it is what it is, man. Shout out to Young Africa though, man. Listen, like I said before, the piggyback with Brother Rowe said, Young Africa came with it, man. I doubt. Hey, listen, I had Miguel Justin coming in as winning it, and he did his damn thing, man. He made me eat my words.
All right, man. Hey, we got Fridge in here. Fridge, man, what are your thoughts on that one?
Yo, Young Africa, bro. That shit was cool, man. I thought I missed it on Monday because I was here on Christmas Eve where it was supposed to go down and all that, but I thought y'all switched to Monday, and then I thought I missed it. But when I came in earlier while I was at work, I saw y'all ain't do it. Then I saw him pull up, and I was like, okay. Yo, Young Africa came in with his take with stats to go behind it. So that's the cool thing about stats is that you can have your opinion, you can have your point of view, you can have your take, but if you have, some factual things to back it up, that's what makes a debate, in my opinion. And I think Young Africa had that the whole way. Miguel Justin, I'm shocked that I was able to even have an attention span to listen to him for more than 2 minutes, because I don't understand. I haven't been, on other panels in a while, but since when Miguel Jester is worthy of having debates with people? That nigga be saying some crazy stuff. I seen him on Goat Mike, last year, and he was just getting fried up over there. And to see him on here, it's cool, but I didn't expect him to win nothing. And him ducking or at the wrong time that your connection went bad, that ain't a good look, man. That shit, man. But I have Young Africa. He came in with some good stats and energy with it too. And for the first debate with True and Renegade, I had the shit close. I did have True winning a little bit by the edge, but the poll said different. But I had True winning by an edge, though. By the edge. That's it. But I fuck with both of them, though.
All right, man. We got who else we got? Who else got to get? Ralph, did you get your take yet?
I said I ain't go yet either. You muted me.
Oh yeah, SB. Let me get you SB, and then I'm gonna go to Ralph.
Okay. I didn't get to see the first battle. I'm gonna go watch back. Obviously, it was some questionable, but I feel like True with that with complaining that don't help your case, because obviously if you won, you'll let it go. Even when I felt like I won, I was like arguing a little bit, but then I let it go.
This is a second time
I know why you pushing the issue. I know, true. I get that. I know why you pushing the issue though. I understand. We ain't got to go into it. But the second battle, even though Young Africa, you got more respect for me coming as a debater, so I will say like you up there. But I will still give that first round to Miguel Jester. He just edged you out, but it was close. And just because Africa come with some stats that y'all not used to hearing don't mean that's not better, because I think you lean too much on the rim protection is the only thing to make you a better player in that situation, because Joker, everything else he brought, even though we knew those stats already, Joker was still that's why Joker was a better player. The second round also, I had a problem. Lamar, even though that's him, bro, you set them up for failure. It was a guaranteed loss. There's no way you could debate LeBron James out the top 5. So the second round was a sweep.
I didn't select the topic. They did.
I didn't know that. I came in like mid-debate, like when debate was just starting. Because I came in, I was like, oh yeah, Lamar rigged the thing. Because like there's nothing you can't debate against that. There's nothing you can say about LeBron not being a top 5 player. Now, if it was a number 1 player, Michael just didn't even have a chance. But Africa still, even if that was the case, even if it was a chance in that debate, Africa brought better facts and better situation in the second round. It was like a body bag in the second round. In the third round, obviously, he didn't stand a chance. So I gave it was 1-1 going to me for the third. But I give it to Africa. Africa definitely came through and killed it.
All right, Ralph, what you got on it?
Can we really count the third round? Because it was the other one. He ain't do nothing.
I mean, by default.
Yeah, it counts.
Probably say I would have gave it just a 2-0. I didn't even include the first round. I mean the last
Mingle?
round because he
You
show
still
up.
give it to Mingle?
No,
Yes, I did, Scottie.
Africa. I was just giving it a 2-0 because he ain't come the third round.
No, that's what's up. Look, Cleo, what you got on it?
Yeah, what you got, Cleo?
For the Mingle and the young Africa debate, can y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
All right, for the Mingle and young Africa debate, to me that was probably the worst slaughter in stream history that I ever saw. And I see why Mingle Gesture took an extra few days to come up with his material, and he still got slaughtered. I thought he did better than I thought, though, because normally he just yell out a bunch of nonsense, but he actually put together a solid 2 rounds. His first round I thought was the closest, even though he still got smoked. So that to me was you should get arrested, young Africa, for what you did to that man on national stream TV. As far as the True, I thought True won clearly. I don't even think it was close. To me, Renegade really didn't have no substance behind nothing he was saying, and his rebuttals was kind of weak. When he brought up the fact that Kareem came in at 22 and was dominating, you could have easily said LeBron at 22 went to the finals. You know what I'm saying? So like it's just like stuff, little nuances like that you could have kind of rebutted with to change the argument, at least in the third round. But overall, I thought True run clear, no debate. And True, we talked about this on your channel. You're a confident dude, man, and ain't nothing wrong with that. But when you overconfident like that, people in the chat know you won. They all did, but they gonna vote against you just to see you lose because of that confidence that you have. So I'm not telling you to not be confident in yourself, but a lot of people view that as cocky and arrogant, and they don't like to see people like that win, essentially. That's all I got.
I agree. But we'll see. I'm about to put the numbers up for Young Africa and Mingle. Let's see what we got here. And,
all I know is Luka Doncic is putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers.
He's going to do that for a long
Boy,
time.
he did that one game. Shut up.
Shit. Come on now, bro. 60 and 20.
That's one game.
Wilt Chamberlain ain't never did 60 and 20.
Bro, their best player's not even over there, bro. Wasn't even playing. Be quiet, bro.
77%. Hey, Lamont, you break down the battle, man. You don't have to say your pick, but just break it down. Just tell me how it was, Lamont.
I actually thought Jester had the advantage going into the first round because he had the 2-time MVP. I mean, he had more material to work with. And I thought there were some things he could have did to talk about Jokic's greatness individually a little bit better, as opposed to running to the playoff numbers,
right.
Or playoff accomplishment, things like that. Because individually, Jokic is different. He's different than most traditional bigs, but but he's still dominant in his own right. So he just does it a little different. So I thought he could have came with some better talking points. The second round, he was fighting a losing battle there. I mean, LeBron not top 5 is going to be tough to prove. I mean, LeBron's just done too much to try to make him not top 5.
Fix your mic.
Yeah, your mic went out, Lamont.
My mic did?
Yeah, it's
good
better
now.
I don't know what it is. But no, I just think
Probably, Kev.
And Mac Def, you got an echo too. That's why it's earlier. But with the LeBron thing, he was just fighting a losing battle. I don't think there's really a case to make for LeBron not being top 5. I mean, you could argue the top 5 and the order that you want to put it, but not top 5 that's going to be tough. So, and I don't know if he would have had anything left in the tank to really rebuttal that last round. I mean, he would have had to rebuttal with facts and numbers, and that's just not how Mingle debates. He don't use a lot of facts and numbers. He uses a lot of talking points. So I don't know if his talking points were strong enough to combat that. So I had it Young Africa winning that one 3-0. Even though the first round was close, I still had Young Africa winning that one pretty easy.
Yeah. For the people that say that Mingo just won the first round, I need to know
because
what substance you was running to.
He literally argued the fact that the point was who was a better player at their career and the point and even at their peak. Everything that he brought up, Mingo just brought up in the playoff. That's you at your peak playing at a high level. He was a better player in the playoffs. He also had the better numbers in the regular season. What made it close? That Young Africa brought the stats that people didn't know about, and everybody was shocked at the point. That's what made Africa made it more close than what it was. He's like, damn, okay, Africa, why are you coming in your bag with that? But when you come to look at the points, Mingo said everything that he needed to say that's proved that Joker was better. I just think we give Africa more credit because he put up a better performance in what he was arguing. But if you just go on the substance of what was talked about, he Jester won. It was closer. It was only closer because Africa put on a better performance.
That's why I disagree. Substance-wise, Africa had way more meat on his bone. And again,
pause, but actually,
he actually. Hey,
come on, man.
If Lamont ever decided to go play, we can point by point. I'm telling you, Africa had again. In Africa, he's the only person that gave context to what his numbers were. He didn't just say the numbers and try to move on. That's what Mingo just he's throwing stuff out there and then move. Africa gave you a point and gave context to the point in the grand scheme of things. Again, you say he stayed on defense too much, but he set his premise already. Offensively, they almost a wash because again they do it differently. But he gave you offensively, he scores more than Joker, and he was a 2-time leading a scoring champ. And he talks about his arrangement of scoring in the post, in the mid post, on the 3-point line, just like Joker. Offensively, they pretty much a wash.
Yeah, one-time scoring champ, brother.
Okay,
we got to see this year.
Nah, he leading this season as well, though.
We yet to see this year, though.
Yeah. This year he's leading, and that's what missing games this year. And also, his point on defense was that's the separator between the two, because defensively he's just as a beast as he is offensively. His offensive game matches defensive game, and him defensively changed the complexion of his team. Top 5 defenses.
Right.
Yeah, it was a close battle though. I mean, you could go either way. I think that was the best round out of the two that they debated. It was razor thin. I like the Jokic one because the numbers that he not only said in the playoffs but individually when he said he led in all statistical categories. When Young Africa said defense and the rating as far as team defense, that's a team accomplishment. And yeah, Joel Embiid had the 103 rating as an individual, but when he went to the team 10, ranked in the top 10 4 times, that kind of goes to a team accomplishment. Joel Embiid. Mingo Jester stayed on the individual as far as leading every statistical category. He didn't talk about the offensive production. of the team. He didn't talk about the defensive production of the team. He kind of stayed with Joker, his individual accomplishments. So it's a razor thin, and it's close. And you got great talking points on why Young Africa won. I just kind of went with Mingle Jester on that though.
Hold on, you had Mingle Jester winning the debate?
No.
Oh, I was about to
just
say,
the
man,
the first round, the only debatable round. That was it.
Is it because you felt he did better than what you expected, or he legit won the first round?
No, Young Africa did better than what I expected. Young Africa came with mega facts. You know what I'm saying? Like Young Africa came with context with them defensive numbers. I'm just saying it was an individual. It was Jokic versus Embiid, and I just felt when he came with the individual stats defensively, he put context behind it, but the context was team. And it's like, well, we're talking about individuals.
When shot blocking.
Nah.
Hold on. But again, you can't separate. The point is showing his individual greatness as how much is impacting his team. Like that's the point. The context between it plays out individually. It's like because we always talk about empty calories, and this guy's he's saying not only individually he's dominant, but his individual dominance impacts his team. Like it ain't just a single isolated incident with just him putting up numbers. But
what about when Mingle Jester said that he hasn't gotten past the second round and the Joker went to the Western Conference Finals?
That's a team accomplishment, bro.
Exactly. And on top of that, I'm just saying I didn't look at the team, but if you're going to go that route and look at the team in the way he put it in context, Mingle Jester still said that Joker went further and put up better numbers individually in the playoffs.
Hey,
we're going to look at teams.
Jamal Murray is the reason why they went to the conference finals. Not even
hold on. I'm just saying what meant the debate. That's something else. You didn't say that in your debate. I'm just saying what Mingle Jester, if you're going to go off team context, Mingle Jester still said he put up better numbers individually in the playoffs and went further in the playoffs. That's what I'm saying. So he still wins the team debate lightweight anyway.
No, man.
I get you on that. That just wasn't enough. Because, we know both of their playoff successes or failures, whatever they are, right? So telling me that he went one round further than Embiid has ever went doesn't move the scale that much. He got one round further. I give you that. But again,
Mingle Jester was the same one that said he said that John Starks is better than DeMar DeRozan.
John Starks.
That's what Mingle Jester said.
Mac Def, how are you surprised by Young Africa? He's been on these panels for.
No, Young Africa spit facts. I think it's debatable first round. I am not mad that if you pick Young Africa.
Gonna win the other night. I was like, what are y'all listening to? And there's
no, I had Young Africa winning.
There's no disrespect to Mingle, but Mingle usually he's spirited by most of his hate towards LeBron.
That's trash.
Which is cool and all, but again, I said it earlier. Young
Africa said he gets energy from hate from LeBron.
But Mingo did do a good job tonight, though. I'm not gonna say he didn't.
King KO.
I thought he started out.
I want King KO to come
battle
debate,
even for me, man.
King KO.
That's an uphill battle even for me, man.
But what do you think about how I contextualized and said a center, the most valuable thing a center can do is protect the rim and be a defensive player over playmaking and scoring. What do you think about that, though?
Well, no, I thought you did a real good job because you put it in its proper context. That's what a center is for. So saying that you put the viewers or the listeners in the mind of a true center and what the responsibilities for a center really is. And I mean, like Lamont said, Mingo is not really a stats person. He's more of a talking point person. So, I mean, I thought he did better than what I initially thought he would. But overall, he just got flame broiled. That nigga somewhere cooling down his damn mic.
Hey, good on my young protege. I'll put you on my wings. I taught you well, my brother.
Thank you, brother O. It's all love, brother O.
Yeah, that was a great point. The center is supposed to be a rim protector and everything.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. I think when it comes to even in the beginning of basketball, when we talk about the first greats like Bill Russell and Will Chamberlain. Will Chamberlain has the offensive game, but Bill Russell had the defensive game, which impacted winning more than Will Chamberlain on that level.
Now,
so that's why I contextualize
defensive game, bro.
Huh? I think that's the reason why Bill Russell won more than Will. But that's me though.
Yeah, but you right. I'm not saying you wrong. You right. Does errors kind of matter in what today's errors centers are doing?
Can you get rim protection anywhere outside of your bigs in the game?
Yeah.
Who? A small forward can be a rim protector?
Yeah, I seen Draymond win Defensive Player of the Year by being their best rim protector.
Power forward / center. Like
he's 6'7". He's 6'7".
Yeah, but Mike, that is extremely rare.
I understand, but I'm saying this error. But we've seen it done in this error is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you've seen a guy that plays the position traditionally, like a big man.
Yeah, Young Africa came with facts, man. I'm not disputing. It was razor thin. I gave it to Justin for the first round. Young Africa won the debate, though.
My issue is how we gonna elevate Jokic's offense, but not also highlight his defensive flaws, which is the reason why I feel like he won't win a championship without a power forward that can protect the rim at a high level. Why do we not emphasize that? Also, he's a great offensive player. I gave him that. He is that. But what about the defense, though?
Well, Young Africa, my question.
Talk about Luka, Young Africa.
Young Africa, my question.
Don't do that.
My question.
Hey, first off, Herm, before you say that, you got to give me my props, though, Herm. Hold on, give me my props, though, Herm.
I want to ask you this. Then I may give you your props how you answer this. Because you want to talk about Embiid defense. When has his defense been an impact in the playoffs?
In the playoffs? He had good defense in the playoff. He just came across better offensive players in the playoff series that he went. Like Kawhi Leonard, for example. He came up against all-time great players. Okay. That's all good.
That was just a one-shot thing, man. That was a lucky.
And that was a game.
What about the Atlanta Hawks? Atlanta Hawks won a special clinker.
That's because of Ben Simmons.
Embiid was injured, and Ben Simmons was wetting the bed. You already know the facts, Herm.
Embiid wet in the bed too. Embiid was injured because of all the turnovers that he had.
All over a little bit. That's it.
Embiid was injured.
Eight turnovers.
You can't say a little bit, Ram. He turns it over way too many times, but still, I get your point.
Yeah.
But once again, though, even in that series, they Atlanta Hawks dropped over 100 points every single game, and they'll peak to like 127 multiple games. And you know what his defensive rating was? 104, which means they were an elite defense when he's off the court, getting cooked when he's off the court. That's what happened, man.
It's hard to debate Africa with facts, Herm. I'm telling you.
Nah, but
get away from the facts. Run.
Nah, so 104 is great for a so-called rim protector.
It is great. It's actually elite. It's elite.
Yeah,
in the generation, not just in the season. In the generation. In the generation. 104 in this generation.
In the frying pan.
Hey, better defensive rating than Thibault, Dwight Howard that season, like Ben Simmons, like 109, Thibault 109. Like, come on, man.
And Ben Simmons supposed to be this bet. What's his?
I'm tired of this.
And on top of the Ben Simmons thing, when we talk about Ben Simmons, a lot of people could claim it was Ben Simmons that had a lot to do with the defenses, the team defenses, right? Well, this season they number 2 in defense, and there ain't no Ben Simmons out here, bro.
Hey, but Young Africa, did you realize though, Noel defensive rating was better than Joel Embiid? So would you consider Noel a better rim protector than Embiid?
Hey, and this comes into context. Volume.
Forget the
How many minutes? How many minutes did Noel play? How many minutes did he play?
Can't say
defensive
rating.
You can't say forget the
context.
Context. Now everything comes with context, Herm. I just showed that in the debate, Herm. So how
many minutes? I want to put context in it though.
Yeah,
so I mean,
he been put the context in it.
Whole debate was about context.
Now, hold on though.
He put the context in it.
But hold on though. 1 minute, guys like to use numbers and stats to validate their point. But when somebody counter it, now it got to be context behind it.
Now the context is
he's a great rim protector and great defender.
He is.
He's a great defender and great rim protector.
Ain't no one deny that he is. He's a positive for his team on defense. But you tell me, Herm, how many minutes did he play when you're talking about he had a great defensive rating?
How many defensive possessions all that like that?
Exactly.
Matters.
Come on, Herm.
He played over.
And he playing against. And on top of that, Herm, he playing against second units. Herm, stop it, man. Second units.
Now, Noel was a starter, and he came off the bench. He did both.
Oh, he did both, man.
He did both. He did both.
With his 20 minutes a game, he was going up against second units.
You can't be dying on this hill, man.
Yo, come on, Herm. Hey, you don't want this smoke, Herm. I'm on fire today, Herm. You don't want this. You need to pick another day, Herm.
Hey, about this super chat on the screen. Hey, Michael Jordan with the Wizards won more games than LeBron James with the Lakers last year. We can move on. Go ahead.
Hey, Herm, this your time to give me my props, Herm. That's
but
all.
Hold on right quick. Why everything always got to be about LeBron with you, Macduff, and people like you that always, every time somebody say something bad about Jordan, it's automatically got to go to LeBron.
I can't help it. I look better.
Y'all niggas is fucking dick riders. Like
I cook better than that. You don't.
Like everything always got to get like that shit's sickening, man.
All right, so
dude, shut up. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Macduff.
What that mean?
Like, shut up, nigga. I ain't talking to you.
Hold on. Why did they have to bring it up?
Nigga, I'm not talking to you. It's always some suck ass nigga that gotta talk.
What that make you though? What that make you? What that make you? You call me a punk ass nigga, don't bother me. I ain't around you. If I was around you, you wouldn't say this shit. So I ain't fucked up about it.
Oh, calm down, bro. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing on these streams, bro. Calm down.
Stop that police ass shit, man. Stop that police ass shit, man. You the police, man.
Can we calm it down? Hold on, let me answer the question.
Stop that police ass shit.
Khalil, whether we like it or not, LeBron is always gonna be compared to Jordan, and it's always gonna be a debate among the GOATs.
I ain't fit.
I know for a fact I beat the fuck out you. I tell you what, when Lamar have his little charity game, show up so I can whoop your ass.
Come on, man. Ain't none of y'all finna do. Calm down, bro. Get back to the sport.
You mad?
No, ain't nobody mad. You just a fat face fuck nigga.
I'm not
that always
fat,
gotta fucking interrupt everybody.
Fat. Nah, but you the one calling a man a dick rider. What type of man call nigga dick rider?
All I'm saying is this. Everything ain't gotta be a
that's a man that you talking to, my nigga.
Shut the fuck up,
about no dick rider, nigga.
Shut up.
I ain't stunning your whole ass, nigga.
All right, hold on.
I ain't stunning you, my nigga. You ain't talking about shit,
like
my
I said,
boy.
everything ain't gotta be a context about LeBron. If somebody say something bad about Jordan, then just say that. Shut up, dude. Shut up.
Nigga, you too emotional for no reason, nigga. You call me out my name first, my nigga.
Shut the fuck up.
You call me out my name first, my nigga. So I don't give a fuck what you talking about, homeboy. I don't give a fuck about that.
Like I said, why do y'all always gotta run to that?
Ain't no like I said, nigga, shut that shit up,
dude.
Man.
Shut up, dude.
Call me, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
You gotta let it go, though, Herm. Let it ride.
Ain't no letting it go. I'm just getting heat more mad than me. I'm not even mad.
I know he's trying to move on. He just said something to Macduff. I just wanted to hear what he had to say.
I'm talking to Macduff, and this dude with the fucking block and shit. Like, shut up. Ain't nobody talking to you. Like I said, Macduff, if somebody say something about Jordan, why do y'all always gotta say, oh, well, LeBron did this? Like, why can't it just be Jordan? Why do y'all always do that?
Yeah, that's true.
For the context of the question, she was talking about LeBron.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying in general. Like, it ain't just
okay. So in general,
everybody.
In general, the reason we bring up LeBron and the reason we bring up Jordan is because it's always going to be a debate amongst the GOATs. And whether when a Jordan fan bring up 6-0 or whether a LeBron fan bring up all of his accomplishments, it's just going to be it's always going to be there. Somebody's always going to say something about Jordan, and as soon as somebody says something about Jordan, they always going to say something about LeBron. It's the way it is, bro.
That shit weird to me, man.
It's not going to stop anytime soon.
And you know what, Khalil? If you're being honest, I truly think it happens because I think Jordan fans deep down really know that LeBron is inevitably going to end up as the GOAT when it's all said and done. And this is why, inevitably, my bad. But I think this is why I think every time, even with today's topic, I'm talking about Isiah Thomas and Jordan. But the people in the chat, only a handful. I'm not going to say everybody, but they kept conflating it with, well, he's still not better than LeBron. Well, he's still not better. It's just like, why is it always trying to compare him to LeBron? Why are you not comparing him to other greats? Why are you not saying, well, he's still not going to be better than Kareem? Or he's still not going to be better than Will?
Because
he's still not going to be
Jordan
better than Kobe.
Was the GOAT undisputedly
but
before
all
this.
But what Khalil is saying
he wasn't.
But what Khalil is saying, though, you're missing the point. He's saying that they always find a way to work it back to LeBron. Like, even though there's other people that could potentially be in that GOAT conversation, when people want to always conflate it back to LeBron somehow, they don't bring it back to, like, you never hear anybody say, like, we'll watch the topic of this video and be like, well, he's still not better than Wilt or Kareem. They'll always say LeBron. They'll always compare it to LeBron. And I think it's because people know that when it's all said and done, it's going to be really hard to not say
This
LeBron
all
is
started because LeBron. Give LeBron credit for, first of all, give LeBron credit for his name being mentioned. Number one, he's put in work. This all started because how great he is, and they wanted to compare LeBron to Jordan as the greatest basketball player.
Well, it doesn't matter if the people want it. If that person's level of play measures up to it, then it's going to be,
yes.
You can't.
He deserves it. I just said that.
It's going to be undeniable.
He deserves that. So when his name is mentioned, it's not trying to throw dirt on his name. It's actually putting him in the light of amongst the GOATs. It'd be different if I said if I said
y'all know y'all do
it.
What y'all doing is throw shade. Absolutely right, bro.
Hey, shout out to you, Lamar. I'm gonna slide out, but I appreciate the platform. I appreciate the opportunity. Shout out to you, FYF Sports. You know what I mean? Fuck your feelings. True. You need to maybe take note of the FYF. You know what I mean? Your feelings ain't about it. But shout out to Renegade. But shout out to you, Lamar, man. I appreciate it, man, bro. Peace.
Hold on. Contemporary says, so when Lamar is posted Jordan versus LeBron stuff, literally, I guess I post stuff for LeBron, against LeBron. I post stuff for Jordan and against Jordan. It is what it is. And I post the stuff that I think is going to have y'all riled up the most. And most of the time, it's the Jordan stuff that riles up y'all the most. I don't care. I just do it just to mess with y'all when y'all see it.
Yeah, I know you trolling, man. I mean, you can tell me the way you frame the words and the sentences, but I'm just saying overall, like, to me, it's just weird to me, or even vice versa. If somebody say something about LeBron, those fans will go over and bring up MJ. It's just like, damn, like, can't these motherfuckers have their own legacy and be like their own person? Like, why everything gotta, like, if LeBron wake up and eat French toast, oh, well, Michael Jordan would have ate pancakes. It's just like the stupidest fucking shit I ever seen. Like, I never seen, like, I don't know, man. I'm just cut from a different cloth. I don't do shit like that. I allow LeBron to be great by itself, allow Jordan to be great by itself. Like, these two motherfuckers ain't got to be compared to everything they do. Like, it's just dumb to me because y'all put Jordan at such a high standard. Everybody got to do everything Michael Jordan did, or otherwise they can't be considered great. Like, that's stupid. Like, Kareem had a totally different career than what Michael Jordan had, and yet he's still great.
And Khalil, that narrative even kind of backfires on him because Kobe duplicated it and probably did it better than Jordan.
Yeah.
I mean, it could easily be argued that Kobe was Jordan 2.0. He was a better version of Jordan himself. And he did it in a much more difficult era. And he had equivalent success. He had 5 championships to Jordan 6. I mean, the only thing that really wasn't equivalent was the MVPs. And we all know why the MVPs wasn't equal.
Quick question, off topic. Lamar, you still having your charity basketball joint?
I had to reschedule the old one. I mean, not even reschedule. We just had to cancel it outright because too many people was backing out. And what we ended up doing was we was booking stuff like the on-site COVID testing and all that, which I don't even think that's required now. So it might be a better chance to try to do it now. But it was
you can go anywhere. You don't gotta do it no more.
Yeah, it was just costing too much money because when it came time to start getting people to commit to really going, and people was backing out, and it's just, man, me and Wanku P probably, I mean, she put in the most and she helped with the on-site COVID testing stuff. We lost all that money on the deposit. We couldn't get that back. And then Elder tried to help with trying to get some additional players in at the last minute to make up for the guys that kept backing out, but we couldn't come up with enough names. So we just had to just junk it, and hopefully, I might have to just go through a third party, like a company that is just known for setting events like that up, like an event company, just to get it set up. Because, man, I'm sitting here trying to do it, but it's like pulling teeth trying to get it all set up. So,
okay.
I mean, I'll try again, but I didn't know it. I didn't know it took that much Like it was so much that goes into it when you expect to have over 50 people at an event where they be wanting permits and all types of extra stuff. That's crazy.
Oh, okay.
We'll see. Hopefully we can get some rescheduled, but I don't have any dates or anything. I just gotta gauge the vibe and see if some people want to move forward, and then I gotta find a location that works for people,
right.
where people can actually travel to. Because some of these dudes don't even want to leave their city.
Yep, that's a fact.
They ain't trying to travel outside their city.
This was a fire ass live right here. This one's gonna go down in history.
Yeah, this was solid.
The
True.
Elder one, and then the debates. They had Elder pinned down. I don't know how the hell he got out of that. But shout out to Elder though, man. He cool. He cool.
Elder will stand in here. He'll stand toe to toe. I just think some of his talking points have been just over time have been debunked, and he's still holding on to some stuff that's already been debunked. It is what it is to me. The Elder be coming in though. Elder always comes strong, man. Salute to Elder, man. Salute to Young Africa, man. Appreciate you pulling up, Khalil and Herm, both of y'all. We're gonna go ahead and get this shut down. We're going on about 5 hours. At least we got these debates out the way. At least we got. Oh, Herm, yeah, you got an echo, Herm. Hold on. He says Elder cool. He just buys. Yeah, Elder's cool, man. Elder's still a formidable opponent, man. If you trying to, if you're going in a head-to-head debate. Hold on, Elder said totally disagree. I just think that I think some of the talking points have been debunked, though, Elder. Especially if you compare 90s to now. I don't know. I just think the game is elevated. The game has changed. And it's just time to let go of some of the things that we used to know about the game of basketball. And like I said, there's a ton of basketball now. Like some of the things that 16, 17, and 18 and 19-year-olds are learning about the game of basketball as far as playing, I didn't learn till 22, 23, 24. It's just they teaching these kids so much at an early age. And the basketball IQ, the gap in basketball IQ from then to now is crazy. You know, King KO says the game is soft. Unfortunately, it's not soft, King KO. It's not. The game is just as physical, if not more physical than it's ever been. It's just a different way. And again, all it takes, King KO, is for you to just go step on the court. Step on the court with guys that play now. We're talking college level guys, D1, D2 guys, former pros, like younger pros. Just step on the court. I really hoop. I probably would surmise that you still play. And like again, people that still step on the court right now, and you actually get on the court against some of these younger guys, you know that the game is more physical. The way you got small guards is going to go engage you, drives to the basket. Small guards are no longer jumping away from you. Small guards is jumping into your chest, knocking you off balance. It's just physical in a different way. You know, I think this era we haven't seen offensive players as aggressive with physicality and using their physicality more to knock defenders off balance. He says, Lamont, would you debate Shaq from PC Player's Choice or Dale? I mean, I would debate anybody. It doesn't matter. It just depends on what we debating. First, Ray DeRazzo, we have to actually disagree on something. Like I've said before, I think Shaq is pretty decent takes. I don't know much about Dale's takes, but I mean, if there's something to debate, we can debate it. He says, I wasn't playing against these types of guys pre-COVID. He says, they are not more. I think they are. I think they're physical in a different way. And I think they're physical within the realm of the rules. So for example, if we know that the refs are going to call a certain type of foul if I do X, Y, and Z, I'm not going to do that. If I hack down on a guy, you know, if a guy's cutting through the lane and I jam him up or I chuck him too hard, if I know the refs are going to call, like people try to say there's no physicality when you cut through the lane. There is. Like you still get chucked in the chest. You still get knocked off your cut line. All right, when you cut to the basket now, guys are still holding the cutter up. Like all these stuff I teach. Right? I teach this stuff to my guys. When guys cut, we don't give up no free cuts to the basket. We get physical with them. Right? When we defend, what do we teach? I teach my players, look, if he's a shooter, you need to be close enough to where you should be able to touch his chest. All right. Do you hand check? No, I'm not asking you to hand check. We play no middle stance. We always sending guys baseline. And because there's no illegal defense, we can have our help come from outside of the lane lines. It's just small stuff like that we can do. Where and then these are defensive principles that I know I wasn't learning at an early age. I wasn't learning a lot of this stuff until college. Like kids now are learning it in high school, middle school. It's just, Lamont, you probably think your cell phone better than remembering what? I don't remember. I don't understand that. I don't know. Your brain compared to a cell phone? I don't get that. Now, if you're comparing cell phones from this era to cell phones from the late 90s, yeah, they're better. He says, no, you don't. Why do you think Steph has so many open shots? But real life, that's not true. Steph does not get a ton of open shots. All you got to do is watch Steph Curry play. A lot of Steph Curry shots are highly contested, off balance. Guys are flying into his body. He's coming off pick and rolls. Guys are still hedging. Guys are squeezing them. Guys are pulling them. Right? Steph Curry's not getting. And the funny thing is, I think sometimes when Steph Curry does get that random open look, I think he's so surprised that he's wide open that sometimes he can miss a wide open shot. He does not. Real life, it's just not true. When we sit here and say that Steph Curry's just shooting open jumpers, that's not true. It's just absolutely not true. Now, is he good enough to create enough separation with his handle and it gives him enough space to get his shot off? Yes. But he's not just walking around open shot. Hey, y'all, we're not guarding Steph today. That just don't happen. It just don't happen. He says, I watched, played, and coached the game. Then you should know, real life. You should know. Steph Curry's not getting open shots. And if you walk into any gym today and you played, you're not going to get a ton of open shots. Like, here, I could pull it up right here. Hold on, let me pull up my league. Let me see if I can get the link. I'm going to show y'all. Hopefully they got our stats in here. I don't know if they do. He says Steph works hard, but he gets a good amount of open shots. He doesn't get a ton of open shots. I mean, if he is getting open shots, it's because he's moving so much off ball that he has guys running circle. He's getting a lot of DHOs, right? With Draymond, he has one of the best screeners in the NBA. I mean, Draymond Green came out publicly and said, it's my goal to be the best screener in the NBA. Jared says the Warriors commit dirty screens. Okay, Jared, that just goes to a level of physicality, doesn't it? Right? So again, if he is getting open shots off these so-called dirty screens, then, well, have you ever been hit by a dirty screen? You wouldn't be calling it dirty if there wasn't some level of physicality to it, would you, Jared? And yes, Draymond is one of the best DHO players in the game, which, again, I really hope. The funny thing is, most people will just consider what Draymond's doing is something that anybody could do. Oh, anybody can hand the ball off to Steph and Clay. Oh, really? Oh, really? So, hey, look, I'm going to show you guys our defensive numbers. He says, guarding Reggie Miller, you had to run through Dale Davis and Antonio Davis and Rick Smith. And yeah. So, but real life, are you knocking Reggie Miller because he got a ton of open shots because other guys were able to screen for him? Physical screens at that. So I don't hear you knocking Reggie Miller because he ran around screens. You still going to say Reggie Miller was one of the greatest players of the 90s. And Steph Curry is 10 times better than Reggie Miller because he can do more with the ball in his hands. Ghost 2000 says guarding on the perimeter wasn't even important in the 90s. He says they guard more inside the paint. Yeah, they did guard more inside the paint. But again, Ghost 2000, I think it was just kind of understood that the NBA wasn't considered to be an elite three-point shooting league. I mean, you maybe only have one or two guys on each team that could really shoot at a consistent percentage from deep. You know, there were some teams like the Houston Rockets. If you're able to get 3 or 4 of those guys, you would have a major success. Says, no, I'm comparing what players had to go through in comparison to one screen set by Draymond. First of all, did you know how many people set screens on the Warriors? I mean, there's certain sequences where you have 3 different players setting screens. You acting as if their offense is simplified down to one Draymond Green screen. That's not how it works real life. Right? So real life, and you would understand this. Let's start with, since you were a coach, they run a split offense. They normally don't run a ton of pick and roll. They run a ton of off-ball screens, and they run a lot of split sets. Right? So Steph Curry, for a split set to even be effective, right, for the shooting option, you're probably at least going to have to fight through at least 2 screens. And so also real life, what do screens do in the game of basketball? What do screens do to the defense? When you screen in the game of basketball, you're now making the defense think. And now with enough screens, what you look for is what we call a defensive breakdown. So if I set 3 to 4 screens while the ball is reversing on one single play, so there's ball movement and there's a ton of man movement off ball, what you're going to find is you're going to find a ton of breakdowns. In the Warriors, when they are at their peak, they're the number 1 team in the league at reading your breakdowns, right? If you cheat over on the screen, right? Steph Curry's really good at going back door, cutting behind. They can read that, all right? If you switch, we've seen Steph Curry do what? Split. So he's been great at the split, all right? If you hedge too hard, we've seen Draymond Green or any of the bigs have a great connection. And what is then Draymond dives. He dives hard, and you see Steph Curry throw the ball over the top. Now Draymond has the ball in the middle of the floor, which is deadly. So now you're seeing a ton of what we call read and react because they are setting so many screens. That's what a split offense is designed for. And a split offense is not one screen and Steph Curry's just magically wide open. This is why I asked y'all to just go do some research before you just start saying stuff out, saying stuff. They run split action. They run a split action. But real life, it doesn't matter. They all set screens. They also are setting screens. And it's not my fault that the game is moving at such a fast pace. You can't decipher this stuff. But like I said, I'm not trying to knock you. I'm just saying what you're saying is just not true. They run split action. Split action is not an effective offense if guys aren't screening everybody. And the ball has to continually be moving. He says the same. He says the same today. These players are not good 3-point shooters. Where there's more good 3-point shooters today than there was in the past. And again, the numbers show, and a lot of teams are just playing the numbers. The numbers show if certain players can shoot at least 38% from the 3-point line, that could be very effective in an NBA game. He says, no shot against Steph, I think. This is amazing, but his air is absolutely soft. Everybody says it's soft. Everybody says it's soft. I mean, you can say that, but there's no way to prove that. There's nothing that you said supports this era being soft. It's just as physical. It's just as skilled. I mean, I don't get what y'all mean by soft. What do y'all mean by soft? He says, "Oh, Joel, dude, are you talking about Jared?" Jared says, "I can't respect teams that do dirty plays." What are you talking about, Jared? What do you mean dirty plays? Just because you think the screens are dirty doesn't mean they're dirty. Because a great screen, because Jared, any basketball coach will tell you this. If I screen you and you get absolutely laid out onto the floor, you know who gets blamed? The offensive team blames themselves for not calling the screen out. Right? So when the screen's coming, you're supposed to be yelling out to your teammates, screen left, screen right. Why? So once you communicate defensively, then you can do whatever plan you have defensively to combat that screen. Whether you switch it, right? Whether you hedge it, whatever you want to do, whether you go into some form of some type of drop coverage. But if you don't call anything out, you're going to have trouble with screens. So dirty screens only happen because defenses aren't talking. Anybody that hoops knows this. You can never set a dirty screen if the defense is talking. You can't. Thank you, I really hoop. He says, I'm yelling at my big man for not telling me the screen's coming. That's facts. Defense is about communication. All of these things that you're crying about will be combated if defenses started talking. But see, like I told you before, Jared, the Warriors run so much off-ball action, so much screen, so many split actions. It's easy to confuse the defense. It's easy to confuse the defense. On top of the fact that they have one of the greatest tough shot makers in NBA history. Even if you play perfect defense, we've seen Steph Curry time and time again make shots. He says, what could Draymond Green do against Hakeem or David Robinson? Draymond Green would do the same thing that he's doing. Draymond Green's defensive ability is not molded around him holding you to 4 points. But he will, over the duration of the game, affect your efficiency. So is Joel Embiid like when they played Denver in the playoffs last year, real life? After that playoff series, people were saying that was one of Draymond Green's best defensive performances ever. Yet if you look at Jokic's averages, Jokic was still averaging his numbers, rebounds and points. But what did Draymond Green do? He made everything much more difficult for Jokic. Thus, the Warriors dominated the Denver Nuggets. So, if you put Draymond on Hakeem Olajuwon, do I expect Hakeem Olajuwon to not get 30? No. Great players and great coaches are going to consistently run set after set after set for their best players until they get their points. Draymond Green's only hope would simply be to contain and try to make him less efficient. This is what he excels at. Right? This is the same credit that people give Dennis Rodman when he guarded Shaquille O'Neal. Did he slow him down? Did he stop him from getting his points? No. Did he make him less efficient? Yes, he did make Shaq less efficient. Did he make the game harder? Yes, because of the physicality. He says Draymond Green will get cooked by the 90s players. But see, King KO, when people say stuff like that, you're only saying it because you know it's not something that we can prove. On top of the fact that if there's anybody to criticize, especially if you're a 90s fan, the last person you would criticize is Draymond. Draymond Green plays the closest to a 90s player than any other player in this decade. Draymond Green is undersized, similar to a lot of players in the 90s. He's extremely physical, just like a lot of players in the 90s. He will get in your head, just like a lot of players in the 90s. He's all about defense, just like a lot of players in the 90s. He's not out there taking a ton of threes, just like a ton of... So he does everything that you would look for in a 90s big, yet you're knocking him for being great at doing what you guys are saying was so great in the 90s era. So Draymond Green is playing like a 90s player, yet you're mad at him for playing like a 90s player. That's the saddest part about it. This is how I know it's just hate. Because the players that do give you what you're looking for, you hate them. I don't understand what y'all talking about. This is why some things that you say make no sense. Y'all do all this complaining about Draymond. He plays just like a 90s big. Okay, real life. If he's not playing like a 90s player, so be it. Okay, that's fine. And he's probably not playing like Charles Barkley. Because Charles Barkley didn't play a lick of defense. He's probably not playing like a Chris Webber. Because Chris Webber didn't play a lick of defense. So you are right. A lot of these power forwards didn't play a lick of defense. So yeah, you are right. Draymond Green actually plays defense. So they don't play the same. I mean, again, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. I really hope he has that 90s mentality. And then here's another thing that just lends more credibility to Draymond. Okay, Draymond Green went to a school called Michigan State, you guys. His coach was Tom Izzo. I mean, it doesn't get any more grinded out than Michigan State. Draymond Green started at Michigan State as a bench player. Actually, he started at Michigan State as what we call a preferred walk-on. He earned a scholarship. When he got the scholarship, what's the first thing he did? He became Big Ten Sixth Man of the Year. Then he grinds, and this is under Tom Izzo, one of the greatest coaches of all time. Then what does he do next? Oh, then he becomes National Player of the Year, right? Then he becomes the NCAA Tournament Player of the Year. Then he becomes the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. Then he becomes the Big Ten Tournament MVP. So he's doing all this stuff. Then he goes to the NBA. So then Draymond Green has to hit the reset button. He's in the NBA. And now he has to prove himself all over again because people are saying the same things that they said to him when he got in college. You're undersized. We don't know what your position is. We don't know if you can defend your position. What is the first thing Draymond Green did when he got an opportunity under Mark Jackson? We're talking about a coach that you guys give a lot of credit to. You guys say the man still needs to be coaching in the league. So we're talking about another great coach. What did Mark Jackson decide to do as soon as Draymond Green graced the starting lineup? He said, I'm giving this man the starting job. And the man never relinquished the starting job from there. Mark Jackson is fired. They bring in Steve Kerr, another great from the 90s. Steve Kerr, if Draymond Green was trash, Steve Kerr could have chose to bench that man. You are not who we think you are. Steve Kerr chose to keep him in the starting lineup, and then they proceed to win 4 championships with Draymond Green starting. But I'm supposed to listen to you guys when you guys tell me he's trash, even though he was selected to be on the U.S. Olympic team, won a gold medal, even though he's played under Steve Kerr 4 championships, easily top 3 defensive player of this decade. He played under Mark Jackson, who a lot of you guys respect, and he played for Tom Izzo, who's arguably one of the greatest college coaches of all time, and they've all given him the stamp of approval. Yet I'm supposed to believe a guy named Jay and a dude named Real Life in the chat when you guys tell me that Draymond Green is trash, even though he's made hundreds of millions of dollars playing in the NBA. He has more accolades than most players, especially most players with a limited skill set. He plays like a 90s player the way you guys want him to play, and you guys still find room to hate him. That's the saddest part about it. That is the absolute saddest part about it. So, hey. It's crazy. Y'all just hate. It's like y'all just find anybody to hate. Remember, y'all was hating on Giannis. Y'all are the same people that were saying Giannis is never going to win a chip. He chokes and this, that, and the other. Or Giannis, until he gets a jumper, is not going to be able to do X, Y, and Z. Then Giannis wins the championship. Now he shut y'all up. And now y'all have moved on to players like Luka. And now y'all moved on to other young players. These players ain't no good. They soft X, Y, and Z. And then these players win a championship. But then on the flip side of that, when players start winning championships, then what do y'all do? When players start winning championships, then you'll point to the best player of that era, and you'd be like, hey, you the best player of the era. You're trash because you're letting these other players win championships on your watch. He says, Draymond Green not trash, but he's not Hall of Fame. That's unfortunately, Mr. Winters, just because you say so doesn't mean anything. The Basketball Hall of Fame is comprised of what you did in college and the NBA. If you look at what Draymond Green has done in college and you put that with everything he's done in the NBA, he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. His Hall of Fame percentages right now are extremely high. Just because you say so, Mr. Winters, doesn't change anything. I didn't think Chris Webber did enough to get into the Hall of Fame, but he's got in. I can't change that. Draymond Green's going to be first ballot. And if you actually understand the game, you would know why. It don't take a rocket scientist to know why Draymond Green's going to be in the Hall of Fame, right? Because y'all wasn't crying when a player like Casey Jones made the Hall of Fame, and he averaged, 7 points per game for his career? Something ridiculously low. I know, Mr. Winters, I understand that, but again, you are so far from, like, you're wrong. Draymond Green is going to be first ballot, and it doesn't matter what me or you say. Whether I like Draymond or hate Draymond, he's going to be first ballot. That'd be like me with Kawhi Leonard. I really don't like what I'm seeing from Kawhi Leonard. I don't think he's had a very long prime. But when it's all said and done, Kawhi Leonard's going to be in the Hall of Fame, whether I like it or not. I mean, and on top of the fact, and my weirdest, the weirdest thing that the 90s fans do is the worst thing a 90s fan can do is come to me and say you don't like Draymond Green. The guy that is the absolute epitome of what the 90s was. It's crazy. Ghost 2000 says Jordan and 90s fans are narcissistic to the core. Man, I don't know what they got going on. Let me share my screen. Y'all say these kids today don't play no defense, man. Y'all must be out of your mind. That's all I teach is defense. Hold on, here's our standings for our conference. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Hopefully y'all can see. All right. They haven't updated it all the way yet. Actually, we 10-1. They got to update our most recent game. So we 10-1. Y'all see these stats right here, right? Points for and points against. Points for and points against. We got 613 points on the season. I can show I got some footage. I really hoop. I got some footage right here. I can play the footage too. Points against, 381 points. We're giving up 42 points per game. We're averaging 68. Our average margin of victory is 25 points. The game that we did lose, we lost the game to this school right here, Bella Vista Prep. And so I really hoop. You might know this. So this is what they did. I really hoop. They knew they was playing us, right? So what they did was, and this is why the win is probably going to get rescinded. So what they did was they went and got 5 kids who are already playing on D1 teams, thinking we wouldn't know. So, and they got 3 of the kids play for ASU and 1 of the kids plays for Northern Arizona. And they was like, can y'all come play in this game to help us win? They didn't think we would know who the players was since the players is only freshmen right now. They got a dude named Duke Brennan from ASU and all this. So they went and loaded their team up with a whole bunch of players that aren't even on the roster, and they only beat us. If you look at the score, they only beat us by 1 point. They hit a miracle 3-pointer at the buzzer, and they had to go load up with a cheating roster, and they still barely scraped the win out at the end of the game. They threw we had the game won, and we did some goofball stuff at the end of the game. I had that game on film too. I'm gonna tell y'all what happened. So we was actually down 10 with 50 seconds to go. We go into our diamond press, steal, come back. My point guard hits the 3 at the top of the key. We take the lead by 2 points just to speed it up. 2 points with about 12 seconds on the clock. They take the ball out. They got to go the full length of the court. They cross half court. As soon as they cross half court, I told my team to trap the first pick and roll. They try to go into some bogus 1-4 flat pick and roll. We trap the point guard. He turns the ball over. My guy has the ball. We are running down the court. All he has to do is lay the ball up, game over. Somehow he fumbles the ball, misses the layup. I don't know what happened. It was my best player too. They grab the ball, sling it down court, dude hits a fadeaway 3 in the corner at the buzzer. It took a miracle. It took a miracle game to beat us. Miracle. I told you I tell my team when we beat people, we like to stomp mud holes in teams. We are the epitome of defense. All we do is defend. Look at these results, y'all. PHH Prep 65-53. Next game 70-18, 60-28. This game was a forfeit. Win by 20 here. This is the game where they cheated. Won by 1 point. Beat another team 95-29. We beat Ottawa University 79, 60-40. We had a close game against Justice College, man. I told you, we don't be playing with these teams. And this don't even show our non-conference games. The game that I got footage of is against a Skyline Prep, one of the best post-grad schools in the country. Let me see if I can find that footage. I think I got it. I told you we don't be playing. The funny thing is, I really hope is the team we just beat, Ottawa University. They starting point guard, man. We beat the life out of them so bad. He was like, I'm transferring over there. So he gonna be playing with us next semester. Let me see if I can find this footage. This is a game right here that I wanted to play on the channel, and I just haven't had a chance to. I haven't had a chance to play it. We play all man-to-man defense, y'all. No zone. But we make our man-to-man defense feel like a zone because you feel like you're getting smothered. And I tell players when we hoop, I said, you're going to have to damn near be Magic Johnson to beat us. I said, to beat us, you're going to have to be able to pass like goddamn Steve Nash. You got to be able to whip nice passes cross court. Because, man, if you drive strong side, you're going to have to score over 4 guys. I'm sending the whole house at you. Especially in a day and age where you're dealing with a lot of kids that's trying to show out, get scholarships. I'm playing on their selfishness. Let me see if I can find this. I know I got it here somewhere. I just got to find it. He said Draymond is good for this era only. That's cool. You can say that. So real life. Are you telling me Draymond Green can't do what Anthony Mason did? Are you telling me Draymond Green couldn't do what Charles Oakley was able to do? Are you saying he's not even that good? Because those were starters in the 90s. Are you telling me Draymond Green couldn't do what Tom Gugliotta does? And Antoine Carr? Y'all saying he couldn't do what Raymond Spencer does? Felton Spencer? Look at him. Look, Jared Chapman says, Draymond in the 90s, he can't shoot. Jared, that's got to be the absolute dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's absolute. He's in an era where everybody says everybody today is saying that Draymond Green has to be able to shoot. And he has 4 championships. If he went to a weaker era, he would be much better. All you got to do is watch. All you got to do is watch Kobe Bryant's detailed video on Draymond Green. Because if I can't convince you, then maybe Kobe Bryant can. So, if y'all can watch Kobe Bryant's detailed video on Draymond Green and then come back to me and tell me that Kobe Bryant was wrong and then explain why, then I'll give it some consideration. That's all. So go ahead. I want y'all to go back and do that. Go watch the video. Come back and tell me that Kobe Bryant was wrong, and then we can have that conversation. He said he couldn't score Draymond Green couldn't score like Anthony Mason. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is wild. Hold on, let me see something. That is wild, bro. Y'all say some wild stuff, bro. Y'all say some wild stuff. That is crazy. All right, so for his career, Anthony Mason scored 10.9 points per game. And you telling me Draymond Green can't average 10.9 points per game? Anthony Mason was never the best defensive player at his position. Right? Let's look at his accolade list. Anthony Mason was the 6th man of the year. He made a defensive team 1 time. He's a 1-time All-Star. For as trash as Draymond Green is, he's a 4-time All-Star, 4-time champ, 7-time All-Defensive Team, looking to be 8, 2-time All-NBA, and Defensive Player of the Year. He says Draymond Green couldn't handle the rock like Anthony Mason. Are you retarded? What does Draymond Green do every game? He pushes the ball up the court and facilitates as a point forward. Oh my God. King KO, man. Y'all got to stop, man. Y'all got to stop. I feel like y'all just be saying stuff. Draymond Green couldn't handle. Yeah, like you saying this. Okay, so King KO. Have you ever personally had a conversation with Anthony Mason? Because, I have. Because before he passed, some of y'all might know this, some of y'all might not know it. I want y'all to tell me, what was he doing? What was his life? What did he do from retirement? I could tell you what he did. And I could tell you how to have the opportunity to sit down and talk with him multiple times. He owned a barbershop in Chicago. He lived in Chicago. That's what Anthony Mason did. Right? And I would go to his barbershop every week to 2 weeks. And he owned the shop, but he would never cut hair. And he would just sit off in the corner. And all they would do was talk basketball. And you know what he talked about? The only thing he would talk about most of the time was how selfish Patrick Ewing was, how they struggled to win because of Patrick Ewing, because he never would pass the goddamn ball. Anthony Mason was a good offensive player. Draymond isn't. Draymond Green is a good defensive player, Jared. That's what he does on offense is he play makes. That's offense. He creates shots for others. That's offense. Does he need to be able to shoot? No. But he doesn't allow himself to be a liability because when you put the ball in his hands, he can play make. If you sag off of him, he drives at you. And then you see him throwing lobs to Wiggins or Looney. Passing is offense, Jared. And if you say the only thing that he does is passes and defends, well, that's the majority of people in the 90s. Even though that in of itself is not true. He says if Draymond can check Zion, he could. Bro, look, man, I just don't want to hear. This is called they just hate Draymond. Some of y'all don't like him because y'all don't think he's cute enough or something. Some of y'all have a weird affinity for him. Because there's nothing that you say that's, first of all, nothing that you said has been backed by any basketball. I want y'all to give me one legitimate basketball mind that seconds some of y'all thoughts. Because Tom Izzo, one of the greatest coaches of all time, didn't say that. Mark Jackson didn't say it. Steve Kerr hasn't said it. Greg Popovich, easily a top 3 coach of all time, selected Draymond to be on the Olympic team. So what I'm saying is, I want y'all to find me one credible source that seconds everything that you're saying. Just one name. I want y'all to just give me anybody that's against Draymond Green. Just give me one name besides your personal feelings, Jared. But you're not credible, Jared. You haven't picked up a basketball ever in life. You're not credible. I want you to give me one credible reference, a source, a great basketball mind that agrees with you that Draymond Green is not very good. That's all I'm saying. I just want you to give me one. I'm not asking you for a whole bunch of other stuff. Just give me one credible source. He says everything being said is a matter of opinion. How is it a matter of opinion? The things that Draymond Green has done is not opinion. Of course he couldn't handle the ball like Lamar Odom. I didn't say he was better. Lamar Odom was a great ball handler. That's not rocket science. Lamar Odom was a much better ball handler than a ton of players at his size. He says Dennis Rodman said it. Dennis Rodman never said Draymond Green was trash. Play the whole clip. What he did say was he didn't think Draymond Green was the best defensive player of all time. Now, I watched the whole clip. He didn't say Draymond Green was trash like you guys are saying. Hold on. Criticizing a player, Jared, and telling me that a player is trash are two different things. Did he criticize Draymond? Yes. And Jared, he criticized him last year. But what did Draymond Green and the Celtics do last year that made him eat his words, Jared? Jared, while all you people was getting on Draymond Green, didn't Draymond Green just go ahead and win his 4th championship to shut y'all up? Y'all ain't got it yet. Does he have to win a 5th championship to shut y'all up? It don't matter if Odom was better. Who's had the better career? Lamar Odom had the skill set to potentially be a top 100 player of all time. Unfortunately for Lamar Odom, he allowed his off-the-court endeavors to mess up his basketball career. So look, I'm always going to give you guys, I can name a ton of players, skill for skill, that are better than Draymond. I can name a ton of players. I'm not walking around saying Draymond is just the most skilled player. But Draymond Green has taken the grit and the little bit of skill that he has, and he's molded it into a much better career than a player like a Lamar Odom, than a player like some of these names y'all throwing out here like an Anthony Mason. He's done more with his limited skill set than all of these guys combined. You can combine Anthony Mason's career, Charles Oakley's career, and Lamar Odom's career, and it ain't going to be equatable to a Draymond Green's career. Why is that? King KO says Curry carried that man to a chip. Now, King KO. Now, if Curry carried Draymond, I want you to answer me this question. If Curry carried Draymond, then why, statistically, every time Draymond Green doesn't play, right? Every time he doesn't play, like when we saw at the start of 2020, whenever Draymond Green doesn't play, Steph Curry significantly struggles. So when we saw at the start of that one year when Draymond Green was injured to start the year and Curry had to play by himself and run the point because Draymond Green wasn't there to run the point. Teams were doubling Steph. Teams were making it hard on Steph to get his shots off, and he struggled. But then Draymond Green comes back. And what is the first thing Curry does when Draymond Green comes back? He blitzes my team, the Portland Trailblazers, for 50. And then he goes on a run, blitzing teams. So don't lie and say Curry's carrying when the numbers show that when Draymond Green's not on the floor, the Warriors have a hard time winning games. When he's there, they're almost unbeatable, especially when everybody's healthy. That's a fact. So again, you're just running around pushing narratives that don't have any backing in real truth. He says Green was the 5th best player. It doesn't matter, Jared. It doesn't matter if you think he was the 5th best player. It doesn't matter. The 5th best player on the team is called a starter, Jared. It don't matter what you think, Jared. The 5th best player on some teams is called. If you're one of the top 6 players, that's all that matters. If you one of the guys that's used to close the game, that's all that matters. What are y'all talking about? This is why I can really tell a lot of you guys never picked up a basketball in your life. Any good player, especially if you were a good scorer, would love to play with Draymond. Because you don't find too many guys that are willing to defend and pass and play make the way he does for other players. If you are a good player, any good player is going to want to play alongside Draymond. He's going to help you get your numbers up. He's going to get them extra 50-50 balls that you probably don't have time or feel like diving to go get. Y'all just don't like him. Y'all just don't like him. I mean, you have to give him credit for his skill set. First of all, he has a very limited skill set. That's not rocket science. But he's done more with that limited skill set than most players. Look at Blake Griffin's career. Blake Griffin, all that skill in the world. He never played with the heart and intensity that Draymond Green plays with. Never. Blake Griffin, all that skill, especially early in his career. All the potential to defend at a high level. All the athleticism in the world. He never played one single game in his NBA career with the same heart and intensity that Draymond Green has played. Don't get mad at Draymond because he just plays hard. Like I said, when we talk about getting into the Hall of Fame is not about who's the most skilled player. Are you more skilled than me? You get in. No. Because if it was just about skills, if all these rankings and all these lists were just about skills, then Grant Hill could be in the top 10 skill-wise. Tracy McGrady could be in the top 10 skill-wise. Oscar Robinson would be in the top 10 skill-wise. We're just going off skill. Oh, you're just better than me at these one skill. You're a better shooter than me. If it's just about individual skills, it's a ton of guys. Muhammad Abdul-Rauf, one of the most skilled players. Kevin Johnson, one of the most skilled players. Jeff Hornacek, one of the most skilled players. If it's just about skill, then you have to elevate a ton of guys. What do you do with that skill? Do you take that skill and do you flip it into helping your team turn into a dynasty? David Robinson was on the Spurs all those years. Tim Duncan's skill helped flip that organization and turn them into a dynasty because he did more with his skill set. As good as Davidson Robinson was, he was never skill-wise going to have the impact. Now, some might say David Robinson was more athletic, more gifted, X, Y, and Z. He was. Tim Duncan did more with his skill set, got the most out of his career, did what was necessary to get W's. He does have college accolades. But see, I really hope if I pull up Draymond Green's college accolades, then they just gonna be looking real dumb. Look, I can pull up Draymond Green. Here it is right here. Okay, look at it. The list is so goddamn long, it's ridiculous. Here, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up on the screen so y'all see. This is just this college, y'all. We're not even getting into NBA yet. All right. So we got the NABC National Player of the Year. So he's National Player of the Year. He was consensus first team All-American, Big Ten Player of the Year, first team All Big Ten, 2-time All Third Team, Big Ten Defensive Team, Big Ten Sixth Man of the Year, Big Ten Tournament MVP. Number has been retired. Coming out of high school, he was a parade All-American. So he was all of that before he even graced the NBA floor. Led the NBA in steals, 3-time defensive second team, 4-time defensive first team, defensive player of the year, all NBA third team, all NBA second team, right? There was 1 year where he was in the top 10 in MVP votes. 4-time All-Star, 4-time champion. That's Draymond Green for you. Oh, that's not a Hall of Fame player to y'all, then you must be out of your mind. Cuba, you don't have to go back and forth with these guys because these guys don't care if you could really shoot or not. What they do, Cuba, is they look to his only weakness and then try to say, "Oh, that's the why he can't be good." But we can go to a ton of guys. We can go to a ton of guys that struggled to shoot who were still able to be great. You said Draymond is definitely a better playmaker than Steph. But the thing is, Steph is not asked to be that playmaker. Steph's asked to be a scorer because he's an elite scorer. Draymond Green is asked to be an elite playmaker because he's an elite playmaker. Yes, exactly, Cuba Starks. Rodman would make a jumper. If y'all seen videos of Rodman making a jumper in a game, and he would run down the court like he hit a buzzer beater. When Rodman made a shot in the game, he would run down the court with his hands up. Draymond Green's a good help defender and work well in the Warriors system. How can you just miss that? Okay. So now he's more than a help. He's more than just a good help defender. He's a great on ball defender. He's a good help defender, one. Secondly, he's great in the pick and roll. Right? He gives your defense more flexibility. Right? Because with the amount of pick and rolls and off ball screens that happen, he can switch on to almost any other player and hold his own in short stints. Right? Or at least well enough to where he's not completely compromising the integrity of a defense. It just sounds like y'all just hate and y'all make stuff up. Y'all say Draymond won't shoot, but we've seen Draymond, when needed, make a ton of threes in the NBA Finals when it matters most. When needed, we've seen Draymond Green drop 35 points in a finals game when his team needed him most, when everybody else was struggling. When his team needed him most, we've seen him show up and be a defensive stopper. So he's kind of a do-it-all type of guy. So basically, whatever you need him to do, he can fill that void. We've seen him do it. He said Draymond Green isn't a good man defender because he doesn't have good lateral quickness. Okay, real life. Okay, we're going to play some video to debunk that, all right, real life? Because for people like you, we just, see, since you want to lie to us, real life, since you want to lie to us, we're just going to show the video. So we're just going to show people video of Draymond Green playing great on-ball defense. All right? Since you say he can't move laterally, which is a lie, Hold on, I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna download it so the video plays smoothly. Hey, GTN basketball, don't tell them because the stuff they say is all narrative driven. Remember, a lot of these people just talk off narratives and act like, what they try to do, GTN basketball, is they try to speak on narratives and they try to hope that we actually didn't see, so we can't debunk it and be like, hold on, that don't match up to what I saw. They try to play off narratives and stuff that they hope is true, as opposed to pushing the facts, whether they like the player or not. Because whether you like the player or not, you gotta just tell the truth about him. All right, let me share this. Let me share my screen. All right, hold on. This is a video of Draymond Green's on ball defense. So the first thing they're showing is his active hands. Draymond Green with this on ball steal right there. Draymond Green on Chris Paul, matched up on Chris Paul. Gets another steal right there. Draymond Green, top of the key. On ball defense right there with the steal, and physical defense is that. So again, because a lot of you guys, I promise you, if it was a lot of you guys on the court, a lot of you guys would have been on the playground calling foul. Oh, there ain't no physicality in today's league, right? Oh, it ain't no physicality. Oh, this league's soft. How many of y'all would have been crying foul if Draymond Green would have? Look, Draymond Green's playing this guy well beyond the three-point line. That's mano y mano. He don't even have to play that. He's just going to go take it his cookies. Draymond Green on ball defense right here. On-ball defense has a lot more to do than just having good lateral quickness. It's about defensive IQ. Great on-ball defense right there. Creates the steal. Another stop right there off the switch. Switched on to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Gets the steal. In the finals right here. Good block on Marcus Smart. On-ball defense. All right. Good block on Brandon Clark right there in the playoffs. Maxi Kleber right there. Great contest. Makes him air ball. Good block right there on the guard who got the baseline drive. Look, he switched off onto a guard right now. Gets the block. So hold on. This is one of the fastest guards in the league. I thought Draymond Green was slow. He's standing in front of Cameron Payne. He's standing in front of Cam Payne, y'all. This is one of the fastest guards in the league. I thought he had no lateral quickness. Hold on. Stays in front of him. Gets the block. Without fouling. Great closeout right there. And again, only coaches look at this play. And any coach that watches this play right here is going to say, this is a winning play in basketball. And I'm going to tell you why. One of the hardest things to do in any level of basketball is to close out properly and not get blown by. All right. What happens here? Draymond Green closes out. He stays down because a lot of guys will go flying out there jumping and just go fly past the man. Draymond Green stays down, slides his feet. What does he do once he slides his feet? And he gets the block and he keeps the ball alive. But see, y'all won't give him credit for that, will y'all? Because there's no stat. There's no stat that accounts for getting the block and keeping the ball alive. And now that's called a live ball turnover going the other way. Ain't no stat that'll give him credit for that. Kelly Oubre, another guard driving. Thought y'all said he didn't have lateral quickness. And he was willing to get on the ground and get the steal. So how many more clips do we got to go through? How many clips do we got to continuously go through before y'all got to stop lying? First, you said he wasn't fast, and I'll show you plays of him stopping some of the fastest point guards in the league, from the Chris Pauls to the Cam Paynes to the Kelly Oubre's, guards on the perimeter. Yes, he's a small forward. That goes to versatility because on that play right there, Jared Thomas, we saw point guards, we saw shooting guards, we saw small forwards, we saw centers. Here, I got you. All right, yeah, we'll go to the video of him guarding Kevin Durant. Right? So if Kevin Durant is one of the absolute best scorers in NBA history. Let's see how he fares against Kevin Durant. Here, let me pull this video up for y'all. You saw a lot of help in the back of Draymond. What does that mean? Because on a lot of those plays, King KO, what did we see? Draymond getting the block, Draymond getting the stop, and there was no help. If Draymond Green on that last play that I showed you, if he has a bad closeout, that guy's driving in for a dunk. There's no help that can save you. So there's certain types of help, King KO, where if you, as the on-ball defender, are completely out of position, your help can't even save you. We see this all of the time in the NBA, where guys are so out of position that help can't even rotate fast enough to help them. Why did the Utah Jazz struggle in the playoffs last year or for the last 2 years? The Utah Jazz struggled because Conley, Donovan Mitchell, and Jordan Clarkson could never stay in front of any guard long enough to where the help side could actually come help. And you had one of the best rim protectors in the league. They were getting blown by so bad that he didn't even have time to help. This is why Utah lost. Don't get mad at me because it's the truth. Utah Jazz lost because of bad on-ball defense, bad closeouts, not being able to stay in front of. And look, in this NBA, they don't even ask guards to be elite on ball. Just be able to hold your ground long enough so that the help defense can set up. Utah was getting blown by so quickly, help couldn't even come. Here, let's go Draymond Green versus KD. I know, real life. I did a whole video on it. I did a whole video on talking about what people were running around. Oh, Rudy Gobert's not good. He can't defend. Another big who could play in the 90s. But y'all want to go blame him when everybody on the perimeter, Bogdanovich not playing no defense. Bogdanovich never rotated and helped. Right? There was a game against Dallas where Maxi Kleber went off for like 7 threes, and everybody was blaming Gobert. Well, Gobert spent his entire time that game going to go help Donovan Mitchell, Jordan Clarkson, and all these other guards because they couldn't stay in front of anybody, and they would just kick it off to his man who was standing in the corner for a wide open three. And other guards weren't rotating to help him. It's on video. I did a whole video on this. Video documented evidence. When Draymond Green was the direct defender on Kevin Durant couldn't get nothing off. He couldn't get nothing to go. And so what they had to do was they had to then try to find ways to go multiple ball screens. Hold on. We got Jonathan LaRosa says Gobert stinks. He has no touch. Only in the NBA because of his height. Oh. So he just has all those Defensive Player of the Year trophies because he just stinks. See, I really start to question. This is why I truly don't believe the 90s was a defensive era. Because y'all can't even recognize a good defensive player even when that player's sitting right in front of your face with all of the Defensive Player of the Year trophies. You can have the player with the most blocks, leading the league in blocks. He has all these goddamn Defensive Player of the Year trophies, and y'all will still say, oh, nah, he not no good. He not a good defender. Draymond Green, defensive player of the year. All these goddamn defensive accolades. Nah, he can't really defend that well. What the fuck are y'all watching? Real life. You're only saying you think Draymond Green is good for this era only? Because there's absolutely no way for anybody to disprove your statement. You can come up with any hypothetical, fictitious situations in your mind that you think might work out, but we'll never know because it's not real life. There's no time machine that's going to allow us to drop him in the 90s and say, Draymond, go play 10 years and we'll see how you do. Everything that you're saying is not based in reality. So everything that you think or you confirm it as an opinion, you have absolutely zero evidence to support it. That's called, just like the title of that other video I did, that's called being delusional, real life. That's called being delusional. Being delusional is thinking these fake situations are real in your mind when they never have happened, nor will they ever happen. And then when y'all come up with these fake hypothetical situations, you get mad at players, you get mad at youth today running around saying they don't think Bill Russell could defend in this era. And then you guys go absolutely ballistic. Oh, Bill Russell, one of the greatest defenders of all time. Wilt Chamberlain, super athlete, he could do all this stuff. Oh, so y'all hypotheticals work for you. See, y'all hypotheticals only work when you're bringing a player from one of these old washed up eras into today's era. And y'all just try to convince us that, oh, they could play in this era. They could do this. But if it's about bringing one of these players to your era, oh, they couldn't play in that era, man. It was too tough. It really was. Come on, man. Stop it, man. All you're doing is using hypotheticals. Jared Thomas says, Gobert can't defend perimeter players, though. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Hakeem Olajuwon couldn't defend perimeter players either. Jared Thomas, it's a proven fact. This is factual that outside of 17 feet from the basket, players had a 68% field goal percentage on Hakeem Olajuwon. Yet you guys will say he was one of the greatest defensive players of all time solely because of his interior defense. Mutombo couldn't guard on the perimeter, but he's still a great defensive player solely because of his interior defense. So I don't care if Rudy Gobert can't be Inspector Gadget and guard every position like you guys magically want him to. We've labeled a ton of defenders great because they're great in guarding wherever they're asked to defend. Gary Payton couldn't go defend centers. He's still a great defender. Who cares if he can't defend? You cannot, one player can't do everybody's job, Jared Thomas. See, Jared Thomas would be the idiot to say this. He says, Terrence Mann lit Gobert up for 39 points. Okay, Jared Thomas. Who was responsible for guarding Terrence Mann that game? When they did tip ball, was it Terrence Mann tipping the ball off with Rudy Gobert? Or as I just said, the Utah Jazz perimeter guards cannot stay in front of anybody, and Rudy Gobert's having to rotate late. It either get in foul trouble, and sometimes when he did get in foul trouble earlier, he couldn't even contest as hard as he wanted. No, this is not opinion real life, because everything that I say, I can back with video. There's not one opinion that you said real life. It's so funny that your name is real life, yet not one opinion that you've stated, anything basketball related that you've stated can be backed up with video footage. There's nothing that Jared Thomas is saying right now. Like I could pull up my video on the Utah Jazz. Hold on, watch this. See, this is how I can disprove it just that quick. I can disprove it just that quick, and I can prove it with video. I've already done a full video breakdown on this. Watch this. Here it is right here. Got it right here. I might have to download it. Yeah. That's all here. Let me put the video up. So we're going to just play the video. Says we don't have a time machine, but I've seen 90s basketball to this current era. So if you've seen 90s basketball to this era, you would know that if you drop a player from today's era in the 90s, they would have extreme success. Players of the day are one thing for damn sure is that players of the day are going to be excellent one-on-one players. If you drop them into an era where teams can't zone up and it's all illegal defense, they're going to light the 90s up. But I guess I'm just making that up. I guess the illegal defense, I guess illegal defense wasn't a handicap. Just like Mac Def struggled to tell me. What did Mac Def struggle? When I said Mac Def, I said, what defensive philosophies were these teams in the 90s playing, being handicapped with illegal defense? He couldn't tell me one. Well, I didn't expect Mac Def to know one anyways, but he couldn't tell me one. What you just said is opinion. All right, but my opinions are backed by facts and video that I can play. If you have any video that support, if you have any reputable people that support the things that you say, put the link in the chat. I'll play the video. Just play the video. All right, here it is right here. Hold on. I'm going to put the sound with it too. All right, let me move this off the screen. King KO. This ain't a random. This is a video that I made. This is my video. This is my video where I use facts and video to support the take. I'm not just saying it because I look at a player, he not cute enough for something like y'all be doing. If a player don't look good enough, then y'all determine he's a scrub. Okay, here we go right here. Time again about this Utah Jazz team is that no one on the perimeter is willing to step up and stay in front of their man. So we're going to watch Donovan Mitchell. So we're talking about a guy who's extremely athletic and should be mobile enough to stay in front of Spencer Dinwiddie. But let's watch how he simply opens up in his defensive stance and allows Spencer Dinwiddie the easiest drive. And who's there to bail? Who's there to bail Donovan Mitchell out? Rudy Gobert steps up in perfect help defense. Now, there's something called in basketball helping the helper. As Donovan Mitchell completely gets obliterated on one dribble to the rim, Gobert steps up to prevent the easy layup, doing his job correctly. Unfortunately, even if you're the defensive player of the year, you can't guard two people at once. Bogdanovich, who's standing out there ball watching as opposed to utilizing his defensive assignment, is not helping off on Maxi Kleber. That's called helping the helper. And that's something that Rudy Gobert did not have in this particular series. We see the kick out to Maxi Kleber. Bogdanovich, who was ball watching, gets out late. He chucks up the three, knocks it down. We're going to run it back one more time. Look, y'all. This is very easy to see for the casuals out there. I want y'all to pay attention. Spencer Dinwiddie, one dribble attack. Boom, one dribble attack. You should not get beat in the NBA off a one dribble attack. We see the one dribble attack completely opens up. The help is there. Rudy Gobert is helping. Perfect defensive stance. No one is there. Bogdanovich, as you can see, doesn't help. Ball watching, back to the ball. Doesn't see man in ball. He's already playing too high. Kleber hits an open three. How many times do we got to break this type of stuff down? In transition. We see in transition, Rudy Gobert in great help position off the transition. But in the NBA, you have to be elite at all times. Teams are attacking earlier and earlier in the shot clock. So we see Brunson right here is looking to attack. He understands that these Dallas guards are completely undisciplined on the defensive end. Look at him. One dribble attack. Conley, again, who's a pushover on the defensive end, completely gets blown by Brunson. Rudy Gobert helps to force the pass. But where is the help for Rudy Gobert as Maxi Kleber is left wide open? Because, look, if Rudy Gobert's not helping, if he's not helping at all, these guys are getting to the rim for easy layups or potentially and one layups, and all of the guards are in foul trouble. He helps. He forces the pass. Let's look at it again. All right, look, what is Mitchell doing? Mitchell is already ball watching. Mitchell is attached to his man so much so that he doesn't understand his help philosophies. And as Mitchell breaks down, as Conley breaks down, the only one that's actually playing defense out here is Rudy Gobert, who actually makes an attempt to contest, just gets there too late because he can't guard two, and Kleber knocks down another three. We see right here Brunson with the ball. Really, no, these are not pick and rolls. In a league where pick and rolls are happening almost every possession, these guards on the perimeter for Utah are getting blown by in one dribble. Blown by. The only line of defense is going to be Rudy Gobert, who now has to play two because Bogdanovich can't recover. But if you look at all of the other help defenders, they're all ball watching. They're all staring at the ball. Undisciplined defense. And he gets the floater up because Rudy Gobert can't play too. Dinwiddie right here. Again, they're not even using pick and rolls. He sees the paint is wide open, right? This is when they pull Rudy Gobert out. Rudy Gobert can't help because at this point in time, Kleber's already knocked down 7-8 threes. But look at this. Completely bullies the perimeter defender, easily just walks to the rim as they run a 5-out system. Easily walks to the rim for a layup when the help presence of Rudy Gobert isn't there. Now do you guys see how easy it is for teams to score on this Utah Jazz team? Because of the perimeter defenders, not Rudy Gobert, the 3-time defensive player of the year. It's sad. It's absolutely sad. We can go to another play right here. Look, these are not pick and rolls. These are guards for the Dallas Mavericks making one dribble attacks, completely blowing by the defenders. We're going to watch again. The help defender. Rudy Gobert slides over in great help position. What is Bogdanovich doing, the number 44? You guys see it right there. Why is he simply ball watching and not? Obviously, Rudy Gobert has the help covered. Bogdanovich needs to be sprinting to his help spots. Same with Conley, but his back is to his man. Right? He's ball watching. Kick out by Dinwiddie. Another wide open three. You guys wonder why the Clippers last year were able to beat the Utah Jazz as everybody blamed Rudy Gobert? Well, let's see if similar things were happening with this Utah Jazz defense then. Look at Clarkson, completely gets blown by off one dribble move. Rudy Gobert steps up to help. Bogdanovich on the perimeter again, and actually this is Joe Ingles, who's now traded, completely ball watching, back to the ball. This same corner three that we saw against the Dallas Mavericks is open for the Clippers right here. And what do you guys think happens? Reggie Jackson kicks to the corner. Terrence Mann, wide open three. This is how NBA players start to cook. Brunson again, digging into the paint against pushover defenders. Rudy Gobert in great help as usual, but who's there to help the helper? Absolutely nobody, because these guards are getting blown by every time someone dribbles on the opposing team. And another three is up. Luckily, they missed that one right there. Coming down the court right here, look at the help. The help is always excellent. Rudy Gobert is getting over, but where's help for the helper? Conley, you're talking about Conley, who's a vet in this league. When you see this many players, especially on the perimeter, completely ball watching with a lack of emphasis on defense, that can only go to coaching. These are things that you teach repeatedly in the preseason, in training camps, in the offseason, because once the regular season starts, you're going to go to your tendencies. And this has been a Utah Jazz tendency that they've simply not addressed. Hey, Cuba, did I show him enough? Did I show him enough? How much more I got to play? Video evidence to support what I say. Video evidence to support what I say. Play-by-play breakdowns to support what I say and to debunk the stupid stuff that y'all say. See, if you casually watching the game, the only thing that you're going to see is, oh, he scored a layup, but you're not seeing how the play broke down and how Rudy Gobert is actually the only one out there giving effort on the defensive end, and he's the only one doing his job. And I used two different teams. I used that series from the Clippers last year, like somebody brought up Terrence Mann, and then I used the series from the year after, where they had the same problem against the Dallas Mavericks. A whole bunch of guards on the perimeter that are not giving effort on the defensive end. Now, that could go to coaching. Maybe that's something Quinn Snyder could have coached up a little bit better with the Utah Jazz. Either way, it was a problem. And they were putting too much responsibility on Rudy Gobert to be what we call a mistake eraser at the rim, because those guards would make a ton of mistakes, and they were praying and hoping that even though the guards were making mistakes, they would pray and hope that teams would miss threes. And unfortunately, in the playoffs, teams are going to be locked and loaded, ready to go to make them shots. Jared Thomas says bigs in this area still got to move their feet more. Bam Adebayo does. Hold on. There's no league in the world where you're going to have concess. First of all, you're not going to have a defense. If you're telling your big, you not only have to guard the rim, but we're not going to provide any help defense for you. You have to rotate back out to the three-point line as well. There's no help for you. It's called helping the helper. When I rotate to help here, somebody else needs to rotate down to Rudy Gobert's man. And if they swing it to Rudy Gobert's man and you help properly and that ball swings to the next player, well, somebody's supposed to be helping him. You're supposed to help the helper. And you recover until you get solid again. So when I say these things, if Draymond Green was truly a bad defender, I would say that. If the video evidence supported it. If Rudy Gobert was truly a bad defender, I would say that. I have no vested interest in either one of these players. Elder on Kareem channel crying about, I'm not biased. I just, the thing is, Dejon Marcus, the thing is that people get mad when I tell the truth about those errors. That's why, remember when I asked Mac Def? No. I told Mahari. I said, y'all say I hate on the 90s. Now tell me one thing that I said about the 90s that wasn't true. Because how can it be hate if it's true? It almost sounds like y'all just mad that I'm exposing it as opposed to it actually being not true. You said that Jared says, I really think Utah would have advanced further with Bam at the center. Well, what? Why? Well, what? I don't know what you mean by that. There's nothing that you can do to fix that. See, here's the difference, Jared. Bam Adebayo is playing in a defensive system where the perimeter players are good defenders. Max Struss, Jimmy Butler, these guys actually go defend on a night in and night out basis. So when you have perimeter guys that are willing to defend consistently, you'll be fine. Draymond Green is going to be a great defender on any team. Real life. He's a great on-ball defender. He's a great help defender. Sorry, man. You can't take that away from him. The video just supports it. If he was a bad on-ball defender, I would say that. The video just doesn't support that. That's a lie if I said that. Right? When Tom Izzo says that Draymond Green is the best on-ball defender that he's ever seen, I want you to try to convince Tom Izzo, a guy that's seen hundreds and hundreds of hours of live and video footage of Draymond Green play, and try to go tell Tom Izzo that. Go tell this to Mark Jackson, a guy that thought he played defense well enough to put him in the starting lineup over a guy who was an all-star Go tell that to Mark Jackson, who thought that Draymond Green could be the starting center on a championship team. I have no narrative real life. See, that's the beautiful thing. I don't have a narrative. Whatever the video tells me, that's what I put out there. I have no narratives. Everything that you're saying is narratives. When you say Draymond Green couldn't play in the 90s, that's a narrative. That's a narrative based, and your narrative is based on the fact that there's no way we could actually prove that. The only way you could prove that is the closest you could come to proving that real life is by simulating it on 2K. That's to be the closest. Real life. He says, where's that video time Izzo? I can get it. I've gotten every other video. I just don't feel like getting more videos. I have to download them and then play them. Download them and play them when I'm supposed to have been off here. But I could do I've done entire Draymond Green screens. I've played it on live before. Don't get mad because Tom Izzo said that. Okay, so on some of these players, Bam would have moved his feet better. Bro, I don't care what you're saying, Jared. Bam Adebayo does not have the defensive resume that Draymond Green does. I'm just saying, Jared, the things that you're saying, Jared, are fake because you have no video evidence to support anything that you're saying about Bam Adebayo. Everything that I say about Draymond, it's on video evidence supported by Kobe. It's on video evidence supported by Tom Izzo. It's on video evidence supported by some of the greatest basketball minds in NBA history. I'm not going to rely on your take that's simply based on nothing. I'm not going off fake narratives. I mean, even when I say Draymond could play in the 90s, that's not really a true narrative. I could describe his play style. I could tell you what he's doing now, and I could tell you how I think it would translate. But I'm not going to lie about what I think could translate. Yeah, some of y'all sound like y'all got a vested interest in hating Draymond. But then how am I supposed to take you seriously when you guys are sitting here in conversations telling me that you think Anthony Mason's a better player than Draymond Green? How am I supposed to take you seriously about anything basketball related? I can't take none of that seriously. Well, look, man. He says it's not fake. I saw Bam lead his team to the finals. First of all, Bam didn't lead his team to the finals, Jared. Jimmy Butler led that team to the finals, won. And Jimmy Butler led that team with his defense, too. Bam was just another good player on that team. Bam didn't lead anything to no finals, Jared. Stop lying. Stop lying. That was Jimmy Butler leading that team, offensively and defensively. King Kale says, I don't care about no Draymond, just talking facts. All right, King Kale. All right, that's fine. But we know that you're living in a delusional light. If you say Draymond Green's not a Hall of Famer, you're just being delusional. Hold on, watch this. Put this on the screen, y'all. I'm going to show y'all Draymond Green's Hall of Fame odds right now. As it stands right now, where Draymond Green is in his career. Let me zoom in. Here it is right here. As it stands right now, Draymond Green has a 76% chance of making the Hall of Fame. He's right underneath Kawhi Leonard at a 77% chance. That's his Hall of Fame probability. Higher than Jimmy Butler, higher than Klay Thompson, higher than Rondo, higher than Blake Griffin, higher than all these other guys that you guys might say were better. That's his Hall of Fame probability. I salute real life. But I think Tim Hardaway just got in. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, but he got in. One of the problems with the Hall of Fame is that I think they watered it down by bringing in too many people. I don't think T-Mac's a Hall of Famer. I don't think Grant Hill deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, even though he had a great college career. I don't think Chris Webber deserved to go in. They've watered it down to the degree where we have to say that players like Draymond Green will get in. Klay Thompson will get in. I mean, I didn't water it down. Would he make no, nobody's making the Hall of Fame without rings. I mean, some people are, but you King KO, you get in off one or two things. You get in off elite skill. So when you talk about Grant Hill and Tracy McGrady, even Tim Hardaway, they got in the Hall of Fame just based off just skill, no rings. Right? So if you can get in off skill with no rings, then I'm positive if the things that you did on the court didn't equate to statistical accomplishments, that you can get in off just your play, making others better and winning rings. Casey Jones got in that way. Y'all not complaining about that. And let's not act like he had no impact, because he had an impact defensively. But just like we saw in the video, he does a ton of things that you get no credit for statistically. Keeping the ball alive. So you turn blocks into live ball turnovers. There's no credit for that. Hockey assist. There's no statistic for that. Screens. There's no statistic for screens. Diving to the floor, keeping the play alive. There's no stat for that. So all the things that Draymond Green does great, there's actually no stat that gives him credit for any of it. But you guys will, because Tim Hardaway was good at the things that he could get running stats in, but he did no winning. Tracy McGrady got a whole bunch of stats, did no winning. Grant Hill, a whole bunch of stats, did no winning, was injured. Chris Webber, a whole bunch of stats, did no winning. Allen Iverson, a whole bunch of stats, no winning. But all of these guys, y'all cool with being in the Hall of Fame. It is what it is, man. Sorry, man. I hate to bust y'all bubble like that, but it is what it is. Hey, but look, y'all, man. Look, FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, man. I didn't even expect to be on this much longer, trying to give y'all a teaching lesson, man. But it is what it is. Sometimes you got to do that. My next live is going to be tomorrow. I'm going to be going live tomorrow. Probably going to go live tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, 10:30. Probably be 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. You said those other guys were franchise players? So? Don't matter. John Wall was a franchise player. You putting him in the Hall of Fame? At one point in time, Ben Simmons was considered a franchise player. You putting him in the Hall of Fame? At one point in time, Kwame Brown was considered a franchise player. You putting him in the Hall of Fame? Gilbert Arenas was considered a franchise player. Are you putting him in the Hall of Fame? A whole bunch of people considered franchise players. It is what it is, yo. Hey, no, real life, I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate everybody pulling up, man. I just seen a lot of new names today. Kane Marco. King KO. He's not new. He's just always in here trying to hate. Real life, we got Jared Thomas pulled up. He's the usual on the channel, man. Salute to Jared, man. Jared, you got to get back on the panels, man. We need you on one of these debates, man. We got to get you on for one of these debates. Hey, y'all, but look, let's go ahead and shut it down for the day, man. Like I said, I can keep going all night, but I'm not. Before we get up out of here, man, just so you guys know, man, look, if y'all can help support, man, please do. Let me put this in the chat one more time before we get up out of here. Support, like I said, for right now, you can support the channel. If you want to support the channel, just send a Cash App. But if you want to support the GCU Men's Club basketball team, just make sure you put GCU basketball in the memo section, because we are trying to raise money to get a shooting machine for the team. Like I said, unlike the D1 team at our university, the club team just doesn't get a ton of funding. So we just kind of have to grind it out ourselves, man. We have a high-level program. We're just trying to build upon it with resources that the school can't give us, man. So, it is what it is. If you guys can help, much appreciated. If you can't, man, just smash the like to the video, man. We appreciate that as well, man. And salute to everybody pulling up. Cuba, King KO, K Marco, everybody else. 2 great debates today. Salute to Young Africa for winning the debate, man. Salute to Renegade for coming through in his first debate, man. Controversial decision right there with Renegade, but Renegade ekes out the debate win, and True the King is on fire right now. He does not like those results, man. He thinks it's biased. I mean, he's going to be out for blood against Hitman. So Hitman, when he debates Hitman next week, man, Hitman better be ready to go, because I don't see True the King going 0-3 in his last 3 debates. I don't see him losing another one that easily. So we'll see how it goes, man. Salute to the winners today. We'll go ahead and get up out of here. Hey, yeah, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news, man. Until then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
All I hear is yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real.